There was no one on this road and no cars in sight. The trees rustled in the quiet breeze. Nora's voice seemed to have merged with the wind, making Xander feel like he had heard something wrong. He looked at Nora in confusion. He hesitated and asked, "What did you say?" Nora studied the little boy. Xander had been raised by Truman since he was a baby, which could be the reason that he had a strange and stubborn personality. His entire body was shifting, as if he was bristling from all the warmth from the outside world. She checked on Pete, who finally felt safe and had fallen asleep in peace. Nora stroked Pete's hair with one hand and reached out to Xander with her other, wounded hand that was still covered with blood. "Let's get to know each other, Xander. I'm your mother." Xander stared at the gash on her palm. He was still not certain that he had heard correctly, so he asked again, "My mother? Stepmother?" He thought that because he had tried to save both Pete and this woman, maybe she was touched and had decided to adopt him. The thought made him happy at first. However, his happiness immediately sank. He, Xander, wanted a mother, but he would definitely not fight with others for one. He took a step back and commented defiantly, "I don't need anyone else's pity. Scram, I'm telling you, you don't have to pretend in front of me. Justin isn't even here. Why are you teasing me like this? You're so mean." When Nora heard this, she was moved. This child was so wounded and so extremely cautious. She was about to explain to the little boy when she saw a car coming in the distance and heard someone shouting out the window, "Nora, don't worry, I'm here to save you." The car screeched to a halt as Brenda shouted her slogan and jumped out of the car. Running up to the white van, she took in the scene. What? What is going on? When she saw the situation in front of her, she was stunned. "Where is he?" Nora calmly asked, "Who?" "The person who saved you. Nora, don't tell me you killed these two people." "Okay, I won't." Nora was a good citizen. How could she kill anyone? She explained, "I think you'll find that they committed suicide." Brenda checked on the two dead bodies and confirmed that they had both committed suicide by poisoning. The person who was stabbed in the heart by Nora had a capsule hanging out of his mouth. Apparently, he had also swallowed a poison pill, like the other man. It was unclear if he was killed by that wound or the poison. Brenda considered and accepted Nora's statement about the suicides. But when she saw Pete, she immediately grew concerned. She glared at Xander. "You little monster! What did you do to Pete? You're so small, but every inch of you is full of evil." Xander laughed coldly when he heard this. He crossed his arms over his chest and stuck his chin out defiantly at Brenda without saying a word, which made her even angrier. "Tell me, who is your mother? Did she raise you to be like this? She needs to be dressed down. Where can I find her?" Xander lowered his eyes. He was about to say that his mother was already dead when he heard Nora say again, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Brenda went on, "I want an explanation how this child can be so vicious at such a young age. He caused his half-brother to be taken." Nora lowered her eyes. It's not his fault. Before Nora had fought with the two henchmen, she saw with her own eyes that Xander was attempting to save her. When Brenda heard this, she leaned close to Nora's ear. "Nora, don't worry. In my heart, I recognize you as my sister-in-law. However, I have to investigate who gave birth to Xander. Besides, I definitely won't let Pete suffer from this. If you feel uncomfortable, I'll help you teach Xander a lesson." "That won't be necessary. I'll do it myself." Brenda was stunned. "Don't you think my brother will want to have a say in all of this?" Just as Brenda said this, she heard Nora say, It's the mother's fault that this child was not educated properly. And since I am his mother, this really doesn't have anything to do with you." Brenda was shocked. She took a step back and stared at Xander. Shaking her head, she asked in disbelief, "Nora, you... Are you saying that Xander is your son?" "I am." Nora did not want to touch Xander with her bloody hand, so she stood next to him. Xander screwed up his face. "Will you please stop it, you silly woman? I told you, I don't need sympathy, and I don't need you to be my stepmother either." Nora crouched down and looked deep into his eyes. She spoke slowly and gently, word by word. "I'm not your stepmother. I'm your biological mother." He stared at Nora in disbelief. It felt like the world was a dream. It was as if someone had heard his inner thoughts and granted his wishes. Was he hallucinating? Xander swallowed and proudly countered her claim. "So you say, but my mother died a long time ago. My real father said so. Do you have any evidence to prove that what you are saying is true?" "5 days after the roadside incident, it was the Hunt twins' birthday party. The entire house had been busy since morning making the final preparations. Even though the birthday party was in the evening, all types of fresh ingredients were delivered beginning in the early morning. And while the Hunt manor was quite frantic, it was still rather orderly. In the hall of Justin's villa, Cherry was spinning around in her beautiful pink dress, and Pete looked like a little gentleman in his 3-piece suit. But Xander decided to go casual. He wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt and black shorts with a red baseball hat on top. He certainly stood out as not being dressed appropriately. The butler stood next to the boy with a small suit on a hanger in his hand, pleading with him. "Xander, please change into this suit first before you go downstairs." Xander put his hands on his hips. He grinned and said, "What difference does it make what I wear? Mr. Hunt and Miss Smith haven't proven that I'm their son yet. And until they do, I'll wear what I want." Xander had asked her 5 days ago, "Do you have any evidence that I am your son?" And Nora's answer had been, "Not yet, but it is a fact that I have given birth to triplets." Xander pursed his lips. "But that doesn't mean that I'm the third." She just nodded her head but didn't say anything else. Xander's pride came out. He stuck his chin out and said defiantly, "If there's no evidence, I won't acknowledge you as my mother. Even if Justin might be my real father. So," Xander raised his little chin higher, "bring out the evidence if you want me to acknowledge you." Nora learned her first lesson about Xander. His proud personality meant that he liked it when others begged him for things. Helpless, she had to concede. But she knew that it wouldn't be long now until she had the scientific proof, because the DNA test report that Lily was working on was about to come out. Nora, because of her hand injury, was staying with the Smiths. She spent her days catching up on her sleep, her speediest form of recovery. Pete and Cherry both stayed at the Hunt manor. When their mother finally woke up, she went straight to the hospital in search of Lily. Once she found her, Lily spoke before Nora could say a word. "I'm working on it, boss. There's nothing you can do here. Go on to the birthday party and I'll let you know as soon as I find out anything." Nora sighed. "Thank you, Lily. It's just no need to explain. There's nothing we can do to speed up the process." Nora conceded to her. "I know that you're doing what you can. I promise I won't come back again until you're done." She rushed over to the Hunt manor and found several people in the front hall awaiting her arrival. Xander glanced at the door, his eyes filled with anticipation. Nevertheless, he deliberately pretended not to care. "Sus, the report isn't out yet. They sure are slow. Hey, is your girlfriend okay?" The last sentence was directed toward Justin, who was sitting on the sofa, anxious for Nora's arrival and Xander's proof. With Xander's comment, Justin grimaced and pushed his anger down. Once he had confirmed the little boy's identity, he was doing his best to tolerate the disrespectful behavior the boy demonstrated. After the incident, and before she had left to go to the Smiths for her sleep, Nora reminded him to try and get along with Xander. Do your best not to provoke him. She smiled as she stroked his face before leaving. Justin didn't want Xander to complain to Nora that his father wasn't treating him well. But it wasn't easy to ignore the boy's manipulative ways. He had really tolerated everything these past few days, but it was taking its toll on him. He took a deep breath and told himself that this was his biological son who'd had a difficult upbringing. After he calmed himself down, he stood up and went over to the computer on his desk. Xander smirked and grinned at Pete. I guess your father is a mute. Justin clenched his jaw and the veins popped on his forehead. Pete rolled his eyes. Don't go overboard, Xander. If that DNA report says that you're not his son, you'll be in big trouble. Even someone as bold as Xander was shocked by these words. Anxious, he swallowed and turned to look at the door again, and then asked, How's your mother's hand? Xander knew that Nora had been injured saving him, so he was genuinely concerned. He wanted to know how she was. Pete replied, I don't know. Can't you call and ask? Don't you care? Pete rolled his eyes. I am surprised you do. You're the reason my mother got injured. Of course he had gone to see his mother, but he wasn't about to let Xander know that. 2 days ago, he went to the Smiths. He had even called out to Xander and asked him if he wanted to go with him. But Xander had arrogantly rejected him. And now he wanted to know how she was? The two boys were about to quarrel when they heard footsteps coming to the door. Nora entered with the DNA report in her hand. Downstairs in the front hall, Mrs. Hunt held Mrs. Livingston's hand and looked around. Mrs. Livingston said angrily, Mrs. Hunt, you know Nora is so full of herself. She refused to treat Thomas. She wouldn't even see him, so we were forced to buy someone else's appointment in order to cut the queue for her to see him. But then the doctor found out about the swap, so she canceled it. Mrs. Hunt attempted to brush her off. With all that has been going on, Nora must have been quite busy lately. Mrs. Livingston wanted to know more, so she asked, Why? That illegitimate child was in on a plot to kidnap Pete, so she went to rescue him. She even injured her hand in the attempt. I don't understand why, but that illegitimate child was brought back here by Justin. Nora is so angry that she hasn't visited for 4 days. She sniffed judgmentally. Any normal mother would have come over and kept an eye on her son and daughter and helped with their birthday party preparations. Mrs. Livingston sneered. Well, I think that's all for the best. I'm sure that Justin was only interested in her for a moment. I don't know how he can stand her bad temper. Not to mention that little brat that is hanging around. He was in on the kidnapping of Pete this time, and who knows what he'll do the next. We all know that he will be the barrier between her and Justin for the rest of their lives. There's no denying it. Time passed slowly. Soon, the sky turned dark, but the Hunt Manor was brightly lit. All kinds of luxury cars were gathered. When they arrived at the Hunt's compound, everyone listened to the security guards obediently and parked their cars as instructed. Only a manor as big as the Hunts and Smiths could hold so many cars. Everyone was dressed very well, wearing couture gowns and designer suits. They entered the hall with smiles. Those who were invited by the Hunts to their children's birthday party were all famous figures in New York. For a moment, the hall was filled with people's greetings. Some families in this social circle would often have the leader of the family greet guests at the front hall whenever they held events such as a banquet or a party. For events like these, the Hunts usually sent a member of their side family to greet the guests. Therefore, Justin did not appear in the hall at all. But, since this was a standard practice at the Hunt Manor, no one felt neglected or ignored. Instead, they entered the hall humbly, honored to be invited to such a special event in the impressive mansion. The usual cocktail fare of conversation filled the room with noisy chatter. What's the latest stock trend? Who's marrying whom next season? Everyone gossiped and joked while secretly wondering if they would be invited upstairs to meet with Justin in private. Everyone wanted to get to know Justin. In the past, on such occasions, he would invite a few people upstairs for a chat. Some were businessmen and their spouses, others were newly appointed CEOs. But, as of yet, no one had been invited upstairs. Yes, I wonder who will be invited up. So what if someone gets invited upstairs? What's rarer is for Mr. Hunt to come downstairs to personally welcome someone, right? He's so proud and aloof. It seems like he has never welcomed a guest at the door before. You're thinking too much. Why would Mr. Hunt come downstairs tonight when he never has in the past? As a few of the guests chatted, they saw someone fling open the door to his study upstairs. The room fell silent. He straightened his jacket as he rushed down the stairs. Everyone stared as the handsome man strode quickly down the steps and out the door without acknowledging anyone present. Who was he rushing to greet? The partygoers all peered through the massive front door and witnessed Justin respectfully supporting Ian Smith as he climbed out the back of his limousine. He gently held Ian's arm with his head bowed slightly in a courteous manner. Joel followed behind the two of them with a smile, and with him was Tanya, holding Mia's hand. The respect that Justin showed Ian and his family demonstrated to everyone how important the Smith family was in relation to the Hunts. They were comparable competitors. In the past, Justin would not lower his head in front of the Smiths because he was powerful and did not fear them. But soon, he planned on becoming their future son-in-law. Justin's respectful attitude toward Ian and the way he completely placed himself at the other man's service made it clear to everyone how he felt. Mr. Hunt was extremely happy with Miss Smith. It made sense. After all, Miss Smith had given birth to 2 children for Justin. Everyone was thinking about this couple until they noticed the butler supporting Mrs. Hunt and walking toward Ian and the others. As soon as she walked over, she smiled and said, "Ian, you're here." Ian frowned. Justin and Nora were already engaged. Under such circumstances, he could not throw a tantrum and refuse to acknowledge this man as his son-in-law. Ian nodded. "Mrs. Hunt, how are you feeling today?" Mrs. Hunt sighed and said heavily, "Not very well. I worry about my family every night." Before he could say anything, Mrs. Hunt said, "It's our Justin who has let the Smiths down regarding Xander. However, Xander is also Justin's child, his biological son, so I can't give up on him just yet. Ian, I'll apologize to you right here. Please, I hope the Smiths can let bygones be bygones. We can start anew and be good in-laws for the future of both our families." As soon as she said this, the room was filled with murmurs as the guests gossiped. No wonder Mr. Hunt is so polite to the Smiths. So he did something wrong. It seems like the matter of this illegitimate child is true, but Mrs. Hunt is really muddled-headed to mention this in front of so many people. That's right. If the Smiths forgave Mr. Hunt, it would make the Smiths lose face. It's as if the Smiths are one level lower than the Hunts. But if they don't forgive them, are they going to argue on the spot? Mrs. Hunt is becoming more and more confusing. A naysayer sneered. "What are you talking about? Mrs. Hunt is openly dissing her future granddaughter-in-law." This comment made everyone go silent because they sensed that the battle between Mrs. Hunt and Miss Smith was about to commence. Ian stared at Mrs. Hunt with coldness in his eyes. How could he not know about the most heated discussion in New York? At home, he had asked Nora if she wanted to clarify things. In the end, Nora said that the truth was the same as the gossip taking place in the outside world. As for the details, they would be revealed today. Therefore, Ian suppressed the anger in his heart and nodded at Mrs. Hunt before going upstairs. It was his grandchildren's birthday today. He did not want to argue here. It was not the proper time nor place for such a discussion. If Ian did not speak, Mrs. Hunt would take it that he had given in. However, looking at him like this, Mrs. Hunt raised her nose and said, "Ian, you're forgiving Justin, right? I knew it. Miss Smith is a good child, and you two are reasonable people. Besides, Miss Smith and Justin already have 2 children. Even if it's just for the sake of Pete and Jerry, she has to bear with it." These words made even more people frown. They felt that something was wrong. What was it that she would have to endure it for the sake of the children? Did the old lady want to use the children to extort Nora? It seemed as though Mrs. Hunt was implying that because Nora got pregnant before marriage, she could only marry into the Hunt family. Ian slowly frowned. "Mrs. Hunt, what do you mean?" Mrs. Hunt continued to pretend to be ignorant. "What I mean is, for the sake of Cherry and Pete, the Smiths shouldn't cause a fuss with our family. Look, you're here for their birthday party today. Does this mean that you are no longer concerned about the animosity between our families anymore?" There was no change in his expression, but he was furious deep down. His daughter had not yet married into the family, but she was already being looked down upon. This was too much. He was about to speak when Mrs. Hunt continued, "From now on, we're all family. I have to treat Xander better. He's so pitiful. Without a mother by his side, it is easy to understand his difficult personality and flagrant disregard for the rest of us." She scanned the room to make sure everyone had heard her claim. But before she could continue, Justin slowly turned to her and stated, "Grandma, Xander has a mother." When Justin made the announcement regarding Xander's mother, the entire room fell silent. Everyone smirked with amusement. Mrs. Hunt was stunned. When she had asked Justin about Xander's mother, he had said that if that person dared to appear, he would definitely kill her. But he qualified that statement by saying that he thought the boy's mother was, in fact, actually dead. So how was it possible that the mother was making an appearance now? Mrs. Hunt had appeared in front of Ian, announcing the illegitimate child in front of so many people. She had made sure to let everyone know that Nora had the children out of wedlock, to give Nora a negative reputation within upper-class circles in New York. This had been Mrs. Hunt's attempt to control her future daughter-in-law, so that Mrs. Hunt would remain the head matriarch of the family. She still resented that last request she had made of Nora. She had wanted Nora to treat Thomas as a favor to her, and Nora had rejected her, disregarding her concerns altogether. But now, Justin said that Xander's mother had returned. And it was clear to Mrs. Hunt that Justin was not seeking revenge against the woman. This had also surprised Mrs. Hunt. Ian, on the other hand, was not feeling good about any of this, which was clear by the way he looked unhappily at Justin. What was the meaning of this? Luckily, the scheming Ian managed to not explode on the spot. This was his grandson and granddaughter's birthday party. No matter how many grievances he felt, he had to suppress them, for now. Mrs. Hunt bristled with anxiety. Before she could say anything, Mrs. Livingston, who had been standing beside her, observed the commotion and said, "Huh? Mr. Hunt, you know Xander's mother? It must not have been easy for that woman to give birth to your child and raise him for 5 years without anyone's help. Our family really should treat her well, don't you think?" Mrs. Hunt twitched. She wanted to control Nora, but she also wanted this important and powerful woman as granddaughter-in-law. Nora was Ian's only daughter, plus she was an exceptional doctor, meaning Mrs. Hunt wouldn't have to worry about her health in her old age. It was very important to Mrs. Hunt that this new mother figure not get in the way of Nora becoming a part of the family. On the other hand, Mrs. Livingston wanted to foil this engagement. Her son, Thomas, had gone to several hospitals but could not be treated. He even went to see a traditional alternative medicine doctor. In the end, the doctor told her that the damage had been done and that he would probably never recover. But, if he was willing to try, only Dr. Zabe or his main disciple would be able to treat him. So this meant that his only hope was still Nora, and she refused to help him. That was why Mrs. Livingston hated Nora. She had once threatened Nora. "If you don't treat my son, then don't even think about living well." Mrs. Livingston was about to say something when Mrs. Hunt clutched her forearm and prevented her from speaking. Mrs. Hunt said, "Justin, you're being ridiculous. How could Xander have a mother? Even if he does, our family will never admit it. On behalf of the Hunts, I only acknowledge Nora as my granddaughter-in-law." With that, she turned to Justin and scolded him. "I don't care how you feel about Xander's mother. I want to make it clear that she's never going to be allowed to enter this family. Do you hear me?" Mrs. Hunt's attitude changed drastically. Justin's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to announce who Xander's mother was, Mrs. Livingston said, "Oh, Auntie, I think you're wrong. She's Xander's mother after all. It's only natural that she would want to be with her son, so why shouldn't she marry into the family? Or maybe, if Miss Smith marries Mr. Hunt, she could choose to be magnanimous and accept this new woman as Justin's mistress. She can't object to that. We're all dignified people, and it's quite normal to have a mistress for us, is it not?" Her voice was full of venom as she imagined the betrayal Nora would feel. She compared Xander's mother to a mistress. Under such circumstances, if Ian did not break off his daughter's engagement soon, the entirety of New York would laugh at the Smiths. If Nora continued with the wedding and accepted this other woman into the family, the entire Smiths family would be looked down upon. They all knew that the Hunts would gain the upper hand over the Smiths and would never relinquish it. Ian pursed his lips and looked at Justin again. He had seen with his own eyes how much Justin cared for Nora. He knew there must be a good reason for him to mention Xander's mother at their children's birthday party. He also observed that Justin had remained quite calm in this regard. And it immediately occurred to Ian why. Could it be? Ian's eyes lit up. After Mrs. Livingston suggested that a mistress come into their family, Mrs. Hunt's expression changed drastically. She pointed at her and barked, "How can you make such an ignorant statement? How could a woman like that enter my family? Justin won't have anything to do with that kind of woman in the future." Mrs. Hunt was furious. No matter how important her maternal family was, they were not as important as her grandson. Mrs. Livingston's words appalled and horrified her. Mrs. Livingston covered her mouth and laughed. "Auntie, why are you so angry? Justin didn't even say who she was. You never know. She might even be a daughter of a wealthy family. Look at you, you're completely rejecting her, without even knowing who she is." Mrs. Hunt lowered her eyes. "I don't care who she is. I won't acknowledge her." She had meticulously raised Pete to have a high IQ. He was someone more outstanding than Justin, and was destined to become the Hunt's heir. She would not sacrifice Pete's potential by adding some harlot to his family. As soon as Mrs. Hunt finished speaking, Justin reassured her by saying, "Xander's mother is indeed from a wealthy family." Mrs. Livingston smiled. "Oh, really? Who is it? Do we know each other?" Justin continued to smile at the room full of shocked reactions. "Yes, Xander's mother is from a wealthy family. In fact, You should have heard of her by now." Mrs. Livingston was even more excited. "Oh, goodness, tell me who she is." Beside her, Mrs. Hunt pulled Mrs. Livingston's hand hard and attempted to pinch her arm. But Mrs. Livingston paid no attention. Mrs. Hunt's anger rose. She was ready to throw Mrs. Livingston out. She was only in this family by marriage anyway. Why did her maternal family have such a foolish niece-in-law? She could tell that the silly woman was only after one thing: to ruin her grandson's engagement to Nora. Mrs. Hunt's blood boiled. She felt that she had put down her granddaughter-in-law here in defense of her maiden family. But what had her maiden family done for her in return? This woman was making a fool of herself. No one could argue that Nora was the best candidate for being the Hunt's daughter-in-law and the future matriarch of the family. But if Mrs. Livingston continued down this path and ruined this future marriage, how could Nora still have the face to stay in the Hunt's family? Mrs. Hunt looked at her in disgust. For so many years, Mrs. Hunt had been working hard for her mother's side of the family. The Livingstons had long been in dire straits. If not for Mrs. Hunt being there for them, the Livingstons would probably have been displaced from the first tier of the wealthy families in New York. She had done so much for her maternal family, and what did she get in return? Nothing but humiliation and deception. Mrs. Hunt was furious at her niece-in-law and wished the woman would just keep her mouth shut. Since that wasn't possible, she turned to Justin and tried to figure out what was happening with him today. She knew how much he cared about Nora, but he had brought up this other woman in front of Ian Smith. Did that mean he was changing his mind about his future bride? Whispered discussions filled the entire banquet hall. Oh my God, is Mr. Hunt not planning to marry into the Smiths? But why was he so respectful to Mr. Smith? It could be an apology, right? Miss Smith is so pitiful. She isn't even married yet, but she's already fighting for favor with others. Whose daughter is she? How can she seduce Mr. Hunt? Hasn't Mr. Hunt been pure of heart for so many years? When we were young, we even said that he didn't get close to women. As the crowd whispered, Justin lowered his eyes and smiled. He had achieved his goal. After all, Mrs. Hunt was his grandmother. He knew that the conflict with Mrs. Livingston and Thomas caused Mrs. Smith to become very dissatisfied with Nora, and had even caused his grandmother a lot of trouble privately. Justin wanted to make sure that Mrs. Hunt could see the true colors of Nora's mother's family. Mrs. Hunt was his beloved grandmother who had raised him. He could not chase her out when she was old. Furthermore, she had given her heart to Pete before. Therefore, when Mrs. Hunt first spoke, he did not stop her, and even added fuel to the fire. He did this so that Mrs. Livingston would reveal her true nature. He wanted Mrs. Hunt to see for herself and dismiss the arrogant Mrs. Livingston. Only then did Justin slowly say, "Not only has Mrs. Livingston heard of the eldest daughter of the Smiths, but she has also seen her, right?" Everyone was puzzled, not understanding what he was saying. Mrs. Livingston was stunned. "The Smiths? Which Smiths?" At the mention of the Smiths, everyone would only think of the Smiths in New York. But was there another wealthy Smith family? Justin lowered his eyes and sneered before looking at Mrs. Hunt. Mrs. Hunt looked at Justin in shock and felt stunned. Could it be? Ha 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 ha. Ian's loud laughter filled the entire banquet hall. Then he patted Justin's shoulder. "Triplets. So Nora gave birth to triplets." He raised his head proudly. "3 at a time. My daughter is so amazing." The entire place was in an uproar. Everyone exploded and discussed the topic fervently. Miss Smith gave birth to 3 children in one go. She is too lucky. Oh my God, so there are no illegitimate children at all. All 3 children were born to Miss Smith. Now it makes sense why Mr. Hunt was so polite to Ian Smith. Mrs. Hunt was also overjoyed and heaved a sigh of relief. Justin said, "That's right. Peter Hunt, Cheryl Smith, and Xander Yale all belong to Nora and myself. All three are our children." With that, the surrounding people congratulated him. "Mr. Hunt, congratulations. 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. Mr. Hunt is so lucky." Some people congratulated Ian. "Ian, you have 3 more grandchildren now. Congratulations." "But you're going to have to spend a lot of money. Did you bring 3 gifts?" Ian was overjoyed. "Of course, and I'll be happy to bring more." The others immediately got their family members to go back and prepare another gift. After all, they had only prepared 2 sets of gifts for the twins. The people around them became busy. The great-grandmother was clearly Mrs. Hunt, but everyone ignored her. No one came forward to congratulate her. They could all see Miss Smith's status in the Hunt's family in the future. Mrs. Hunt glared at Mrs. Livingston and forced a smile. "So, it's a misunderstanding." Mrs. Hunt felt like a clown who had been laughed at by everyone. She undermined her granddaughter-in-law, but her attempt backfired, shooting her status up even higher. With that, she pulled Mrs. Livingston to the side. "Come with me." The 2 of them left the hall and entered the lounge beside it. As soon as they entered, Mrs. Hunt turned around and slapped Mrs. Livingston. "Stop it," she shouted angrily. "What did you mean earlier? You made things so awkward for me." Mrs. Livingston covered her face and her eyes darted around before she sighed. "Auntie, I'm doing this for your own good. That little hussy hasn't married into the family yet, but she has yet to give you any respect. Do you think that is going to change if she marries Justin in the future?" Mrs. Hunt was furious and her heart turned colder. "You don't have to find excuses. You only want to interfere in this marriage for selfish reasons of your own." Mrs. Livingston pursed her lips and whispered, "Well, what do you care? I failed in the end anyway, didn't I?" This admission made the old madam's eyes turn cold. She said, coldly, "I'm Justin's grandmother. He won't do anything to me. But who do you think you are? You come to his children's birthday party and actually dare to humiliate the Smiths in public?" Mrs. Livingston covered her face and said, "Auntie, I'm your niece-in-law. He has to forgive me eventually, right? What can he do to me?" Her disdainful expression stabbed Mrs. Hunt through the heart like a needle. Before Mrs. Hunt could retort, the door flew open and the Livingstons rushed in with flustered expressions. Something important must have just happened outside. When Mrs. Livingston saw the new person, she was a little stunned and asked, "What's wrong?" That person leaned over and whispered something in Mrs. Livingston's ear. Mrs. Livingston suddenly stood up and looked at that person. "What did you say? The Stewarts aren't cooperating with us anymore?" The person smiled bitterly. "It's not just the Stewarts. The Levins, the Sonnets, and the Lows have all conveyed their intentions to cancel their collaboration with us. I heard that it's because..." The person glanced at the old lady. "Because of Mr. Hunt." The Livingstons were dishonest in their business. Their prices were high, and their quality was bad. But there were still so many people fawning on them, mainly because they wanted to establish ties with the Hunts through the Livingstons' connection to Mrs. Hunt. Now that Mrs. Livingston had openly angered Justin, even if Justin did not say a word regarding the matter, this fair-weather social circle had revoked their cooperation immediately. No one wanted to bring the wrath of the Hunts down on them. Mrs. Livingston was completely stunned. She stared at Mrs. Hunt, understanding she had made a grave error. She spoke in disbelief. How dare he?" Justin had been very respectful to Mrs. Hunt since he was young. He also handled the Livingstons' matters with diligence, so Mrs. Livingston had opposed Nora publicly with complete confidence. She had never expected Justin to do this for Nora. He'd never done anything like this in the past. She swallowed and fell to her knees in front of Mrs. Hunt. "Please, Auntie, you can't ignore us. If you don't help us, the Livingstons will go bankrupt." Mrs. Hunt motioned to Mrs. Livingston to lower her voice. Then, waving her off, she stated, "Don't be anxious, I'll talk to Justin later." But Mrs. Hunt had openly provoked Ian earlier, and it had made Justin unhappy, so Mrs. Livingston had her doubts. Then again, Mrs. Hunt had watched him grow up, so she felt that she knew Justin quite well. Justin had not revealed the truth about Nora initially. Instead, he let Mrs. Livingston badmouth Nora publicly, accusing her of being a foolish woman for accepting someone else's child in her home. It was only after Mrs. Livingston had gone out on a limb that Justin took the opportunity to break that branch by revealing the truth and watching her fall to the ground. His intention was to embarrass her and teach her a lesson, and Justin was successful in achieving his goal. As his grandmother, Mrs. Hunt understood that Justin had a good heart and valued relationships above all else. As a result, he demonstrated his complete loyalty to his future bride Nora over distant blood relations. Upon reflection, Mrs. Hunt knew that he would not do anything to Nora, but he would have no qualms about falling out with his own grandmother, who had practically raised him. Since Justin was now in charge of the Hunt family fortune, Mrs. Hunt was concerned that if his heart left her, she would be at risk for losing her current status. If this was the case and he abandoned her, how would she be able to live at the same level of comfort in the future? Mrs. Hunt wanted to wait and make sure that Justin was no longer angry. When the time was right, and only then, she would mention the Livingstons to Justin and hopefully ease the relationship between the two families. But, as usual, Mrs. Livingston demonstrated her unpleasant and impatient nature. She immediately shouted, "Auntie, Thomas is your grandnephew. We are descendants of your mother's family. We are your blood relations, and yet everyone now considers us a joke. Go look for Mr. Hunt immediately. I know that he would never be able to reject your request." When Mrs. Hunt heard her demand, she turned and went out to the party area outside. When they were outside, Mrs. Livingston did not wait for her, but insisted on going against Nora because she felt that this future niece-in-law of hers was being unreasonable and not considering her or her son's issues as important. Being ignored like this was making the woman even more self-righteous. Mrs. Hunt felt her heart breaking. She was beginning to realize that the family she loved so dearly had been using her all along. The old lady covered her chest and waved at Mrs. Livingston. "Get out!" Mrs. Livingston was stunned. She stared at Mrs. Hunt's hideous expression. She looked as if she could not breathe. She was instantly frightened and did not dare to speak again. However, before leaving the room, she could not help but turn back and look at Mrs. Hunt. Seeing that her fingers were trembling as she picked up the teacup and prepared to take a sip, Mrs. Livingston threatened, "Mrs. Hunt, a mother's family is a woman's pride. If you let the Livingstones fall, you won't have anything left to be proud of." Mrs. Hunt threw the china teacup in her hand to the ground and pointed her bony finger at the door. "Leave, now." By the tone of her voice, Mrs. Livingston knew that all was lost. After she left, Mrs. Hunt sat there gasping for breath. The butler beside her quickly took out a calming pill and handed it to her. Mrs. Hunt's chest heaved violently, and she felt like her heart was about to explode. However, a few minutes after taking the medicine, she felt quite relieved. With the help of the butler, she slowly laid down on the sofa. After a long time, she slowly opened her glassy eyes and sighed. The butler asked, "Mrs. Hunt, what do you need?" "Nothing." Mrs. Hunt opened her mouth as she studied at the small box of medicine. "This medicine was made by Nora, correct?" The butler nodded. "Yes, Miss Smith made it herself. There are only 2 boxes in the entire city. You have one here, and the other box is with the Andersons." The old lady released a heavy sigh as her resentment toward Nora faded away. When she thought about what had happened earlier, she couldn't understand why she behaved the way that she did, and especially on behalf of those ungrateful people. She felt like such a foolish old woman. How could she have been so ridiculous as to push her favorite grandson away? She slowly closed her eyes in an effort to suppress that thought. Downstairs, arrangements had been made so that Ian could rest in the VIP room, while upstairs, the little trio was getting ready for their big debut. When the time came, Pete, Cherry, and Xander held hands as they went upstairs. Cherry took the middle position, with Pete on her left and Xander on her right. Pete looked dapper in his Gucci little gentleman's grey suit, and he wore it quite well as he loved suits. Xander, on the other hand, was quite out of place. Even though he was wearing the same outfit, he was twisting his body from side to side, uncomfortable to be wearing such a form-fitting and itchy ensemble. He had grown up in a basement, and therefore had never worn clothes of this caliber and tailoring. He was used to loose pants and t-shirts, so he felt trapped in this suit with all of its accessories. He'd never even seen a tie his size before. But, even though he was uncomfortable, he was quite handsome, looking exactly like Justin when he was a boy. When the trio reached the landing, everyone below looked up at Xander. Pete sensed that something was wrong, and he glared over at Xander, who was squirming in the itchy clothes. Pete coughed to get his attention and said in a low voice, "Don't twist around, it's embarrassing." Xander whispered back, "My pants are too tight." As a boy, he understood this discomfort quite well. Sometimes his clothes would tighten before they were sorted out. He was about to humor Xander with some kind words when Cherry pushed away both of them and stepped in front. She directed, "Step behind me and fix it." Pete and Xander used Cherry as a shield and made adjustments to Xander's suit so he wouldn't have to wiggle so much. Cherry held her full pink skirt out to the side and swished it around, scoring oohs and ahs from below. Over her shoulder, she whispered, "Hurry up, I can't entertain them forever." Pete rolled his eyes because he knew his sister loved being the center of attention. "We're finished." The 2 boys returned to their positions on either side of Cherry and commenced their promenade down the steps to laughter and applause. Cherry considered this the best moment of her life so far. Both boys were embarrassed. Most of the guests were also full of praise for the 3 beautiful children. However, Mrs. Livingston, who had snuck back into the party through the kitchen, continued her tirade against Nora and her children. Speaking of 3 children, Pete is the most outstanding. After all, he grew up beside his father since he was young. He looks like a little aristocrat, well suited, pun intended, to his future role. But my goodness, how will Cherry and Xander ever live up to his prestige and presence? Even if it was to impress the powerful Hunts, everyone praised the 3 children. Amidst the praise, Mrs. Livingston's words were especially striking. Stunned, the attendees stared at her in unison. Mrs. Livingston coughed. She knew that she had already offended Justin. Now she was ready to go all in. "Why are you all looking at me? Check out the 3 children and you'll see that I'm right. Pete grew up with Justin, therefore he received an elite education ever since the age of 2. You can't say that about Cherry. She grew up with Miss Smith, And we all know about Miss Smith's past, right? She grew up in a small place in California. What kind of knowledge and horizons could she have in such a rural setting? There's no way that Cherry's upbringing can even compare with Pete's. At this point, she looked at Cherry. Cherry, it's not that I'm criticizing you, sweetheart, but you have to study hard. Children who play computer games every day are bad, and this is particularly true of girls. Where are you to learn your manners? It isn't your fault, hon. You can't blame yourself for not having a suitable environment to grow up in. That responsibility lies with your mother. Although Nora was the eldest daughter of the Smiths, she grew up in rural California. Everyone knew that this was Nora's upbringing. But since Nora was Dr. Athena and the number one disciple of Dr. Zabes, her presence carried a lot of weight. Therefore, a person could never know when they might need her help in the future. That thought was quite a motivator for loyalty and made everyone cautious about mentioning her past. But that didn't mean that people wouldn't think about it themselves or discuss it in private. Everyone sat in judgment of Cherry's background and activities on the internet. The little girl stood there gracefully. She was wearing a pink princess dress and a cute diamond tiara on her head. She was adorable no matter how much they judged her. Cherry blinked her dark eyes and her expression turned from little princess to Nora's angry daughter. She thought of the time when her brother Pete had forced her to study every day. The entire time, he would simply shake his head and tell her that she was going to embarrass Mummy if she didn't learn something. In her opinion, she was cute, clever, and charming. How could she possibly embarrass her mother? She was a princess at heart. But today, she understood what Pete was warning her about. This group of people thought that she and her mother had been living in a bad environment since she was a baby. It was more than she could bear. She was infuriated. She marched straight up to the overbearing woman and stuck her chin out. In her sweetest tone, she asked, "So, Auntie, have you been living well since you were young?" Offended because everyone knew Mrs. Livingston was the daughter of a quite wealthy family, the woman mimicked the cheeky little girl, sticking her chin out and claiming, "Of course." Cherry gave the woman a steely grin and said, "Well, I certainly don't want to grow up in a good environment if it means that I will be like you, looking down my nose at other people and then sticking it into their business where it doesn't belong." She took a step back and covered her mouth. Then she demurely claimed, "Oh, I should stay away from this woman. She's a bad influence, pointing her fingers at others and acting like she is better than they are. My mummy says this isn't good, but what does she know? She grew up in a small town in California." The partygoers bowed their heads or turned away so that they could smile without being seen by Mrs. Livingston. Everyone knew that they should never judge others. Among the wealthy families, this had always been the rule, no matter how difficult it might be to uphold. At this moment, Cherry's words made everyone present respect her. She had certainly put one of the number one offenders of this rule in her place. Apparently, Nora had done a pretty good job so far bringing up this lovely little girl. Mrs. Livingston was so angry that her entire body actually trembled. But she wasn't about to let this little brat have the last word. "Excuse me, Miss Cherry. I am your relative and I am your elder. I am not meddling. I care about you, which grants me rights to correct the next generation. If you despise me for disciplining you, then you had better just get over it. Honestly, children these days are so sensitive. As an elder, I am not allowed to say anything." Pete narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. He grinned. "Mrs. Livingston, I didn't know that we're relatives. Which family branch do you come from?" Mrs. Livingston immediately said, "Your great-grandmother is my aunt, which definitely makes me your relative." Pete mockingly acted stunned. He was very gentlemanly as he seriously asked, "I think you might be mistaken. So, according to your assumption, that would make everyone here today a part of my family?" Those who could attend the banquet were all from families deeply rooted in New York. So, what made Mrs. Livingston more qualified to judge the children than anyone else? His sarcastic tone was a slap to Mrs. Livingston's face, making her even angrier. She was about to speak out, but she had to remember that her family's relationship with the Hunts was really through Mrs. Hunt alone. She wanted to retort, but thought better of it and held her tongue. She then saw Ian and Justin descending the staircase. As the two family heads arrived, it signaled that it was time to give the children their presents. Ian's gifts to the children were his own shares in the company. He gave 5% to the 3 children just like that. The children received very precious and valuable gifts. The moment the shares were presented, it immediately aroused the envy and admiration of everyone attending the party. The Smith Corporation had a market value of hundreds of billions of dollars. So 5% of the company's shares was a massive amount of money. Ian smiled as he turned to Cherry. In addition to giving her the shares, he took out an exquisitely decorated box. She carefully held it and lifted up the delicate lid. Inside was a diamond the size of a robin's egg. It was also of a similar size and color. Ian lifted the diamond out of the box, and the partygoers gasped at its beauty. He held it in front of Cherry's eyes. "This is the heart of the ocean. I got it at an auction a few years ago. I'm giving this to you today, Cherry. Do you like it?" Cherry's eyes lit up and she clapped her hands several times. "Oh yes, I do. Ian smiled with satisfaction. The crowd was dumbfounded for an instant. Then a huge uproar was heard. That jewel was simply too rare. So many families had tried their hardest to fight for it, but they never expected that it would end up in the hands of a 6-year-old girl. Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration. Well, that Cherry is a lucky little girl. Then someone in the room remarked, "What a pity. You know, there were originally 2 such diamonds, so that is just one of them. Somewhere there is another one just like this one, but its whereabouts are unknown even today. Must you always complain? Having one is enough. It's only because the Smiths have such a big business that they can win the jewel in the auction. Apart from the Hunts, who else is rich enough to do that?" While everyone was chatting about Cherry's blue diamond, there were also some who didn't agree with the way Mrs. Livingston had lectured the child on her birthday. They immediately said, mockingly, "No matter what Cherry's life was in the past, from the very day she returned to New York, she has been living in a nest of gold and silver." Yes, it's true. And that girl still has a whole load of blessings ahead of her. Mr. Hunt dotes on his little girl. There is no doubt about it, she is the undisputed little princess of New York. The comments and banters with veiled insults made Mrs. Livingston so angry that she immediately retorted, "But it won't get rid of the fact that she lived in poverty when she was younger. A child's personality solidifies by the time they turn 5. You can't say that she lived in poverty, right? I heard that their family is pretty well-to-do." Although the Smiths in California were not as wealthy as the Smiths in New York, they were still well off. With an annual income of over $5 million, it would certainly be difficult to consider the family poor. Mrs. Livingston pursed her lips. If they aren't poor, then why don't we see any of her relatives coming over to give the children gifts?" Everyone was speechless. Most of the people who came with gifts had presented them on the spot. Ian, who was an especially close family member, had caused a huge sensation when presenting his gifts. But it was true They didn't see any gifts from anyone currently residing where Nora used to live. While considering this point, Mrs. Livingston scanned through the crowd and spotted Lisa Black, Nora's cousin from California. Although her father, Henry, mistreated her, Nora had always been on good terms with her Aunt Irene, and Lisa loved playing with Nora when they were children. They had always been close. Since her children were celebrating their birthdays, Nora had sent an invitation to her aunt in the hopes that she would be able to attend. However, where they lived was simply too far away. In addition, Nora's father, Henry, had gone too far overboard, so her aunt was too embarrassed to visit Nora. Instead, her aunt sent over Lisa, who was studying at the New York University of Medicine, to represent their family. Happily, Lisa, who had bought Lego sets for the children, was carrying the packages into the room at that specific moment. Mrs. Livingston, who had done in-depth research on Nora, knew that Lisa was Nora's cousin. She launched into mockery mode at once and said, "Oh my, it's not like none of her relatives came. Isn't that Ms. Black?" She waved the young woman over to join the group. Mrs. Livingston loved an audience for her tirades. She lured her in. "You're Miss Smith's cousin, right? I think your mother is her aunt. Isn't that right?" Lisa flushed. She nodded and tried to set the gifts down on a side table. She didn't want to do anything that would embarrass Nora, and she had seen all of the expensive gifts from others. The Lego sets that she had brought seemed inadequate compared to the rest. Pouncing on the moment, Mrs. Livingston called out, "What are those? The gifts you bought for the children?" Lisa blushed and glanced around the room. It was clear from her expression that she wanted to be somewhere else. She took a step back in silence as if trying to escape. But Mrs. Livingston wasn't about to miss this opportunity. She ran her hands across the Lego boxes. Looking down her nose, she smirked. "Oh my, are those Lego sets? Well, isn't that thoughtful?" She studied the picture on the box and suggested, "Are these bootlegs?" Her blush turned to a flush of anger as Lisa protested, "Absolutely not. I purchased these from the official store, and these are the premium sets." Sarcastically, Mrs. Livingston sneered, "Oh, the premium. What, that must have cost you at least, $300? Since they are authentic." As soon as she said that, Lisa realized that the woman was making fun of her. She glanced around and saw everyone staring at her in disbelief. She was at a complete loss and wanted to find someplace to hide. Fortunately, Louis walked up behind Lisa and put his arm around her shoulders. He grinned and said, "Lisa, I'm looking around for the gifts I asked you to buy on my behalf." He scanned around the room and saw the Lego boxes. He exclaimed, "Ah, here they are. Cherry and Pete love their Legos and asked me to get these toys for them." He studied the boxes. "And you got the premium boxes. You are the best." He gave her a kiss on the cheek, picked up the Lego sets, and walked them over to Cherry and Pete. "Happy birthday, little guys." Cherry jumped up and down and clapped her hands. "Thank you, Uncle Louis. This is just what we wanted. Look, Pete." The little boy shook his head. "That's great. Xander will love these too." Louis said, "You know your Uncle Louis has lots of money. Why must you insist on something like this? What am I going to do with all that money now?" His words were a dig at Mrs. Livingston. In her mind, if Lisa was the one giving them a gift worth only $300, then perhaps it was because she was poor. But if Louis, as a New York Smith, gave the same present, how could it possibly be viewed as not good enough? Everyone knew that he had millions of dollars in the bank. Mrs. Livingston frowned and clenched her fists. She sneered, "Oh, please, Mr. Smith. You deserve an acting award. But since you gave them the lovely gift, then what is Ms. Black intending to give the children? Unless, of course, you came empty-handed." Louis viewed Mrs. Livingston as a fly in the room that he was trying to get to go out the window. Why did she insist on pursuing this? Given his true miserly nature, he wasn't about to buy them gifts. He planned to give the children his stray cats and dogs. How could he possibly take the cats and dogs out now and say that they were from Lisa? He knew that the children liked animals, but if they came from Lisa, wouldn't that again highlight that Nora was from a poor family? Louis was furious. If he had known that he had to show off for Mrs. Livingston and her cronies, he would have spent a few $100,000 and brought them an expensive gift. As it was, all he could do was smile sheepishly and say, "Why does she have to give them gifts? She's younger than Nora and is studying at the moment. Are there any younger sisters who give their elder sisters' children gifts when they are still in school?" While that was certainly true, in this situation, Mrs. Livingston, unfortunately, knew that she had gained the upper hand with that comment. "I guess that the family Miss Smith used to live with weren't planning to give the children any gifts then." Everyone started to speculate. Did Miss Smith really live in such poor conditions back then? Mrs. Livingston continued to discredit Nora. "I have heard that her stepfather treated her very badly in the past. When she was a child, she didn't even go to school, and her clothes were all from thrift shops and Goodwill, so I guess that it is understandable that a family like that wouldn't have the resources to attend, or even send, any gifts." As she finished speaking, a quite distinguished man dressed in a black suit walked into the room. He was quite tall and old, but still very gentlemanly. He had the manner of an English butler. He clicked his heels and bowed his head to Cherry. With a smile, he announced, "Ms. Cherry, I've come to give you your birthday gift." And he sounded like a British butler as well. Cherry's eyes lit up when she saw him. "Grandpa John, I'm so happy to see you. Was my grandaunt able to come?" Cherry looked expectantly toward the front door. John shook his head and replied, "I'm sorry, Miss Cherry. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to make it. It is such a long journey. But she has sent me with your gifts, and I know that you are going to like them. She has spared no expense to make you happy." When Mrs. Livingston heard him, she immediately curled her lips disdainfully. Everyone in the room had relatives abroad, so she wasn't impressed. And this so-called Grandpa John didn't look like someone from a huge conglomerate. At best, he was the head butler of some grand European household. Never would she have thought that she was actually right on the mark. Mrs. Livingston inquired, "So, Cherry, you have a grandaunt overseas? What does she do for a living? I'm sure you're anxious to see what she has sent. Quick, open the present and let us have a look." Mrs. Livingston looked at Cherry with a big smile after she spoke. She was setting herself up for the next opportunity to put Nora in her place. Louis had excused Lisa's lack of a gift for now, so she couldn't attack Nora from that angle. But in the next moment, a butler had brought a gift to Cherry from some so-called grandaunt. It seemed like the perfect opportunity to bring Miss Smith down a notch or two in front of everyone. Exactly what Mrs. Livingston was hoping for. She could hardly wait for Cherry to open the box. She stared hard at the gift with a scorching gaze, as if she were trying to set the box on fire. At the side, both Ian and Justin narrowed their eyes. They glanced at Mrs. Livingston, but neither of them spoke. Both knew very well that Nora was an extraordinary woman, and that the people she knew in the past were all very impressive. However, everyone seemed to be of the consensus that Nora had lived in tough circumstances growing up. In fact, they had even spun a dramatic version in their heads about how the poor girl had survived after her stepfather robbed her of the only financial assets that her mother had left behind. Therefore, even though they all knew that Nora's medical skills were fantastic, the moment they thought of her past, they felt pity and sympathy for her. Most people considered that things would have been completely different had she grown up in New York. She would most certainly have gone beyond her mother, Yvonne Smith. And while she was an excellent doctor now, there didn't seem anything else about her that was unique. She certainly didn't have the connections that everyone in their social circle emphasized as important. If the social circle a person hung out with was impressive, then that's what would make them impressive. Nora was already a full-grown adult. On top of that, she didn't have any appropriate girlfriends among her peers in New York, which reduced her social circle even more. Nora was the young lady of the Smiths and would be the future Mrs. Hunt. Once she married, apart from holding an occasional medical consultation, it was assumed that she would most likely stay at home, lead a normal life, and be a good wife and mother to her husband and kids. She obviously had a good family, but had never received the proper education and had no adequate opportunities that were given in certain social circles of New York. It was a story worthy of being extolled, but was also lamentable. This was the reason why Justin and Ian wanted to give Nora the opportunity to set an example and establish prestige among her peers today at this event, so that everyone could see for herself that she was no ordinary person. Thus, neither of them interrupted Mrs. Livingston's preamble, but merely observed the dynamics in the room. However, both of them, as the CEOs of huge conglomerates, thought to themselves, "It's about time that the Livingstons went bankrupt." Of course, Mrs. Livingston, who didn't know that she had already become a thorn in the Smiths' and the Hunts' sides, just kept pricking away. Even the butler, John, was a little dumbfounded when he heard Mrs. Livingston. How could this woman, who isn't the hostess, force this child to open their gifts whether they wanted to or not? John, knowing what was proper, turned to Cherry and asked, a little hesitantly, "Cherry, shall I open it?" But before Cherry could speak, Mrs. Livingston said, "Yes, open it and impress us. Since it's a gift for Cherry, it must be completely unique." The attendees gathered around them were speechless. Mrs. Livingston's behavior was outrageous. To attend a birthday party and attack the honoree was simply too much. Everyone stepped away from Mrs. Livingston so as to not be associated with her. People didn't want the Hunts to believe that they agreed with the woman's attitude. However, Mrs. Livingston hadn't noticed the dissent. Right now, all she wanted was to thoroughly ruin Nora's reputation. Cherry looked at Mrs. Livingston and then at John. There was amusement in her big eyes as she said, "Grandpa John, since the courteous woman wants to see the gift so much, then let's open it and have a look." When John heard this, he opened the gift box. He reached inside and pulled out a smaller metal box with a combination. That was when everyone could see that the tiny little box was actually a safe. With a smile, John said, "The password is the one you always use, Ms. Cherry." Cherry stretched out her chubby little hand and pressed a few numbers. The tiny safe opened, revealing the blue diamond inside. At the sight of the matching stone, everyone around them broke out into thunderous applause. "The heart of the ocean?" someone exclaimed abruptly. He suddenly looked at the gift box that Ian had handed Cherry a few moments ago and exclaimed incredulously, "The two hearts of the ocean are together again." One heart of the ocean was already worth more than $1 million. A family had to be backed by a solid and robust foundation to be able to buy it. It was not surprising that the Smiths would have one, but where did that grand aunt of Cherry's get that kind of money? Who was this woman? To be able to afford a gemstone like that, and even give it to her grandniece as a gift, she would have to have several hundreds of millions of dollars as spending money. Everyone swallowed. Mrs. Livingston blurted out, "Perhaps that is an imitation. Is that possible?" But as soon as she said that, she realized that she was mistaken. A curious Cherry put the two hearts of the ocean together. Usually, there were differences in gemstones that ordinary people might not be able to pick out. But when good and bad ones were placed side by side, even with the naked eye, most people would be able to immediately tell the difference. Sitting there side by side, it was clear that there were no differences between these two gems. It was as if they had been carved out of the same stone. And of course they did indeed come from the same rock. When Louis saw the matching stones, he said with extra emphasis, "Wow, Cherry, your grandaunt must have a couple of bucks in the bank. She gave you a diamond worth millions of dollars." Cherry grinned at him. "I know my grandaunt has tons of money. Tons." She winked at him, and then he glanced over at Mrs. Livingston with a grin on his face. Ignoring him, Mrs. Livingston pressed the matter and asked, "Who is your grandaunt? We want to know. If she is as rich and influential as she appears to be, I'm sure we all must know her." Cherry rolled her eyes. "Why should I tell you?" Her grandaunts valued her privacy for business reasons, so Cherry didn't think it would be right to reveal her identity and occupation. Mrs. Livingston, however, misunderstood. She immediately scoffed. "Ha! You're just afraid that we would recognize her, aren't you? Well, that makes sense. Since the Smiths can afford one gemstone, perhaps they can also afford two." Louis went on the offensive at once. "Mrs. Livingston, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that the Smiths bought this gem as well, in order to make Cherry look good?" Mrs. Livingston had shed all etiquette by this time. She laughed and said sarcastically, "Mr. Smith, we're not trying to mock Miss Smith. In fact, we even find her quite inspirational. But aren't you kind of overdoing it a little bit? It's a bit pretentious. Even if you are just pretending that there is such a person, I suggest that you give Cherry's grandaunt a noble identity that is of high prestige and respect. Aren't all the rich people from overseas of the highest social status? Oh, maybe she's even royalty." Now that was going too far. Mrs. Livingston had crossed the line, and the others were about to tell her to keep quiet, when the Hunt's head butler entered the hall in a heightened mood. He announced, "Her Royal Highness, Princess Lucy of Britain is here." Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard the butler's announcement. Princess Lucy from Britain? Who was that? Everyone looked at Justin, wondering if the Hunts could really get a member of the British royal family to visit in person and offer well wishes to their children for their birthday. Everyone knew that it was difficult for wealthy American families to establish good relations with the royal family. While everyone was marveling at this new development, someone asked, "Mr. Hunt, when did you make friends with the British royal family?" Justin, however, frowned. Unlike everyone else, the princess's arrival did not ruffle him. He calmly instructed the butler, "Everyone visiting is a guest. Show her in." "Yes, sir," the butler replied, bowed his head once and went out again. As he left, Mrs. Livingston queried Cherry, "Which country is your grandaunt living in?" Cherry tilted her head and grinned. "Great Britain?" Mrs. Livingston covered her mouth and laughed. "Oh my, isn't that a coincidence? So it is because of Mr. Hunt that a princess of the British royal family is visiting you. Aren't you one lucky girl?" Her comments implied that it was the Hunts, not Nora, who had the connection with royalty. But as soon as she said that, Justin said, "I am not the one who invited the princess." Justin did not know Princess Lucy, but he knew her mother. In other words, the Queen of the United Kingdom. However, he chose not to share that fact. And what he said was not a lie. He intentionally had not sent the Queen an invitation because he wanted to keep the party low profile. After all, the children's 5th birthday was not a big occasion. Could it be that the Queen had heard about his children's birthday, so she sent the little princess here to please him? The doors opened as the butler led the distinguished guests into the massive hall. A young girl with blonde hair and blue eyes walked in. Her big eyes were bright and twinkling. Her curly, shoulder-length hair was spread out slightly behind her, and her formal dress cinched her waist, making her look slim and graceful. Although she was only 5, the princess looked just like a doll and was extraordinarily beautiful. Behind the princess were her bodyguards, dressed in professional attire. They scanned their surroundings vigilantly in order to protect the princess. After Lucy entered, her big eyes blinked and she scanned the room. Although she was young, her every move carried an air of nobility and elegance. She had obviously been well trained. Justin took a step forward and came up to Lucy. Following the proper protocol for younger members of the royal family, he addressed the attendant next to her. "Why is Princess Lucy visiting our humble abode?" With a smile, the attendant replied, "Good day, Mr. Hunt. When Her Highness learned of her close friend's birthday, she insisted on coming over for a visit." As soon as he said that, Justin narrowed his eyes. The people around them who had heard the attendant were also surprised. A close friend of the royal princess? Everyone turned and looked at Cherry, Pete, and Xander once more. So, which of the little ones was the princess's friend? Mrs. Livingston didn't hear the exchange, so she was still a little dazed. She stood to the side with her hands on her hips, lecturing Cherry. "You see that princess over there? There's grace in her every action. That's self-confidence that only a good family background can provide. What a shame that you didn't grow up in a good environment. Even if you do become the young lady of the Hunts, you will never have a bearing as outstanding as hers. It must be thrilling for you. I'm sure that just a few months ago you had never even dared imagine that you would ever see a princess in person." Cherry studied Mrs. Livingston and shrugged her shoulders. She had no idea what the woman was talking about, because she couldn't see Princess Lucy through the sea of people around them. She did notice everyone staring at Mrs. Livingston as though she was a fool. Mrs. Livingston didn't understand why everyone was staring at her. Instead, she continued speaking smugly. "What are all of you looking at me like that for? Am I wrong? You don't have the guts to say these things, but I do. And it isn't just Cherry, but Miss Smith, too. No matter what, it's just not good to grow up in a family like that. They will never live up to the rest of us." Seeing her performing a one-woman show over there, Cherry gave her a push and said, "Excuse me, Granny, you are blocking my way. I can't see." Mrs. Livingston, who had been pushed aside, stumbled to the side. She looked over at Cherry furiously. "That's so rude of you, Cherry. How can you treat your elders like that? You should learn from Princess Lucy. Take a gander at her disposition and manners. You will learn something very valuable and—" She stopped speaking when she saw Cherry, with joy all over her face, lift the hem of her little skirt like a princess and hurry past her. On the other side of the room, Princess Lucy had the same expression of joy on her face when she found her dear friend. With the same gesture, she picked up the hem of her skirt and rushed over to her sweet companion. "Cherry! Princess Lucy!" The two little girls squealed out each other's names as they rushed toward each other. The adults standing in between them stepped aside one after another to make way for the princesses to pass by. In full view of everyone present, the two cherubs met in the center of the room. At a distance of 4 inches apart, they came to a stop. Both of them curtsied and bowed their heads, greeting one another quite elegantly. Their movements were regal and graceful, as if they were in a ballet. Cherry and Princess Lucy's movements also mirrored the other. When they were done, the two little girls finally held each other's hands, laughing and giggling as they jumped up and down happily like normal little girls. "My dear Lucy, why are you here?" asked Cherry. Princess Lucy replied, "Because I missed you, my best friend." Cherry laughed loudly, her voice crisp and clear as it rang through the great hall. Princess Lucy smiled at her happily. Then she said, "It seems that you have fallen behind quite a fair bit in your etiquette lessons in the 6 months since we last met. If Mrs. Steve hears of this, I'm afraid she will make you practice extra hours each day to make up the time." Cherry stuck out her tongue and gave her princess friend a raspberry. "You don't seem to be up on your etiquette lessons either." Princess Lucy burst into laughter. "After you left, I made an excuse and stopped going to classes. We both passed the exam a long time ago, so Mother said that I didn't have to go anymore." "That's awesome. You're so lucky." Cherry clapped her hands with joy. Lisa, who could hear them, was dumbfounded. She subconsciously asked, "Cherry, do you and Princess Lucy share the same etiquette teacher?" Cherry nodded. "Yep, we went to lessons together. Mrs. Steve is the best etiquette teacher in the UK. My grandaunt says that girls should learn to carry themselves well, so she sent me to take the lessons. Later, Princess Lucy begged Mrs. Steve to teach her at the same time she taught me. That way, we could take the classes together. And that's how we met each other." Her words shocked everyone in the room. After they heard the girls' conversation, everyone's opinions had been swayed. They now understood that Cherry had lived an extraordinary life abroad. It was common for wealthy families to find a way to hire teachers who exclusively taught the royal family. They would be able to invite these instructors to their homes to give their children private lessons. Everyone assumed that it was Nora or Cherry's grandaunt who had done the same thing. Her grandaunt must have wanted to have Cherry become acquainted with Princess Lucy through the etiquette teacher. This would be the most convenient way for the family to establish a connection with the royal family. But there was something different happening with regard to Cherry and her mother. Going by what Cherry had said just now, it appeared that it was not her grandaunt who wanted to gain favor with the royal family, but it was the other way around. So, just what kind of social status did Cherry's grandaunt have? Lisa smiled to herself and remembered Mrs. Livingston lecturing Cherry about the little girl's upbringing. And hadn't the brazen woman criticized the child for having poor etiquette? Grinning, Lisa asked, "Mrs. Livingston, how do you find Cherry's etiquette? Or perhaps training for the royal family is not good enough for you either?" When the woman didn't answer, Lisa continued, "Is there anything else about her upbringing that doesn't live up to your expectations?" Mrs. Livingston was dumbfounded by it all. She stared at Cherry incredulously, feeling like her face had already gone numb from how far it had fallen. How could this be? How could this little brat, Cherry, know the princess of the royal family? Moreover, she seemed to know the princess very well. In the eyes of everyone there, Cherry and Nora were transformed from backwoods trailer trash into towering giants of New York society. Their image had become high and lofty in an instant, making them seem like people beyond everyone's reach. In fact, the two of them had risen several notches above the level that Yvette Smith had obtained back in her day. Everyone swallowed their pride. After a moment of awkward silence, the room was abuzz with their sincere congratulations. "Mr. Hunt, Miss Smith is so amazing. She has a daughter who is good friends with a princess. How is that possible?" "Mr. Smith, even though Miss Smith was not by your side all these years, it looks like she has been living very well. Where is the woman of the hour? Where is Miss Smith? Why isn't she here? I want to talk to her about parenting and ask her how she raised Cherry so well." While everyone was offering their congratulations, Justin smiled slightly. Then he stared down Mrs. Livingston and stated, "Mrs. Livingston, you've had your fill of fun. I am assuming that you are done with your snide comments about my fiancé now, but I could be wrong." Mrs. Livingston bit her lip. "I didn't expect Miss Smith to have such a superior standard of living. Please, don't take offense. I had my concerns, but now I see that it was all for naught. Fine, I see that I was worried for nothing. I only had your interests in mind when I said all that. I was worried that you were about to wed an inappropriate woman, a gold digger. But I understand it all now, so I'm not worried anymore. Rest assured that I have nothing more to say." Smiling awkwardly, she glanced around the room and turned to exit. But as soon as she turned, Justin's frosty voice reached her. "Wait a minute, Mrs. Livingston. You may not have anything else to say, but I do." Taken aback, Mrs. Livingston froze in her place. Everyone also quieted down and looked over. The room was utterly silent. He waited until she finally turned to face him. When she did, Justin slowly glanced at the head butler. Once he caught his eye, Justin stared at Mrs. Livingston and said in a deep, authoritative voice, "It seems that some of our staff don't understand the delineation of who is a member of the Hunt family and who isn't. So I will make it perfectly clear. Anyone who is from beyond the 3rd generation will no longer be considered a close relative. Therefore, the Hunt Manor will be off limits to anyone at this level of lineage. From this moment on, they will not be allowed to enter the property and will face the consequences of being a trespasser going forward." Understanding immediately, the head butler nodded his head, straightened his back, and replied, "Yes, sir." In front of the room, the head butler approached Mrs. Livingston. Holding out his white-gloved hand, he smiled and politely asked, "I think that there has been an oversight, Mrs. Livingston. May I please see your invitation to this party?" Mrs. Livingston searched around the room. How would she possibly have one? All the guests at the birthday party were invited by Justin and Nora. Having never received one, she went straight to Mrs. Hunt to gain access into the Hunt Manor. Trembling, she shook her head. No, I don't." The head butler dropped his head and turned to Justin. "Sir, my apologies. There seems to have been an oversight on my end. I will forgo 3 months of pay as punishment." Justin slowly grinned. "That won't be necessary." He turned and with intense delight, he stared straight into Mrs. Livingston's eyes. With steely tones in his voice, he commanded, "Just remove her from my house, now. And don't forget about her son." With that, the head butler gestured with that same white-gloved hand and called out, "Sentinels, this woman is here without an invitation. Please remove her from the premises and make sure that she doesn't return." Mrs. Livingston's eyes widened, and she looked at the butler in disbelief. How dare you?" The security officers had already rushed over. Taking the stubborn woman by the arms, they hurried her out of the great hall and to the front door. She struggled fiercely, creating an extremely embarrassing sight. At the same time, the 2 other guards had located Thomas playing with the youngsters and escorted him out as well. The entire incident had left an unpleasant taste in everyone's mouth. No matter how great a feud was between families, generally speaking, no one would consider throwing a guest of equal social standing straight out of their house. It would ruin the atmosphere of the party, and certainly make people look down upon the host. It was clear by Justin's actions that he didn't care about such conventions. Instead, he was sending a clear message to everyone present. Justin Hunt would no longer deal with the Livingstons. The guests at the party were all either rich or of noble descent, and all of them immediately understood the implications of Justin's edict. The first person to speak after the incident was the president of a certain bank. He stepped forward at once. "The Livingstons owe the bank $30 million. I'll have to press them for it tomorrow." Another entrepreneur added, "If that's the case, then I don't believe that they will have any cash flow left. I think we better suspend our project with them." The old adage was in effect. Everyone kicked a person when they were down. If things continued this quickly, the Livingstons would most likely have to declare bankruptcy the next day. Justin raised his head in satisfaction and looked at Ian. A few moments before, he had sensed Ian's desire to avenge himself against the Livingstons. Justin wondered what the Smiths' dark forces would do to them. He wanted to ask his future father-in-law if the man was going to take action. If he had no intentions, then Justin would make the arrangements himself. Unexpectedly, when he looked over, he instead found Ian, surrounded by partygoers, looking somewhat distracted. He was staring hard at the pair of hearts of the ocean with an irritated look on his face. When Cherry had run over to Lucy, she placed the gems in his hands. The 2 gems. He had bought the first heart of the ocean and given it to her back then. And here it was again. The trembling Ian raised his head and stared at the butler named John, who was standing next to him. Ian's fingers curled tightly into fists. He asked hoarsely, "The lady you serve, who is she?" The tall and thin John was a little surprised by his question, and the forceful manner in which Ian asked it. But he politely replied, "Mr. Smith, m'lady's name is Jessica." "Jessica?" Ian queried. "Is she American?" "Yes, she is." So she was an American. Ian's heart thumped wildly as he queried, "Does she go by any other name?" "Yes." John paused and then said, "She also goes by Queenie Schmidt." Ian lowered his eyes in disappointment when he heard the unfamiliar name. He stared at the 2 gems in his hand. Suddenly, he pointed at them and asked, "Do you know how she acquired this diamond?" John answered knowingly, "Mom said that a friend who had passed away gave it to her for safekeeping. And since that friend's granddaughter's birthday is today, she is fulfilling her friend's request and returning it to its rightful owner." A friend who had already passed away had given it to her. That friend must have been Yvette Anderson. Ian's disappointment grew even stronger. He shook his head, feeling like he must have lost his mind. Although he knew very well that Yvette had died 20 years ago, the moment he heard this bit of news about her, he could not help but wonder if she was still alive somewhere in the world. He lowered his gaze and put the gems together into the box. Then he sighed. As he had recently recovered, he still couldn't stand for very long. He turned to John. "Excuse me. Thank you for your assistance, but I must rest now." Then Ian turned, went up the stairs and to the VIP lounge to rest. Justin noticed that his future father-in-law's good mood seemed to quickly deflate. The man appeared to suddenly become depressed. He followed after him and asked, "Uncle Ian, what's wrong?" Ian waved him off. "It's nothing. You get back to the party." Justin held his arm and said, "I'll take you upstairs, and we can check in on Nora along the way." Ian nodded, and Justin took his arm to assist the man upstairs. Ian was beginning to understand why his daughter particularly hated crowds the most. Luckily, she wasn't the star today, so she was able to hide upstairs the whole time. But after Justin helped Ian upstairs, he found that Nora, who was supposed to be resting in the VIP lounge, had disappeared. Where had she gone? Sounds from the extraordinarily lively party drifted up from downstairs. Cherry and Princess Lucy hadn't seen each other for a very long time, so they had a lot to talk about. They sat so closely together and chatted so animatedly that people could have mistaken them for conjoined twins. As for Pete, he was surrounded by his cousins from the Hunts. He was the future heir and had grown up and gone to school with them at the Hunt Manor. Thus, even though he was introverted, the group of children played with him respectfully. Pete became bored with them So he turned and joined the children from Cherry's kindergarten instead. After all, he had gone to school with them when he pretended to be Cherry. Many of the guests had also brought children of similar age with them. Led by Mia, the children knew better than to disturb Cherry and Princess Lucy, so she led them to circle around Pete instead. "Wow, you look just like Cherry." Someone stretched out their little hand to pinch Pete's cheek, but he swatted it away. Smiling shyly, Mia gave Pete a birthday present. "I drew this for you, Pete. Have a look and see if it looks good." When Pete opened it, he found that it was a drawing of 3 children. 2 of the children looked exactly the same in the face. The one wearing the pink satin was Cherry. Next to him was a boy wearing a small suit. This was Pete. And the timid little girl in the middle was none other than Mia. Mia looked at him and said timidly, "Pete, can the 3 of us stay together forever?" When Pete and Cherry were staying with the Smiths, they hadn't played with Brandon, only with Mia. The 3 of them got along very well. She liked both of them very much. Pete nodded. "Sure." Brandon, who had been in a state of shock and silence ever since he saw Pete come down the stairs with Cherry, cried out, "So you are 2 different people, and you're a boy, not a girl?" After a moment of silence, the children all burst out laughing at Brandon's comment, which was contagious. The whole party livened up because of their musical laughter. In a corner no one was paying any attention to, Xander stood all by himself and looked around blankly. He didn't have a single friend here. Apart from the 3 gifts from his direct relatives, no one else here would bring him gifts. "Wow, did you see? Princess Lucy gave Cherry a diamond hairpin. It is really pretty." Mia also drew a picture for Pete, and Brandon gave Pete his favorite model airplane. "When is my birthday? I want gifts too." In the children's world, how expensive a gift was didn't matter. What mattered was the amount of sincerity in the little gifts that the classmates gave one another. Xander clenched his jaw. He balled up his little fists tightly. He just wanted to go back to his basement and lock himself away. Just as his imagination began to run wild, a big warm hand suddenly stroked his hair. Xander was surprised. He looked up abruptly and saw Nora standing over him. The woman was tall and slim. Her almond-shaped eyes were slightly downcast. When he raised his head, the woman adjusted her clothes with her long and slender bandaged hands. She slowly squatted down so that she could be at his eye level and said, "Happy birthday, precious." She leaned in and kissed his face. Xander's cheeks were slowly starting to burn. The woman's voice was low and soothing. He relished the feeling for a brief second and then became somewhat embarrassed. He coughed and grumbled under his breath. "Don't call me that, it's so mushy." Nora laughed, then teased him. "What do you want me to call you? Babe? Darling? Or sweet cheeks? Or perhaps just Xander?" Xander rolled his eyes. "Don't be silly, just call me Xander. Please be serious." Nora retracted her smile. She extended her uninjured hand to him and said, "Hello, Xander. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nora Smith, and I am your mummy." She continued. "Although I have been Cherry's mother for 6 years and Pete's mother for just 3 months, I am still a bit incompetent as a mother. But I am looking forward to being your mother. I hope we can get along in the future. Oh, and by the way, my hobby is sleeping." The woman was speaking to him so seriously that he smiled. She did what he had asked. He paused. He grinned, and he took her hand. "Hello, Nora Smith. My name is Xander. Although I have a father, I'm not really sure if he's my real father, so it's as if I never had one. So, this feels like the first time being someone's son. I hope you will please take care of me." Solemn like his father, this was the first time she had seen him smile. It made him look absolutely adorable. Nora stroked his cheek, making him blush again. "It will be my pleasure. We'll both do our best, agreed?" He tried to resist. The way she spoke, as if she were coaxing little babies, sure was dumb, but he liked it anyway. Impulsively, he threw his arms around her neck and squeezed her tight. She smelled good. Seeing his brother, Pete brought over a box and handed Xander a gift. Taken aback, Xander stared at the box in front of him. "That's for me." Pete nodded. "Although you haven't acknowledged the two of us yet, Mummy has told us that you are our brother, so happy birthday, Xander." Xander felt a stinging in his eyes. He shyly took the gift. But knowing he hadn't done the same for his siblings, he stuck his chin out and claimed defensively, "I didn't prepare birthday presents for you guys, though. I didn't know I was supposed to." "That's okay, Xander. You can do it next year." Cherry also walked over hand in hand with Princess Lucy. She handed him the little gift that she had prepared a long time ago and said, "We are older than you, so we don't mind. Since you are the baby, we will give in to you." Xander frowned with anger. "I'm not the baby. I'm your elder brother." Cherry tilted her head. "You are my younger brother. We are particular about who comes first. Besides, isn't it great being a younger brother? This way I'll give in to you and protect you." Pete also nodded and agreed with Cherry. Xander stomped his foot in protest. But before the children could continue their quarrel, the head butler approached Nora and whispered in her ear, "A package for young Xander has been delivered to the front door." Nora froze. She had never thought that Truman would actually send a gift to Xander. The butler in front of her had a grave look on his face as he informed her, "It was delivered by the mailman. We have investigated him, and he is indeed an ordinary mailman. He has been delivering the mail to the Hunt Manor for many years. Also, the parcel was sent from within New York." From within New York? That was news to Nora. Had Truman returned to America? She immediately was alarmed. Because Xander had grown up under Truman's care, his personality mimicked Truman's. Thanks to Truman's grooming, the boy's moral compass had strayed from the right path for sure. Truman was not a good man. And it was clear from what Xander had said that the man had not treated Xander that well either. And finally, wasn't Xander removed from her side specifically because Truman had taken him from her? It was difficult to feel grateful towards someone who profited from human trafficking, even if the person had raised their son. Was it any wonder that Nora wouldn't want the two of them to have contact with one another ever again? Besides, the way she saw it, Xander was nothing more than Truman's pawn. He was just using her son. Judging from Truman's attitude toward his own sister, Ruth, the man was a narcissist. She stared at the gift box in her hand and slowly opened it. When she saw the contents, a look of shock formed in her eyes, and she instantly slammed the lid shut. She thought of all the events in the past, as well as what Caleb had told her, and her heart pounded madly. "What's wrong?" Witnessing her flustered manner, Justin's low and deep voice came from behind her. His strong hand on the small of her back put her at ease. She narrowed her eyes and was about to speak. Then, someone nearby noticed Justin and came over to talk to him, so Nora kept quiet. Justin answered as a person approached him to chat. He said to Nora, "Uncle Ian is in the lounge upstairs. Why don't you go up there? I'll be up in a minute." "Sounds good, Justin." Nora's fingers tightened around the box, to the point where it seemed that she would crush it in her hands. She took a deep breath and hurried upstairs for some privacy. As she got to the top of the stairs, she heard a cry of surprise ring out from below. Nora turned around to see a few servants holding pet cages containing rabbits, cats, and dogs. Xander came out of the great hall and into the foyer. He circled around them full of joy and surprise. "Number 6, number 3, and rabbit number 5. I'm so happy you guys are here." It was the butler again who had brought her the small box. He stood in front of the staff while holding the cages. It was apparent that he had brought the animals into the manor only after first consulting Justin. Once free of his conversation with a colleague, Justin followed Nora up the stairs. With a touch of fear in her voice, she quietly inquired, "Are those also gifts from Truman?" "They are." Seeing the fear in her eyes, Justin explained, "I allowed the butler to bring them in here when he inquired about them. I assumed that since Truman had shipped them to Xander by air freight from a great distance away, they must be very important to the boy. And by his reaction to the pets, I think I was correct." Nora sensed that Justin was overcompensating for the neglect he had subjected Xander to prior to learning the boy's true identity. The both of them were anxious to give Xander everything he wanted so that they could begin to foster a sense of belonging in him. But neither of them had ever expected that Truman would send all of these animals to the States. After all, with the animal friends here, Xander would no longer have any longing for that basement abroad where he had spent the last few years. Maybe the company of these animals would improve his demeanor. The hope was that he would no longer be so difficult to get along with anymore. The two of them stood at the top of the stairs, staring at the foyer below. Some people simply loved having cats and dogs around, so they weren't surprised that someone would give them to Xander such gifts. Pete had joined Xander at the cages, while the butler directed the staff to carry everything into the conservatory. The butler explained to Xander, "I understand that these animals have to be tested for diseases. It was quite a surprise to find that you have so many pets. Please inform us if you plan to keep them with you, or if you would like us to create a special section in the conservatory where they will be most content to stay. If it's the former, with your father's permission, we will have to merge your room with the one next to it, which should be big enough to contain them all." Xander responded without any hesitation. "They are not my pets, they are my friends, so of course they are going to stay with me." The butler was concerned. "But, Mr. Xander, you may have to stay in a guest room during the renovation." Xander was very happy at the moment because of the animals, so why would he possibly mind all that? He immediately waved the man off. He didn't care where he would have to sleep, as long as he had his friends with him. He was just about to say that he was all right with moving out, when Pete offered, "Why don't you stay with me for the time being?" Xander was a little surprised. Then he grinned and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I will beat you up in the middle of the night?" "So what if you do? Don't worry, I won't retaliate because you are my younger brother." "Get lost, I'm the older brother." Pete shook his head helplessly. Okay, if you insist, you can be the older brother. Will that do?" There was something about the way Pete had said that. It sounded so much like he was giving in to Xander. And when he remembered what Pete had said just now about how an older brother should give in to his younger brother, he immediately understood what Pete was doing. It was just like how an adult would deal with a child's unreasonable demands. In a condescending, pampering way, the adult would say, "Will that do?" That was exactly what he felt like, which made him feel extremely frustrated. He never seemed to be able to get the upper hand whenever he faced Pete. He bared his teeth at Pete and acted as if he was going to pounce forward and bite him. Witnessing Xander's gesture, the animals in the cages howled at Pete in collusion. In fact, Butterscotch, aka number 6, the wolfhound, moved into a pouncing position, ready for an attack. However, Pete was not frightened at all, shocking Xander. He realized it was pointless, so Xander calmed the animals down by shouting, "Stop that, Butterscotch." Only then did the wolfhound stop, but he looked at Xander perplexedly, wondering to himself, "I thought we didn't like this little guy very much." As though sensing the dog's confusion, Xander rolled his eyes. In exasperation, he stared and claimed, "He is my younger brother, Butterscotch, and even though I don't like him, I'm the only one who can bully him. Got it?" Butterscotch let out a couple of barks. While there was no way of knowing whether it had understood Xander, the tone was definitely different, and he certainly didn't bark aggressively at Pete anymore. "This cat is so cute," a sweet little voice sounded from the doorway. Princess Lucy raced over and pointed at a listless little cat in the cage. Cherry had also squatted down next to the cage. She stretched out her chubby little hand to touch the animals in the cage, but when the cat saw her hand reaching in, it shrank back and stared at her with its green eyes. Cherry's heart melted at the sight. "Xander, this cat is so cute. Can you give it to me?" "That's never going to happen. Emerald is not a pet. I could never give her away just like that." Xander considered for a moment. Calculatingly, he added, "Unless you acknowledge me as your older brother." He had learned from his younger brother. "Big brother Xander!" Cherry yelled out without hesitation, taking Xander by surprise. Cherry rushed up to him and hugged him. "Big brother Xander, big brother Xander, you're the best, yeah?" Xander struggled out of her arms. Could this girl please establish some limits on how low she is willing to go to get what she wants? Finally twisting out of her arms, he explained the conditions of Cherry's possession. "I will let Emerald stay in your room, but you must promise to never bully her." "Okie dokie, I promise, no problem." Cherry and Lucy looked at each other and the two of them secretly giggled. Lucy then asked, "Can we sleep with her tonight?" "Why not?" Without Nora and Justin's permission, Cherry had agreed to Lucy's request to stay over. Also, the reason why she had happily acknowledged Xander as her older brother was that she was very sure she was the youngest. Her mother had said so. Whenever she talked about it, her mother had said that back then, after she regained consciousness, she had only managed to save her last child. But Cherry didn't mind at all. She wanted to be the baby of the family. It was the best position to be in for empathy and presence. As for which one was the oldest, between Pete and Xander it was difficult to say. Nora didn't know which of the two boys had been carried out of the room first. What she did know is that her stepfather had taken Pete and Truman had taken Xander. Cherry checked out Xander again and looked him up and down. Xander was flattered by her gaze. "I suppose you can see how your big brother is more handsome than Pete?" Cherry replied, "Nope, that's not what I was thinking. I'm just so happy that you treat these animals very well. I met a psychotic little friend on the internet who was horrible to animals. He did the most awful things to them. He was very annoying and also very foul-mouthed." Cherry giggled when she said that. "I guess he basically is just like you. He also has a lot of pets, but he's always carrying out psychotic experiments and bullying those little animals every day. I'm so glad that you are not like him, though. You love and care for the animals so much. You would never bully them, right?" Xander, knowing that he was the little psycho from the internet she was referring to, quietly replied, "Nope, I will not bully my friends." He would never let Cherry know in his lifetime that he was that exact little psycho himself. Justin and Nora observed the entire conversation among the children, but were too far away to hear any of it. They were content to see that the children seemed to be getting along. As if on cue, they looked at each other and entered the VIP room where Ian was resting on the sofa. He looked up at Nora as she came through the door. He wanted to ask about her aunt, in other words about Queenie, and ask her how they had met, and also what kind of person she was. But unexpectedly, when he looked up, he instead saw a very grave and solemn look on Nora's face. Ian immediately abandoned his thoughts and asked, "What's the matter?" In just a split second, a sharp and forceful feeling had edged into his voice, as if he was ready to take on the person who had bullied his daughter. He glanced over at Justin, who was speechless. Nora finally spoke. "Truman sent a gift." Ian hurriedly asked, "What did Truman send?" Nora clenched her jaw. She stared at Ian and then over at Justin. In the past, she had always shouldered everything by herself whenever she met with trouble. But now she had a father, as well as a lover. Nora did not have to push herself beyond her capabilities. She opened the gift box in her hands. Lying quietly inside the box was a small bottle of serum. The serum was stored in a tiny glass bottle, and there was only a very small dose. However, written on the note beside it was its name, Gene Serum. For a while, all three people in the room fell silent with concern. Justin stared at the serum and sighed. "I knew it. It was just a matter of time before we eventually found out. I always wondered, why would Truman send the boy back when he could have used the boy to threaten us? Apparently, this is what he is up to." Ian frowned. The man, who wasn't in the loop about the ins and outs of what had happened with the little boy, asked, "What do you mean?" Taking the small gift box from Nora, Justin studied the Gene Serum. He noticed a folded piece of paper under the bottle. He opened it, read the note, and then handed it to Ian as he looked over to Nora. Ian opened it and saw a line of words. "You have to inject Xander within 2 weeks, or he'll die." Ian looked up in disbelief. Nora took a deep breath and explained, "Caleb once told me that there is no way to expel the side effects of the Gene Serum on an adult. Therefore, even if an adult succeeds in improving their genes, their lifespan is greatly shortened. Within the mysterious organization, they had once found thousands of children to do experiments on. Among these children, those who could not withstand the Gene Serum died. Those who could withstand it had to be injected regularly. If they didn't receive the medication, they would die as well. Caleb and Truman both have to inject the Gene Serum on a regular basis." Ian drew a sharp breath. "Does this mean that Xander will be controlled by Truman from now on?" When Nora nodded, Ian clenched his jaw and gripped the handle of the chair tightly. Then he said sternly, "How dare he scheme against my grandson? He's really suicidal. Our family will fight this mysterious organization to the end." Nora looked at him and lowered her eyes. Justin looked at her nervously and announced, "Xander's DNA can't match yours and mine. It's because of this medicine, Nora. Is there something wrong with his body?" Nora frowned. "To be honest, I don't know. At least he's healthy for now. Is it possible that Truman is lying to us?" Justin took a deep breath as he handed the box to Nora. "Yes." Justin's suspicion was warranted. Truman had never done things logically. It was quite possible that he planned to cheat them all along, because, while Truman might have good intentions, his methodology was often questionable. What if Xander didn't need a Gene Serum, but was still injected with it under Truman's deception? At this moment, her phone rang. She picked it up and heard Caleb's deep voice. "Miss Smith, you might be in trouble." Nora was taken aback. "What's the matter?" Caleb said in a low voice, "I noticed that Truman secretly sent a V15 Gene Serum to the US. You might not understand what V15 means. Let me tell you. The Gene Serum is divided into 16 stages, from 1 to 16, which make up the 16 injections required for an individual to completely become a transgenic person. Once the cycle is complete, life will be worry-free for the person, and perhaps they will receive even more benefits for the body and live longer. But before this, If any injection in the series is missed, the person will not survive. I know that I have spoken to you about the mysterious organization program that raised a group of children who were extremely powerful. Among the group, only 5 survived. The 5 of us have taken the doses up to V15. Currently, only V16 is the last injection to be taken. However, V16 is the serum that your mother took from the organization. She was the only one with this portion of the gene serum. Nora's eyes narrowed. She stared at the gene serum in her hand and took out that small bottle. She rolled it in her hands until she could read the words V15 on the label. Nora asked, "Xander is my son, so Truman sent this gene serum to my son." Caleb sighed. Truman only has 3 months left to live, which is why he views this matter as quite urgent. A cold light flashed across Nora's eyes. "What do you mean?" Caleb explained. If the interval between the injections is too long, the body's endurance is reduced exponentially. A person cannot go more than 2 years without taking the next serum injection. I'm the same age as Truman and we're both 29 years old. After the initial few injections, which were more frequent, we are now taking the serum every 2 years. We injected V15 nearly 21 months ago. If V16 is not found within 3 months, Truman will die, as will Xander and I. Nora instantly understood the logic behind this. So before Xander was 5 years old, he had already been injected with 14 serums. This means that he was injected with 3 serums in a year. The other party was silent for a long time before he sighed and answered, "Yes." This single word made Nora's heart hurt as if a needle had been pressed through it. She didn't want to think about it. She had no idea what Xander had suffered in the past 5 years. She clenched her jaw. Caleb sighed. Truman knew of your existence, so when you gave birth, he plotted to deliberately steal your child. The year that your mother died, of course, she was out of the mysterious organization's reach and was afraid that you would not cooperate. Fearing that you would hide the V16 serum that your mother had left behind, they deliberately took Xander to force you to yield to their demand for the gene serum. Nora took a deep breath. Truman's actions had infuriated her. To use her child as a way to blackmail her and force her to find and turn over the V16 that her mother left to her was despicable. She growled into the phone. Let Truman die. With that, she hung up. So now they knew that this was Truman's true motive. Sending Xander back to drive a wedge between Justin and Nora was not his actual goal. His aim was to force Nora to turn over her mother's V16 serum. Nora took a deep breath and looked at Justin. As the two of them considered the next step, there was a loud, violent knocking at the door. Mummy, open the door quickly. Something's wrong. It was Cherry's voice calling out. Justin ran over and threw the door open as Cherry anxiously rushed in. She grabbed Nora's hand and pulled her downstairs. Her voice was full of anguish. Mummy, hurry up and see Butterscotch. Butterscotch can't take it anymore. Butterscotch? Something occurred to Nora. So she hurriedly passed her daughter and went downstairs in front of Cherry. As soon as she came to the landing, the valet rushed up to her. Xander and Butterscotch are in the lounge. I was afraid of causing a panic, so I asked the security to move them to the side room. Nora nodded at him. This was Justin's valet. He was trustworthy, excellent at handling difficult matters, and had always been very polite to her. Nora rushed to the lounge where, as she entered, she heard Pete's voice soothe Xander. My mummy is also your mummy. She's a doctor. She will definitely be able to treat Butterscotch, don't worry. Princess Lucy was also standing beside them, looking at them with wide eyes full of fear. Hearing the sound of her footsteps, Pete and Princess Lucy turned to see Nora as she came into the room. Pete's eyes lit up. He ran over and held Nora's hand. He pointed at the dog in the cage in the corner and said, "Mummy, hurry up and save Butterscotch." Nora walked over and realized that Butterscotch was lying motionless in the cage. It seemed to have no strength at all, lying on its side with its legs straightened on the ground. However, its eyes were wide open, looking at Xander. Its pupils had already begun to expand. It was clear to Nora that there was no treatment possible to save the dog. Nora's heart sank. She turned to look at Xander and saw that he was extremely calm. His little face was tense as he squatted beside Butterscotch and stared at his friend. He held a small knife in his hand. When she saw that knife, Nora was concerned and asked him directly, "Xander, what are you doing?" Xander was still staring at Butterscotch as he said stubbornly, "Butterscotch's heart can't take it anymore. Fluffy's body isn't good, but its heart is still quite strong. I want to exchange Fluffy's heart for Butterscotch's. That way, both of them will be alive." Any normal child would definitely panic upon hearing such words. However, at this moment, Nora only felt her heart slowly accepting her son. In the past, she had always thought that Xander was a mischievous child who was simply ruthless. When the security officer had collected his DNA samples, Xander had even bitten him. Later on, he was always acting stubborn. No matter what Justin or Nora asked him, he would not answer. And very recently, he was framed and accused of taking Pete away. Until he returned, he had not explained a word about what had happened. Justin had wanted to talk to him many times, but he was stopped by Nora. It was only when Pete woke up and told the truth that Justin could let go of the knot in his heart. Nora thought of how Xander looked when she took the DNA test report. She had walked to the VIP lounge upstairs to hand the report to Xander. After he pretended to be mature and finished reading the report, he stood up and looked at the valet to simply say, "Yes, I can change now." He did not say anything and only glanced at Justin and Nora proudly. Then he said, "You can prove that you're my parents now, but this is only written evidence. I haven't acknowledged you in my heart yet. You still have to work hard, understand?" Therefore, he had never called them Mum and Dad. This was how Xander was. He was a strange, eccentric, and domineering child. At this moment, he was holding a knife and quietly saying that he wanted to replace Butterscotch's heart. Over the years, although Nora had saved many people, it was inevitable that she experienced life and death in the hospital. She had a calm personality and did not care about many things. But at that moment, she could feel her eyes filling up with tears. Even though Xander had grown up in a bad environment, he remained true to himself. She said, "Xander, it's useless. Butterscotch's body will reject the new heart." "How could that be?" Xander frowned. "Aren't they all hearts? How can you be so sure?" With that, he extended his hand again and wanted to proceed. "Open the cage quickly. I want to save Butterscotch. It'll be too late." Butterscotch suddenly let out a weak bark. The bark made Xander's body stiffen. He turned to look at Nora. "Aren't the Smiths and Hunts all powerful? Hurry up and call Dr. Athena to treat Butterscotch. She can save Butterscotch. Quickly call her over. If she doesn't come, get rid of her." Xander's eyes were filled with madness. Looking at his heartbreaking appearance, Nora reached out and pressed his head. "Xander, I'm Athena. I am Athena." These words caused Xander's body to freeze. He pushed Nora away and stared at her in shock. "If you're Athena, Mummy, then hurry up and save Butterscotch." This was the first time he called Nora Mummy, and he was asking her to do something she could not do. Nora knew that if she did not do something now, Xander would probably never forgive her. He may never accept her as his mother. She took a deep breath and nodded. Okay. She pulled out her phone and called Lily, who answered with a hoarse voice. Boss, I've just fallen asleep. For several days, she had run the DNA tests without sleeping. She was so tired that she did not even attend the children's birthday party, and had instead gone to the lounge at the hospital and fallen asleep there. Only 2 hours had passed. Before she could say anything else, she heard Nora say, "Come to the Hunts immediately and assist me in a heart transplant surgery." "You got it, boss," was all she could say. Before Lily could rush over, the tables in the side room had already been gathered. All the medical equipment at the Hunts had been transported under Justin's guidance. When Lily came in, she hurriedly changed her clothes and put on surgical gloves to assist Nora in the surgery. When she saw the dog on the operating table, Lily was shocked. She hesitated and asked, "Boss, why are you operating on a dead..." Before she could finish saying the words, "dead dog," Nora shot her a look. That glance contained a warning, causing Lily to clam up and not say another word. Only then did she realize that the others in the room had been chased out, except for a lone child standing in a corner. He stood there silently with a knife in his hand and did not move at all. His eyes were fixed on the operating table. He did not seem afraid of such a bloody scene. Only then did Lily realize that something was wrong. Therefore, she cooperated with Nora, preparing to replace Butterscotch's heart. Nora stared at the dog. Butterscotch was already dead. When Nora finally saw the animal, she realized that its heart had stopped beating. This was also the first patient who had died in front of her in Nora's medical career. But she went on with the show. She actually dissected Butterscotch. Butterscotch was Xander's friend. Xander would never allow the dog to be treated like this, but Nora had to do it. That was because she wanted to observe the power of the gene serum through Butterscotch. Xander had been injected with a gene serum. This was definitely the most important thing for her. Her mother had not left anything behind for her, and it wasn't that she hadn't searched. She had long investigated the possibility of a serum or formula, but there was nothing left behind that Nora knew about. Unless there was something she had just not discovered yet. She couldn't pin all her hope on her mother's creativity. She was going to have to do the research herself. When she saw Butterscotch's heart filled with cracks, her heart sank. She could see that the power of that gene serum was too great. Butterscotch's heart had ruptured. The rest of its body was more developed than an ordinary dog. For example, this dog's brain development was quite good. The current Butterscotch had the intelligence comparable to a 10-year-old child. The gene serum was indeed powerful, but it couldn't save Butterscotch now. 2 hours later, Xander covered Butterscotch with a white sheet. He finally admitted that Butterscotch was dead. He looked at the dog in a daze but did not cry. He only said, "So, even a heart transplant was useless." With that, the child lowered his head, as if he felt guilty for his lack of skill and education. He looked at Butterscotch's corpse and then at Nora. For the first time, he made his own request. "Is there something we can do besides consuming Butterscotch?" Nora was taken aback. "What are you talking about, Xander?" He sighed. "In the past, when my little furry friends died, they all had to be eaten so they couldn't be experimented on anymore." He still remembered Butterscotch's mother, who was also a fierce big dog. After it was taken away by the 2 henchmen to be dissected, one of them winked at Xander and boasted in front of him, "Dog meat is really delicious." Therefore, after his little animals died, he had forced himself to eat them, so that those friends' corpses would not be treated so cruelly. But he did not want to eat them anymore. He hoped that his new parents would agree. While Xander was a little saddened, Nora held his chin up and kissed his cheek. "We'll take care of Butterscotch properly." Half an hour later, a pit was dug out on the grounds behind the Hunt's back garden. Butterscotch's corpse was placed in a glass coffin Justin had bought and slowly lowered underground. Then the man handed a shovel to Xander. "Let him rest in peace." For the first time, Xander realized that his dead friend could be buried in peace. His eyes brimmed with tears. He finally felt the warmth of this house. After Butterscotch was buried, Xander went back to the conservatory to be with his other animal friends where he fell asleep. Apparently, he came down with a fever and was talking nonsense in his sleep. "Butterscotch, don't worry, I'll treat ya. Fluffy, don't be afraid, I don't have to eat you anymore. Actually, rabbit meat is very bad for him." Cherry heard him talking and went over to look at him. She covered him with a blanket and sat next to him, with Princess Lucy by her side. Pete observed the scene and asked, "Dad, shouldn't Xander's name be changed?" Hearing this, Justin glanced at Nora. After Cherry returned to the Hunts, he had not changed her name. The name Cheryl Smith was very pleasant to the ear. Besides, because of her reputation, he assumed that Nora would keep her surname. As for Xander, Justin had already considered a few names for the boy. Since the child had grown old enough, Justin wanted him to choose for himself. Nora did not care about any of it. It didn't matter what the child was called. Her heart still ached for the boy and his predicament. At this moment, her phone rang. She hurried out into the foyer to check the message from Truman. "Looking at the time, Butterscotch's V15 should have expired by now. It died without the V16, right? Do you want Xander to die too?" His voice message continued. "Oh, right. I forgot to tell you. Xander's injected genes were to modify his brain. So if he dies, it won't be because of his heart. It's useless for you to transplant his heart. You have to change his brain. But as everyone knows, there have yet to be any successful cases of brain transplants." Nora heard Truman chuckle before finishing his message. "Also, I should point out that since Xander is still a child, he would only have about 3 months after taking the V15, not 2 years. So, like me, Xander only has 3 months left if you don't find that serum." "3 months. It was now clearer than ever that this was indeed Truman's real goal. Nora stared at the V15 serum in her hand. At this moment, she was contemplating whether to inject it into Xander. If she did not inject it, he would die in 10 days. If she did inject it, he would be under the influence of the drug. Nora lowered her eyes. Justin walked out and held her shoulder. "Xander's fever has subsided, don't worry." With Nora around, even if Xander had a fever, he would not have any problems. Nora nodded. At this moment, the valet suddenly walked over. He looked at the two of them and fell silent. Nora asked, "What's wrong now?" The valet sighed. "There's a sick cat among Xander's pets. Seems like it won't make it either." Nora went to the room downstairs. Mrs. Hunt liked raising pets, so there were people at home who knew how to raise pets. They would take good care of Xander's 10+ pets. The other animals were very energetic, but they were clearly a little afraid. They huddled in a corner, but one of the cats was lying on the ground listlessly. Its eyelids drooped, and it was obvious that the animal would not survive. Nora studied it. Her phone rang one more time. It was Truman calling again. "Oh, and Tiger. It seems like Tiger won't be able to make it past 2 days." Those pets were all injected with V15 3 months ago, and they're all needing their dose of V16. Nora clenched her jaw as Justin narrowed his eyes. He wants us to watch these animals die one by one, making it clear that there is nothing we can do for them. We need to find V16. Nora knew that Truman was difficult, but she was now learning that his methods were absolutely cruel. The man understood that the two of them were not people who could easily be manipulated, which was why he used this tactic. Perhaps the two of them did not believe that Xander would die. When they were searching for the V16 that Yvette had left behind, they had not put in enough effort into finding the medicine. Perhaps they would not believe the severity of the matter until Xander suddenly died. Therefore, with superficial good intentions, Truman had sent Xander's friends over to make the child happy. However, his underlying goal was to let the two of them witness the critters' deaths one by one. This was his way of increasing their sense of urgency. Yes, that was right. A sense of urgency. Nora felt very anxious at this moment. Although she was skilled at medicine and had a certain status in biological engineering, it took time to grasp new things. Furthermore, the mysterious organization had worked hard for so many years, and no one had been able to develop V16 independently from her mother. This meant that V16 might not be something that she could easily develop on her own. Nora quickly turned around and walked out. Justin followed close behind her, but she turned and stopped him. "Stay here and take care of Xander. I'll be right back." The woman, who had always required hours of sleep, did not have time now for a rest. Although Justin wanted to follow her, he knew that if he did not stay by the three children's side, Nora would be distracted and concerned about their welfare. Therefore, he accepted his responsibility. He watched her walk away as his eyes grew dark. He clenched his fists tightly. Nora went straight to the hospital and found Charles's ward. Charles had already fallen asleep. He was woken up by the noise and looked at Nora in front of him in shock. Nora asked, "You stopped me and didn't want me to know about the triplets. Now I understand why." When Charles heard this, he instantly sat up. He stared at Nora and said carefully, "Miss, what is the V16? Is there a reason why you don't want me to look for the formula my mother had left behind?" When Charles heard this, he instantly sighed. "Miss Nora, if the V16 gets out, it will cause widespread panic in the world. If the serum is perfected and humans are able to acquire flawless genetics, do you think humanity would survive?" Nora thought of the few people who had injected gene serum in the martial arts arena. They were amazingly powerful. If that kind of serum was mass-produced and had no side effects, wouldn't future humans be able to create incredibly powerful armies? Thinking about it, it was indeed terrifying. However, she couldn't care less about it. She was here to save her son. "I know the truth now, but I don't have time to care about what you're saying. When I find V16, I will save Xander with it before destroying it forever." When Charles heard this, he knew that it was hopeless for him to stop her. He took a deep breath and said, "But V16 is not that easy to find. The mysterious organization has been searching for 25 years for the thing, but has come up empty-handed. There are simply no clues. It means that this thing is well hidden, or perhaps it doesn't exist at all." Nora stared at him. "Don't lie to me. No matter how well hidden it is, there must be traces of it somewhere." She studied his face and concluded, "You must have a clue. Otherwise, the mysterious organization would not have spared him." Charles had betrayed Yvette many years ago. The mysterious organization had squeezed him dry of all his value, but had not killed him. This meant that there was a need for this person to live. To Truman, the only value of Charles's life would be that he could provide clues to find V16. Therefore, Nora was certain that Charles had a clue. When Charles heard this, he instantly shut his mouth as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Nora sat opposite him. At this point, there's no longer a need to hide it. Tell me the truth. Where is it? Charles lowered his head and sighed heavily. He felt like he would put himself in danger if he were to speak of these secrets in front of Nora. However, he also knew that he had betrayed Yvette and, subsequently, Nora. He knew that he deserved all of the consequences that would come of this. He also felt that if anyone deserved to know the whole truth, it was Nora. He raised his head and looked at Nora. Ms. Nora, do you know how difficult and dangerous it will be for you to find the V16? Nora's stare was unyielding. Charles took a deep breath. If you think that the mysterious organization is weak, Ms. Nora, then you are wrong. Terribly wrong. Truman is only one of them. Their power is so strong it is difficult to fathom, and their connections are endless. The only things you know about them are the things they're willing to let you find out. And as for your child... His voice trailed off while Nora sat in silence. Finally, he continued. At the time, I kept emphasizing that you had twins because I wanted you to stay away from Xander and not be dragged into the V16 mess. But you wouldn't give up. The child was injected with a gene serum when he was a baby. Logically, if I didn't admit it, you would never have been able to prove it, since your DNA was not a complete match. What he did not know was that Nora and Lily's medical skills were high enough to restore the initial DNA. Nora didn't want to waste time explaining this to him. She wanted to know how the mysterious organization was so powerful. She was more determined than ever to find out more about it. All of her life, she understood that there would be danger when she grew up, and that she should stay away from mysterious organizations. However, the only person from the mysterious organization whom she came into contact with was Truman. And, although Truman's behavior was corrupt, to Nora, he was as childish as a 3-year-old, self-entitled brat. She asked, "Is the mysterious organization so powerful?" Charles asked, "Well, of course. If they were not strong, if they were not powerful, why wouldn't Miss Yvette have asked for help? Why would she have run and hid in California by herself? Why would she have sacrificed herself so that you could have a life in private? Didn't she tell you to stay hidden? What would be the need for secrecy if the mysterious organization wasn't powerful? Answer me that." Nora fell silent. She had already wondered about this very question. The mysterious organization was definitely powerful overseas, but was it that powerful in New York? At that time, if her mother could have asked the special department for help and not tried to escape, perhaps she would not have died. Charles shook his head. Your mother knew that even if she asked for help, it would have been useless. In the end, she went to California, where she knew she could only have died helplessly to protect you and your secret. No matter how powerful your mother was, she was still discovered by the mysterious organization in the end. Miss Yvette was only ahead of them for a brief period of time. After Yvette died, Charles felt like his worldview had collapsed. Even someone as strong as her had been threatened by the mysterious organization so severely that she was forced to protect her daughter with her life. She had been discovered by the mysterious organization, and they had found him as well. When this happened, he had to admit his heart wavered. Miss Yvette had been no match for a mysterious organization. Therefore, he chose to betray Miss Yvette out of his fear of the mysterious organization and the damage that they could have done to him and his family. After that, he watched helplessly as the Greys and the Smiths in California slowly developed. Both sides thought that their cooperation was very stable, but they did not know that everything was under the surveillance of the mysterious organization. The two families were played like pawns in a strategic game of chess. In the end, they arranged for Charles to get Nora pregnant with multiple children, exactly as the mysterious organization had wanted. He sighed and continued, "I betrayed Miss Yvette. Not long after her death, the mysterious organization discovered your existence and learned about your mother and the Greys' conspiracy. They sat on the fishing boat and caused all of the subsequent events." He sighed and continued, "Later, I was used by the mysterious organization to deal with you. The drug that I injected you with allowed you to give birth to the triplets. Your pregnancy was plotted by Truman all along." So it was true. Compared to the mysterious organization, Miss Yvette had been a step behind. Charles saw Nora shake her head. "I don't agree with you, Charles. Instead, I feel that the mysterious organization has stepped right into my mother's trap." Charles was stunned and looked at her in confusion. Nora stared at him. "So what if the mysterious organization found out about me? They did not catch me and interrogate me about V16's whereabouts because they knew that I would be useless. They had to obediently wait until I grew up. They had to ensure my safety with henchmen because if I died, the Greys would never have been able to get the V16, and the mysterious organization would lose it forever as well. Mother would have known this before she died. Until now, everything seems to have followed her exact plan, not the mysterious organization. They played right into her hands." Charles was stunned. His eyes widened and he stared at Nora in disbelief. After careful consideration of her words, he realized that it might have been possible for Miss Yvette to fight against the mysterious organization. So, ironically, for the past 25 years, the mysterious organization had been protecting Nora. It seemed that this was all within her expectations. Charles felt like his entire worldview was about to collapse. He looked at Nora in a daze. Nora continued, "In fact, my mother must have assumed that they would inject one of my children with gene serum. They would use that as leverage over me so I would feel controlled by them. If this theory is true, and I believe that it is, she really must have left behind the V16 formula or the completed product somewhere. The one thing I haven't figured out yet was why the mysterious organization didn't just keep me themselves. But from what I know of my mother, she would never let my child die at their hands." Charles looked at Nora. His thoughts were already in a daze. He said, "I know why they didn't keep you." Nora hesitated and asked, "Why?" "It's because your mother had injected you with the gene serum to improve your intelligence the moment you were born. That drug was unique. Once injected, the body is unable to take other drugs. Not only did they not dare to inject you with another serum, but for research purposes, they needed to guarantee that you digested the small amount your mother had injected into you. Genetic serums themselves had huge side effects. That was why only 5 children from the mysterious organization had survived all these years." Charles was silent for a moment, as if he was slowly realizing how ingenious Yvette's preparations were. Besides, the mysterious organization wouldn't dare to attack you. If you die, there will be nothing left. That's why they chose your child. When Nora heard this, she realized that her mother had injected her with a small amount of a dose of medicine after she was born. Yvette had really considered all aspects of the situation and took steps to protect her child and her children. Nora was impressed by her mother's ingenious arrangements. She looked at Charles and stepped forward, staring at him. "So now can you tell me where it is?" Charles was a little stunned by Nora's words. Over the years, he had always thought that Yvette was no match for the mysterious organization that she had schemed against. But it turned out that he was wrong. All along, Yvette had outsmarted the secret organization. He lowered his head and smiled bitterly. After a moment, he said, "She left behind the serum." "So where is it?" Charles shook his head. "I really don't know." Her patience was beginning to run thin. Nora snapped, "Well, what do you know?" "I know that she left you a clue. She once told us that it would be up to you to find it. Before she died, Yvette had arranged a plan for the three of us to carry out." When the four of them separated, old Maddie was worried about Nora's safety and had asked Yvette, "Are you sure about Nora? The clues to the V16 are only meant for her. Will that put her in danger?" Yvette replied, "If she finds the serum in the future, it would mean that she has the intelligence and power to resist the mysterious organization. If she can't find it, well, maybe that would be for the best. As long as V16 doesn't show up, nothing will happen to her. The mysterious organization will protect her because they want the answers for themselves." Clues. So her mother had left a clue. Nora stood up. She knew that there was no need for Charles to lie to her anymore. He was definitely telling the truth. However, other than the recorded voice message, the only other thing that her mother had left behind for Nora was that company. The company. When she was in California, she had suspected that the Greys wanted her company for some secretive reason, so she turned the company upside down. But there was nothing to be found there. Had she overlooked something? She didn't know the answer to that question, but she did know one thing for certain. Charles was no longer of use to her. He had given her all of the information that he had. There was nothing more to be mined. So Nora turned around and walked out. She had taken 2 steps toward the door when Charles called after her, "Ms. Nora." Nora stopped in her tracks and slowly turned around. Charles's old face was filled with caution and frustration. He looked like his heart had turned to ashes. He hesitated. "I'm sorry about everything I've done. The betrayal, it haunts me. Miss Yvette probably never would have forgiven me." Looking at this person and thinking about his miserable life, Nora spoke in a soothing tone. "I think you're wrong again, Charles. She would have forgiven you." Charles looked stunned as Nora calmly continued, "She never blamed you." After Charles betrayed Yvette, he spent the rest of his life living with overwhelming guilt. But now that Nora had told him this, he felt like the huge rock pressing on his heart for so many years had been lifted away. He literally felt pounds lighter. With a heavy sigh, he released all of his pent-up anxiety from the past couple of decades. Embarrassed by the man's show of emotion, Nora did not look at him again as she walked out of the ward. Lily, who had been waiting in the hallway, now walked beside her and asked in confusion, "Boss, why did you say your mother would have forgiven him? If he worked for me and betrayed me like he did to your mother, there is no way I would ever be able to forgive him." Hearing this, Nora sighed and looked at her. "Because even his betrayal was within my mother's expectations. She planned for that, too." Nora stared at her, then turned and strode away, leaving Lily standing in the hospital. When she came over that day to see Quentin, she did not plan to leave with Nora. When she heard Nora's words, she felt a chill run down her spine. If she understood it correctly, Nora's mother had left the clue with Nora exclusively, which was also the reason why the mysterious organization did not attack her directly. As for staying low profile, Maybe her mother's warning was to make her conserve her strength because she had to sleep so much. By now, Nora had finally figured out her mother's underlying plans. Lily was sure that her boss was probably very excited, but at the same time she must also be anxious. With her mother being so smart, it would probably be even more difficult for Nora to figure out this latest puzzle. Still, Lily knew that if anyone could do it, it would certainly be her boss. On the way back to the Smiths, Nora put on her headphones and listened again to the recording her mother had left her. This was the only tangible thing that her mother had left behind. After listening to it a few times, she had those words memorized. Nora sighed gently. It was clear to her that she would have to go to California and chat with the manager of Idelian Pharmaceuticals. Since her mother had trusted him, it might be that he must have some important information. As she thought about this, she listened one more time to the recording in her earpiece and understood some information she hadn't before. Then, her phone rang. Nora had a flash of inspiration and picked up on some new information from her mother's recording. However, her inspiration was interrupted by her phone ringtone, frustrating her. She felt like something she had overlooked was about to surface, but it instantly sank to the bottom again as she picked up her phone. A gentle voice came from the other end.
Nora, I'm going to the hunts later. Are you coming?
It was Justin's mother, Iris. When she thought of the gentlewoman, Nora laughed softly. Okay, sister. After all, she had recognized Iris as her god-sister when she was young. Iris had taken good care of herself. Over the years, she had been raising flowers every day, successfully shutting out the stressors of the outside world. Since she had no worries, she still looked to be in her 30s. Iris doubted if she could get Nora to call her mum, but she was concerned about this new nickname. Hearing Nora call her sister, Iris was silent for a moment before she requested of Nora, "Only call me that in private. Please don't call me that when we're at the hunts." Nora was surprised at this request and wondered why Iris was insisting on this, when the older woman continued, "I don't want my son to turn into a cold machine when he sees me." When Nora heard this, she was silent for a moment before replying, "Okay." Justin and Iris's relationship did not seem to be very good. She did not know the specific reason for their conflict, but she did not want to add to the misunderstanding between them. After hanging up, she drove back to the hunts. When she arrived at the door, she could see that Iris's car was also there. Waiting for her on the steps, the woman was wearing a flowing white dress with a blue sash. She looked as though she had stepped out of another time period altogether. Her movements had the elegance and grace of a young lady from a big, wealthy family. She slowly walked toward Nora. Nora refrained from calling her god-sister as Iris had requested. She teased, "What are you doing here?" Iris looked at her affectionately and said, "I know it was Cherry and Pete's birthday yesterday. I didn't want to cause a scene and spoil the fun. But as a grandmother, I have to make up for my absence. Besides, I've heard that you just discovered that you had actually given birth to triplets." Why were Iris's eyes so mocking when she mentioned the triplets? She added, "How awesome," at the end. Nora felt a little awkward and followed her into the living room. They found Cherry playing games on the sofa, while Pete sat beside her reading. Xander was still resting upstairs. Although his fever had subsided, he was still a little weak. When the children saw Iris, their eyes lit up. They jumped down from the sofa and ran to her. Pete was clearly much more lively than he had been in the past. He actually shouted out, "Grandma!" Cherry's eyes widened as well. "Grandma, tell me the truth. Are you a vampire?" Everyone in the room was a bit surprised. How could Cherry say such rude things? and to her grandmother. Only Nora smiled slightly. She was used to her child's forward behaviour. Sure enough, Cherry's next words to Iris were, "You're still so young and beautiful. Why don't you look old at all? If we go out together, people will definitely think that you're my sister." Saying that she was her sister was truly so strange. However, such observations did not feel odd coming from Cherry's mouth. Nora suppressed a laugh as Iris beamed and picked her up. "Cherry, you're so sweet. I wonder who you inherited that from." "Not my mummy." Everyone laughed because they all knew that her mother was stubborn and did not like to speak unless absolutely necessary. After Cherry blurted this out, she quickly glanced up at Nora. When her eyes met Nora's, she grinned and added, "After all, I've already inherited Mummy's beauty, so I can't be greedy." The little charmer. Nora smirked, and her almond-shaped eyes narrowed at her slightly. Iris laughed out loud. "Well, here are your gifts, children." Pete and Cherry took their gifts and replied, "Thank you, Grandmother." Iris turned to Nora. "And now I'd love to meet the newcomer of the family." Nora nodded and took Iris up the stairs to see Xander. Nora had lit a calming incense in the room, so the little guy was sleeping very soundly and did not wake up. Iris, who, for her own reasons, did not want to stay at the Hunts for very long, patted the boy's hand. "He looks so much like Justin." Her heart heavy with emotion, she turned and walked to the door. "I'll see him next time." She quickly descended the stairs and Nora followed. Downstairs, they met with Justin. When Iris saw Justin standing there, her eyes flickered with worry before she nodded at him. "You're here." Justin's attitude was very cold. He remained silent, so Iris explained, "I've come to see the children, especially your new son, but I'm leaving now." Justin nodded distantly. Iris glanced at him. Although there was a lot she wanted to say, she did not know where to start. In the end, she silently walked past Justin. But as she reached the door, the butler rushed in. "Sir, I have some bad news. You have a... Well, I'm not sure he is actually a visitor. It's your..." When the butler saw Iris, confusion immediately crossed his face, and he instantly shut his mouth. Iris scowled. "Who is it?" The butler was anxious. He glanced at Justin and could only bite the bullet and say, Justin's father." Iris immediately clenched her fists. The butler added carefully, and that woman." When Nora saw the situation, she glanced at Justin. She saw the man raise his eyes and stare outside with a deep gaze. He was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Turn her away." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a new voice was heard. "This is my house. Let's see who dares to chase me away." An arrogant, middle-aged man strode into the Hunts' manor. Herman was 50 years old this year. He looked elegant and his hair was greying at the temples, making him look distinguished. But he had tired eyes that made him look a little old. Iris glared at him. She hadn't seen this man in over 20 years. He was wearing the same brand of suits that he loved even back then. The years had left traces on his face, but he still looked so familiar, causing her to feel momentarily dazed. Hearing the ruckus in the foyer, the children ran in from the living room and stood in the doorway. They observed a gentle, smiling woman follow the older man into the house. They noticed that the woman and Iris dressed in a similar fashion. They were both graceful and elegant. That style of dress had all kinds of charm on Iris, but on this woman, it seemed a little odd and out of place. They could see Iris's normally smooth brow furrow deeply. When Herman saw her, he scowled. "So, this was why you wanted to kick me out? I never thought I'd see you here. We had an agreement." His gaze fell on Justin. "I assume that the two of you have a good mother-son relationship." Justin glared at the two of them in silence. He did not speak or deny this sentence because he did not want to say anything that would make Iris lose face. When Iris heard this, her expression instantly turned cold. She turned back to look at Nora and said calmly, "From now on, you have to take good care of the 3 children. I'll be leaving now." With that, she prepared to leave. Nora glanced at Cherry, who immediately scurried to Iris's side and held her hand. Looking up at her, Cherry whispered, "Be careful, Grandma." Iris stopped when she heard her granddaughter's sweet plea. She carefully withdrew her hand from Cherry's and said coolly, "There's no need to worry. I can walk myself out." Cherry looked at Iris in confusion. Why did her mother suddenly change her attitude? Only a moment ago, she had been so happy to see her and her brother. Was Iris angry because she and Pete hadn't gone to visit her in a while? Cherry called out, "Grandmother, Pete and I will visit you often in the future." Iris froze, and her grip on her bag tightened. Looking straight ahead, she slowly replied, "No, my flowers are all quite expensive. The last time you and your brother visited, you touched them so casually and almost knocked one of the pots over. I don't think it is wise for you to come by anymore." Cherry bit her lip to prevent herself from crying, especially in front of all these people. Since she was young, she didn't care if others criticized her or scolded her. But this was the first time that someone she cared about had pushed her away. She widened her eyes sadly and looked at Iris's back with an expression of such confusion and hurt. Justin, who adored his daughter, couldn't stand the sight of Cherry's aggrieved face any longer. He stepped forward and stood next to his mother. Looking down on her, he said in a very cold tone, "She's still young. Children her age are naturally curious about things. Did she harm your flowers?" Iris turned her face and glared at Justin. "My orchids are precious to me. They're not for children to play with. Besides, children are intolerable. They have no manners and are far too noisy." Justin sneered. "Well, that certainly explains your attitude toward me when I was young. Thank you for the clarification." Iris was stunned by his anger. Justin turned away from her and picked up the saddened Cherry. Smiling into her pretty little face, he promised, "If you like orchids, I'll buy you 100 pots. And if it's what you want, you can smash them in the back garden and no one will care." It was clear that his comment was directed, with hostility, toward his mother. Nora observed Iris's face turn pale as paper. She slowly turned and replied in an icy tone, "Of course. You're so rich. You can spoil the child however you want. But don't blame me if they are impossible to handle in the future." Justin set Cherry down and then angrily turned back toward his mother. Everyone could see that he was about to lose his temper when his father, Herman, stepped in. "Iris, how can you still be so selfish? This is your granddaughter and you treat her like this? I see you haven't changed a bit in the last 20 years. Iris slowly turned her head and glared at Herman with anger in her eyes. It was clear that these two people had a tortured history. What right did he have to criticize her? Of all the people in this room, he should be the one who knows why she had become like this over the years. Herman narrowed his eyes and smiled. He walked forward, as if he did not understand her. Step by step until he arrived in front of Justin and sighed deeply. He said, "Justin, it was your mother and your father who let you down back then. For so many years I've wanted to come back to see you. but your mother always refused. I came back this time because I heard about the birthday party for the triplets of all things. I came in person to give these gifts to my grandchildren." He gestured to the woman, his mistress, behind him. "Lauren, did you bring in the gifts?" Not wanting to witness this scene, Iris gathered herself and headed toward the door as Lauren stepped forward with 3 presents in her arms. She placed them on the ground, then picked up the top one and handed it to Cherry. "So your name is Cherry? That's so cute." Cherry hesitantly took the package. The new woman then picked up another present and held it out to Pete. She cooed, "Oh my, you are so adorable, and you look so much like your sister." Pete remained standing in the doorway, so Lauren encouraged him by waving him over. "Come on over here and give your grandma a hug." Iris was at the front door, but when she heard this, she wheeled around and saw the woman with her arms out in the direction of her own grandson. The sight made her feel like the outsider. Iris felt a deep pain in her heart. However, she still turned around forcefully and took a step to leave. But before she could, a pair of hands grasped her shoulders. She was stunned for a moment. When she turned her head, she saw Nora. Iris was stunned. Nora simply asked, "Why are you doing this?" Iris's jaw tensed up. She clearly knew that Nora was asking why her attitude changed so quickly toward Cherry and Pete, but she pretended not to understand. "What are you asking me?" Nora continued to press her, when Cherry's childish voice was heard responding to Lauren's request. "Did you say Grandma? But isn't Grandma supposed to be Daddy's mother? Does Daddy have 2 mothers?" The mistress, Lauren, stammered uncomfortably. She dropped her arms and nervously set the gift back on the ground. She smiled awkwardly at Cherry as Herman replied, "Cherry, this is my current wife. You should call her Grandma." Hesitant, Cherry tilted her head and stared at him, feeling a little unhappy. "And who are you?" Herman's expression froze. He coughed and suppressed the frustration in his heart. Before coming to the Hunt Manor, Lauren had already asked around and discovered that Justin favored his daughter. She assumed that as long as she pleased Cherry, she would be able to obtain Justin's favor. Seething inside, Herman attempted to explain patiently, "I'm your father's father." Cherry pretended to be stupid and sang a children's song. "Daddy's father is my grandpa, and Daddy's mother is my grandma." After she finished, she smiled at Justin. "Daddy, did I sing well?" "Very well." Justin touched her head, but his gaze swept across the area in front of him, where he could see that Iris and Nora were engaged in a private conference at the front door. The 2 figures tugged at each other before they went out. Once outside, Nora blocked Iris's way so that she couldn't leave just yet. Nora pressed, "What on earth is wrong? Is there something that you're not telling us?" Iris looked as cheerful as before. She even smiled gently. "Oh my goodness, dear child, no. I simply don't like the Hunts." Nora frowned. "But when we first met that afternoon, you told me a lot about you and your son. You clearly care about him. I thought that you had thought things through when you came to give birthday presents to the 3 children." Iris frowned. "You must have misunderstood. I want to maintain a good relationship with you, that's all." Iris revealed her intentions casually. "I've become aware of you and your skills. You know orchids very well, so I was hoping that you would be able to help me." She stiffened a bit. "Therefore, to win you over, I pretended to give my grandchildren some gifts, but I really don't like them." Nora's almond-shaped eyes shone with confusion. "Why not?" "Because," Iris stated simply, "through Justin, Herman's blood flows in their veins. He betrayed me, and I shall never be able to forgive him. That's why I hate everything related to Herman." Nora clenched her jaw as Iris continued. I used Justin to force his grandfather Hunt to chase him away so that I could stay here at the manor. It wasn't because I was noble, but because I wanted to fight with the man for every one of his financial assets. He wanted all the shares of the Hunt Corporation, and I snatched them from him. As for Justin, I have always found it difficult to relate to him. He looks too similar to Herman. As soon as I would get close to him, I would remember Herman and the hideous way he treated me. I just want to be in the villa alone, with no one disturbing me. Iris turned around and left. This time, Nora didn't stop her. She understood that Iris had her reasons for departing. She knew that the woman who had confided in her for nearly an entire afternoon was not lying to her. But she was holding something back. What was it? As Nora considered this, she turned back to enter the manor. The moment she entered, she saw Justin standing right in front of her. The man's eyes were dark and unreadable. Half of his face was in the light from the setting sun, and the other half was shadowed by the massive front door. There was a dark look in his eyes. It was obvious to Nora that he had heard Iris's words. When Nora thought about what Iris had told her, she realized Iris must have known that her son had been nearby and could overhear their conversation. And yet she still said those unkind words. Justin's mother had clearly done this on purpose. Nora was now more certain than ever that Iris had told her all of that as part of some specific plan. But what could it be? What difficulties could the woman be facing? She never left the villa and spent all of her time growing those orchids. Glancing up at Justin's handsome face, Nora saw a hint of loneliness beneath his cool exterior. Justin quietly asked, Nora, I must know. Since even my birth mother doesn't like me, do you? He avoided her gaze, looking like he was like a pitiful puppy in the corner, forgotten by everyone. Nora looked at him and felt her heart soften. She knew that a man like Justin would never allow himself to be so vulnerable in front of someone he didn't trust. This meant that Justin truly trusted her. She stepped into him and stroked his cheek. She whispered sincerely, I really like you. Justin seemed to be extremely touched. He reached out and hugged her tightly as he murmured in her ear, How could that be? My own mother hates me. What could you possibly like about me? This side of Justin was so heartbreaking. Nora remained quietly in his arms, pondering her answer. Then she replied, For one thing, you're extremely good-looking. She peeked up at his face, waiting for a reaction. But when she did not see him smile, she knew he had not understood her affectionate jest. Did he not have any other merits in Nora's heart? He took a step back from Nora and attempted to sort out his emotions. But all Nora could see was that lonely expression on his face. He was deeply hurt by Iris's words, and even a joke from Nora couldn't lighten his mood. He looked deeply into her eyes and pushed her further. He pressed, Nora, stay with me tonight, please. When she didn't answer, Justin looked off into the distance, his deep eyes filled with sadness. I have some things I want to tell you. She still hesitated, so he went on, It's about me and my mother. Seeing the deep hurt in his eyes, Nora finally answered, I will. As the iron security gate rolled closed, Iris sat in the backseat of the limo, wringing her hands. Her assistant and companion, Mrs. Landis, looked over at her and inquired about the afternoon's events. It has been so many years, Miss Iris. Why must you push your family away again? Mr. Hunt is clearly all grown up and quite powerful. Perhaps he can help you. Why don't you tell him your difficulties? Iris lowered her head. Oh, Landis, you know as well as I do that it will only bring danger down on him and his little family if I tell him the truth. Let's just forget it. It has been so many years. He didn't grow up with me. His grandmother raised him. Why should I ask him to let me be a part of his life and the lives of those lovely children?" Mrs. Landis stared at her. "What do you mean by danger? You're his mother. You've suppressed the longing in your heart for so many years. You just had your chance to make amends and you didn't take it. Why? I see you every night. You caress your phone and watch home videos of him growing up over and over again. You will never delete those videos. They mean the world to you." Iris remained silent. Mrs. Landis leaned over to her. "Miss, if you don't want to reveal your past to Mr. Hunt, then you can share it with me. What happened to you back then? Tell me." What had happened to Iris in the past? Even Mrs. Landis didn't know the full story. All she knew was that after Herman had left the country, one day, Iris packed up her things and moved out of the Hunt Manor. She moved into the small villa a few miles away and never left. From that moment on, she became cold-hearted, and she no longer seemed to care about Justin. But Mrs. Landis also remembered that one day when the 5-year-old Justin, who didn't understand anything at all, suddenly ran all the way to the villa, crying and shouting for his mother. Iris had refused to open the door. She stayed in the house and stood staring at the wooden barrier between herself and her son. At the time, she had merely said, "Go away. I don't want to see you." "Please, Mummy, open the door." Outside the door, the 5-year-old Justin had tried his best to pound on the door, but each knock hardened her heart. She never opened it. Justin was just as stubborn as she was. He shouted, "If you don't open the door, I won't leave." Later, it started to rain. It was storming and the winds were howling in the heavy rain. The bodyguard gave him an umbrella, but he pushed it away. The stubborn little boy kept standing there on that stoop all through that rainy night. He had a very determined look in his eyes. He didn't believe that his mother could really ignore him. Neither did he believe that his gentle mother could suddenly become so cruel and cold-hearted. But later, freezing in his wet clothes and hungry from a lack of food, he fainted from exhaustion. His little body collapsed onto the landing. But even when he was limp on the ground, he kept his eyes open with the last vestiges of his strength, staring at his mother's front door, waiting. But the door never opened, not even for a second. On that day, Justin came to believe that Iris didn't love him anymore. After attempting to visit a few more times, he rarely came again. But he didn't know what Mrs. Landis had seen with her own eyes that day. She saw that the entire time he was out in that rain, Iris stood on the other side of the door, staring at that wooden barrier with tears streaming down her face. After he fainted, when the security guards outside yelled in shock, Iris had rushed to the door and put both hands upon it. She reached down and clutched the handle until her knuckles were white, but she never opened the door. Her tears stained the wooden door, and weeping, she silently wailed with her mouth open in agony. That was the most painful night of Iris's life that Mrs. Landis had ever seen. She was 1,000,000 times sadder that day than when Herman had betrayed her. In Landis's opinion, Iris had never actually loved Herman at all. Or if she did, it wasn't that deep. After all, theirs had always been a political marriage. Instead, Iris had given all her love to Justin. But for some reason, after Iris left the Hunt Manor, mother and son had to be separated. They had clearly been so close at one time, but now they were completely estranged. Mrs. Landis simply didn't understand what had happened. She stared at Iris, only to see tears streaming down her cheeks once again. Mrs. Landis panicked. "Mum, what's wrong? What's the matter?" Iris covered her face with her hands. Before returning to the Hunt Manor, she'd hoped that after so many years had gone by, everything would be okay now. Nora had even tried to persuade her to return to the manor, telling her that her son had already grown up. Perhaps the past troubles were nothing more than trivial matters to him. That was why she had struggled intensely the day before over her decision to return to the Hunt Manor today. She'd brought with her the gifts she had carefully selected for each of the 3 children. Deep down, Iris longed to repair her relationship with her son. She could also see that although her son was surprised to see her, he was not overly hostile toward her. Things seemed almost hopeful. But little did she expect that that horrible man would show his face so soon. Her wishful thinking was soon dashed. She should have stayed in that small villa her whole life, like someone's trapped canary. She should have lived out the rest of her life all by herself. This was the price she had to pay for the promise she'd made back then. With no hope, there would be no disappointment. The little spark of hope that had finally ignited after years of estrangement had been fully extinguished now. Iris turned her face away and requested, "Don't ask me ever again, Mrs. Landis. I beg you." Seeing how sad she looked, Mrs. Landis accepted her request and stared out her own car window. Back at the Hunt Manor, when Justin and Nora entered the living room, they found that Cherry had gone to the bedroom upstairs. Herman and Lauren were sitting on the sofa, drinking the tea that the butler had handed them. Justin seemed utterly heartbroken by Iris's departure. There was a lingering sadness on his face, despite how much he tried to brush it away. He took Nora's hand and they sat opposite Herman and Lauren. Herman said, "You saw that, didn't you? Your mother is as cold-hearted as ever. Justin, she has always been so selfish. But I suppose that is never easy to accept, is it?" Justin stared straight at his father, a piercing light shooting out of his eyes. He coldly asked, "Why are you here?" Herman coughed. "Well, son, I know it has been a while, but this is my home. You must have known that I was going to come back someday. Besides, my agreement with your mother was for me to leave the Hunts for 20 years. Time flies, but don't worry. I understand that the entire Hunt Corporation is now in your hands, so even if I'm back, I won't be able to take anything from you. It's no matter anyway. I've been doing business abroad all these years, and I have my own assets, so there is no need for me to come after your money. I merely came back here to visit you and your grandmother as well." After saying this, he stood up and started walking to the door. "Speaking of which, I will go and say hello to your grandmother and let her know that I am here. I shall stay at her place tonight." Lauren stood up and followed him. She turned around and pretentiously claimed, "Justin, this is our gift for the children. Cherry is clearly afraid of strangers, so she didn't accept the gift. You can give it to her later." She stacked the 3 boxes on a side table and took Herman by the hand as they left. Once they had gone, Justin suggested to Nora, "Why don't you go upstairs first? I will deal with these packages." Nora had been worried that his grudge against Iris would cause him to end up being convinced by Herman's few words. But she was relieved to see that he actually disliked Herman very much. She let out a sigh. She acknowledged his request and hurried up the stairs. Justin answered his phone, and Sean's voice came from the other side. "Boss?" Justin's gaze remained very cold. He lowered his eyes slightly and asked, "Did you look into it? What did she say in the car after she left?" Sean, having acted as the chauffeur for Iris, recounted the painful conversation between Mrs. Landis and Iris in the limousine. He described to Justin exactly how Iris had reacted. Justin furrowed his brow and listened quietly. Sean said tentatively, "Mom seems to be having some difficulties, but she is not indifferent to you. Although she spoke disdainfully about those videos that were sent to her in the past, she has actually kept them all, and apparently watches them every day. That says something. Justin knew all of this, of course, because he was the one who had ordered that those videos be sent to her. What he wanted to know right now, more than anything, was why. Sean continued to report his findings. The gifts that Mom brought for the children were all carefully selected and prepared a month in advance. After hearing that you have another child, she prepared the additional gift overnight for the boy. It is my understanding that she was actually planning to tell you some kind of truth when she took the initiative to visit today. But apparently something changed her mind. It is clear that the change in her emotions was triggered by the return of your father and his mistress. Understood. Justin raised his eyes and looked ahead of him dispassionately. Then he slowly said, "If you can't get anything out of my mother, you must try the other side." "Yes, sir." Justin stared into the distance. He hung up the call with Sean, who had reported on his mother's reaction to her visit. There was a tinge of loneliness in his eyes. He had never wanted to believe his mother had stopped loving him. When he was a child, he had been so stubborn that he had stood in the rain until he fainted. But once he woke up, he came to the conclusion immediately that it would be useless to approach her again. Later, when he was a little older, he had discovered one day that a servant in the house was filming him and then sending the recordings to someone outside the home. At first, he'd thought that the servant must be plotting something against him, so he was constantly on guard with this particular person. However, as time passed, the servant never took any action, nor did anything other than his normal duties. In his early teens, unknown to anyone, Justin quietly studied and learned computer hacking techniques. His first project was to hack into the servant's laptop, only to discover the man's purpose in filming him as a boy. As it turned out, all the videos of him, from when he was a child all the way until he turned into a young adult, had been sent by this particular servant to his mother, the very woman who had never shown any concern for him whatsoever. Once he made this discovery, Justin took the opportunity to hack into his mother's cell phone, where he found that all those videos of him were saved and stored away. Every video of him, from when he was a child until he became a young adult, had been stored on her devices. They obviously had never been deleted. He could also tell that every night before going to bed, she would watch the videos of him over and over again. Justin had been 13 years old when he made this discovery. Knowing this, he became certain that his mother was hiding something from him. But he still had no idea why. With this understanding, he had never held any grudge towards his mother. However, this did not mean that he was not angry about her behavior toward him. He was indeed furious, as much as he tried to be understanding. When he was young, he couldn't do anything about it. For his own good, his mother had kept those secrets from him. But it was different now. He was a powerful man, and yet, apparently, his mother still wouldn't trust him enough to tell him the truth. Justin couldn't deny that feelings and relationships were built and developed through daily contact and interactions with one another. A 20-year-long separation had left him and Iris with very little to say to one another. They didn't know each other at all. Thus, later on, he only occasionally visited her at the villa, and never without a specific reason. He kept waiting for his mother to take the initiative to tell him the truth. But judging from her behavior today, it was clear that his mother was planning to keep her true reason from him for the rest of her life, just because it would bring him trouble. Justin lowered his head. He had to admit to himself that there were times when he felt like giving up on the investigation. Would it make any difference if he found out what had happened? Since she hadn't been by his side growing up, why would he want her around as she got older? Besides, he had already grown up used to not having her at home. It would be quite an adjustment to have her around now. How could he cope if he had a mother in his home nagging at him? He certainly would never be able to cope. Yet, when he heard from Sean that she had cried in the limousine, he felt his heart soften toward her. No matter how much they had grown apart, they were still mother and son. Even if he was indifferent by nature, and he might only care about a few people, his mother still ranked among those few that he sincerely cared about. Moreover, and possibly the main reason he was interested, was the fact that Nora shared a very good relationship with Iris. He trusted Nora, and if she could get along with his mother, perhaps he could work things out with her as well. Upstairs, Nora entered the room and observed Cherry pulling a long face. Even though she was sitting on the sofa and playing games, it was clear to her mother that she was not happy. Pete glanced at her. "What's the matter? Is something troubling you?" Cherry obliterated a villain in the game and then looked up at him. "Is it that obvious that I'm upset? For starters, you didn't rant at anyone while playing your game today," replied Pete with the corners of his lips curling to a snicker. "And if you could see yourself in the mirror," Pete giggled, "it would be plain to see." The little girl pretty much had "I'm unhappy" written all over her face. Princess Lucy looked up and asked, "Cherry, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? I'll get my bodyguards to beat them up." As she spoke, she waved her tiny little fists in the air, looking like an angry porcelain doll. Cherry sighed quietly. "Don't beat her up, Lucy. You don't understand." A puzzled Lucy asked, "What don't I understand? Is this some kind of rule in America? Why should you put up with a person who is upsetting you?" "Because it's my grandma we're talking about." Cherry rested her chin on her hand and commented, "Grandma was really nice to me in the past, so I don't know why she suddenly changed today. She must have a reason for doing so. Do you know why she did that, Pete?" Pete shook his head. "No, I don't know." Cherry was a little disappointed. "You can be so insensitive sometimes." Pete laughed to himself, because Cherry was the one who could be unsympathetic at times. Cherry sighed quietly. "Oh, forget it. It's time for my live stream anyway." After speaking, she sat on the sofa and opened the live stream app. Seeing that the children were relatively quiet in there, Nora didn't want to disturb them, so she left instead. Cherry was not someone to dwell on things, so she would never take such small matters to heart. Neither did she need Nora to comfort her. In her opinion, Justin was simply overthinking things. After she left, she looked downstairs again and saw that there was no one in the living room. However, there was a figure on the balcony. Although Nora was quite sleepy and longed to go somewhere to sleep undisturbed, she remembered from earlier in the day how hurtful Iris's words had been for Justin. She decided to go downstairs to be with him. As she approached, the man stood there with his back to her. The rising moon cast a silver glow around him, making a smooth silhouette of the dark and overcast figure. He exuded a sense of alienation and indifference, yet at the same time, he looked as though he had been left behind in the corner. He seemed so sad and lonely that Nora felt a great sense of empathy for him. She had always felt quite lonely while she was growing up. She could see that this man, who had never smoked, actually had a cigar held between his fingertips, the grey smoke catching in the silvery light and swirling all around him, making him appear as if he were the picture of loneliness. Nora felt a tug at her heartstrings. She hadn't expected the man to be so deeply hurt by his parents' behavior. She slipped into the room and stood behind him. Just as she was about to speak, he suddenly turned around and embraced her tightly. His chest was very hard and solid. She had never felt so much passion from him as he held her tight. Nora dared not push him away at a time like this, for fear that he would feel even more dejected. She was glad that she didn't, because in the next moment he whispered into her ear, "Nora, you're the only one I have left now." Nora remained silent for a few seconds and then said, "That's not true, Justin. You have Cherry, Pete, Xander, Brenda, and also Sean and Lawrence. There are so many." He really shouldn't have let her speak. Nora was always so scientific and logical. The moment that she opened her mouth, she completely ruined the atmosphere. Sensing that Nora was actually planning to continue listing others, he promptly and decisively lowered his head, pulled her to him, and caught her lips in a passionate kiss. He could see her freezing suddenly. Then her almond-shaped eyes widened, and she looked at him in astonishment. He thought that her first reaction was going to be to push him away, but for some reason, she held back. Justin closed his eyes. He heard her release a sigh, so he pressed on and kissed her again, harder this time. The crisp smell of tobacco, blended with a masculine musk emanating from this man, filled Nora's nostrils aggressively, making her feel like the smell was actually quite pleasant. It had never crossed her mind to push him away. She felt energized by his embrace and his passion. And if the man needed a hug and a kiss to reinforce his sense of security, then she didn't mind giving them to him. Besides, Nora sensed that he really did need her, especially after today. So not only did she not resist, but she even stretched out her arms and circled them around his neck tightly, responding warmly to his kiss. It seemed like the air on the balcony had been sucked away. In this intimate moment, the man and the woman fit very well together, like a hand in a glove. When they finally surfaced for air, Justin briskly picked up Nora, carrying her like a newlywed bride. He huskily said, "Let's go to the bedroom upstairs." It was clear what the man wanted. When he stared into Nora's almond-shaped eyes, he could see that her cheeks had flushed scarlet and her eyes were misty. Breathlessly, she replied, "Yes." To be honest, Justin hadn't expected her to agree to come upstairs. He'd learned to understand that Nora had always been relatively indifferent in her feelings. It also hadn't been that long since the two of them confirmed their relationship. Nora breathed intensely as he carried her up the stairs. Justin thought he saw in her eyes the hint of womanly charm and shyness mixed with desire. When she agreed, with her cheeks all red, he was stunned, but fortunately he quickly regained his senses. Before she had a chance to sense his astonishment, he turned around at once and strode up the stairs with her in his strong arms. Nora could see that his eyes were as deep and bottomless as the ocean. His eyes stared at her so closely, as if he were looking at someone beloved. His intense gaze made her feel overwhelmed and almost timid. She quickly buried her head into his chest. But unfortunately, he might have miscalculated her acceptance just a bit. After all, she had always been the hunter, not the hunted. When had she ever allowed herself to be in a passive position? He certainly couldn't recall such a moment. As they reached the landing, she actually yawned. Once they entered the bedroom, with her in his arms, Justin rushed straight toward the bed. However, he had only just taken 2 steps into the room when Nora suggested, "Let's take a bath first. Who's going in first, you or me?" Surprised, Justin offered seductively, "We could go in together." "Why would we want to do that?" "Since you don't seem to mind," Nora jumped out of his arms, "I'll take the first bath." She grabbed a folded bath towel off the shelf and walked into the bathroom. Justin, who had stayed outside, was so anxious that he paced the room, going around and around in circles. He quickly drew back the covers and he checked whether the big bed was sturdy enough, and whether it would make any noise if a couple was a bit rowdy on it. Once satisfied that the bed would suffice, he checked himself in the mirror and smoothed down his unruly hair. If Lawrence and Sean were to see him like this, they would probably marvel in amazement. Was this nervous schoolboy really their boss? The man who had never lost his cool in the face of business transactions worth billions, or even dozens of billions. They wouldn't recognize his demeanor now. Then the sound of silence. The water stopped. When he realized this, Justin stood up straight, his eyes fixed in the direction of the bathroom. The door opened, and Nora walked out. The bathrobe was wrapped around her and she was toweling her hair. Because of the hot bath, her cheeks had become even rosier, and her skin glowed with the moisture. Her almond-shaped eyes glanced at him shyly, and she said, "Now it's your turn." His Adam's apple shifted as he swallowed hard. "Very well." He picked up the bathrobe and rushed into the bathroom like an eager child excited for an upcoming special day. He washed himself seriously and thoroughly during the bath. Even so, he only took 10 minutes in the bath and quickly rushed out again. Then he saw Nora already lying on the bed. He slowed down, his breathing becoming heavier and heavier. He approached the huge bed where Nora was lying on her side, her womanly shape silhouetted under the silk sheets. As he thought of what was about to happen that night, he became rather excited. But the next moment, his anticipation was squelched. Because the mouth of the woman on the bed was slightly ajar and her eyes were closed. Was she actually asleep? He had no idea that while they were downstairs just now, kissing and kissing, that Nora had also been getting sleepier and sleepier. When he finally suggested going to the bedroom, and she breathed a huge sigh of relief, was it because she knew that she would be able to go to sleep? So what he thought was a passionate look had actually just been her feeling of exhaustion. It wasn't the shy and bashful reaction that Justin had imagined at all. He longed to lift up the covers, but realized that the woman had wrapped it tightly around herself like a cocoon to keep herself warm. Justin took another deep breath. He stood up in silence, went into the bathroom, and took out the hairdryer. He brought it over to the bed, sat next to her, and began drying her hair for her. He secretly hoped that perhaps the noise would wake the woman. But, unfortunately, even after her hair was all dry, she didn't wake up. On the contrary, seeing her exposed shoulders while he dried her hair, the fire in Justin's heart burned even more strongly. But there was nothing to be done. Justin took a cold shower to dampen his desires. All he could do was wait, because he knew that it would be a while before Nora would emerge from her slumber. And he was right. Nora did not wake up until noon the next day. She stretched out comfortably. She had had an amazing sleep on that wonderful mattress. When she turned her head to the side, she was faced with Justin's dark and gloomy face, which quite surprised her. Justin asked quietly, "Did you sleep well?" "It was marvelous," Nora yawned. Then she got out of bed and went to wash up. As he watched her beautiful, strong body move smoothly across the carpet, Justin could only sigh helplessly. At least he got her to stay over. He heard movement outside the door, so he got up and went over to look through the peephole. He saw the 3 children and his sister Brenda standing outside. What in the world was she doing here? On the other side of the door, Brenda was asking noisily, "So your mummy really did sleep in there last night? Must be why your father is sleeping in for once. He wore himself out." Cherry replied, Uh-huh. I think Mummy's legs felt a little weak last night, and that's why Daddy carried her up the stairs." Pete rolled his eyes. "No, Cherry, he didn't carry Mummy because her legs were weak." He spoke with great authority to Brenda. "It's because she fell asleep." Cherry grinned in agreement. "So that's why Mummy couldn't walk anymore. Daddy carried her like a baby. Not only is he handsome, but he's nice too." Pete shook his head as Lucy covered her mouth and giggled. Brenda's eyes, however, were gleaming in a knowing way. "Cherry, you're the sweetest thing. What would you guys think if they were making a younger brother or sister for you? Justin let out a gasp when she said that. He couldn't believe his sister. What kind of nonsense was she saying? What was she teaching his children, especially Cherry? Justin reached down and grabbed the doorknob and angrily yanked open the heavy door. With a deep and angry growl, he barked, "Brenda!" Startled, Brenda jumped back, which made the children giggle even more. But it was clear from his expression on his face that Justin was not goofing around. Brenda adjusted herself and stared back at her brother. "How long were you guys, hanging out last night, Justin? Those sure are dark circles under your eyes." Before he could speak, Brenda threw her hands up in the air and went on. "I understand what's going on. After all, this is the first time you guys have done this in such a long time. It's very normal that you wouldn't be able to hold yourselves back, but pace yourselves. You two have a long future ahead of you, you know? You'll have plenty of time to..." The corners of Brenda's lips curled into a smile as she said with an alluring tone in her voice, "Well, you know. So take it easy. After all, Nora is delicate. You mustn't be a beast to her, Justin. At least not yet." Angrily, Justin responded, "Well, as usual, Brenda, you have no idea what you're talking about. What nonsense are you saying?" "What do you mean, nonsense?" But after she spoke, it occurred to Brenda that it was possible that nothing at all happened the night before, and she became terribly alarmed. "Oh, don't tell me. Surely not. The two of you, a lone man and a lone woman sharing the same room after all this time, and you didn't, you know." She made a suggestive gesture with her hands in front of her body so the children couldn't see. She continued to press. "Could it be that you have some kind of undisclosed condition? If so, then don't keep it to yourself, Justin. Nora's a doctor. Hurry up and have her give you a checkup. I'm sure she can prescribe something for..." "I do not have a condition," Justin growled. After his explosive response, Brenda breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. "That's more like it. There's that underlying passionate beast." Shaking, Justin felt like he was about to get a heart attack from anger. Who was she calling a beast? And besides, his activities with Nora in the privacy of his bedroom were absolutely none of her business, the little busybody. Justin slammed the door shut in Brenda's face, making the children laugh all over again. Around noon, at Iris's villa, she stood in the greenhouse, tending to her orchids with an air of dissatisfaction. The door was abruptly pushed open, and Herman strode through. Iris frowned at the sight of him. "You are not welcome here. Get out." Herman said, "Please, Iris, don't misunderstand me. I am not here to rekindle our past relationship. It's just that... How were you taking care of our son at home if you were living here? Your relationship with him seems a bit chilly, which is putting it mildly. I was not by Justin's side as he grew up, but I understand now that you didn't stay with him either. Why not?" Iris balled up her fists tightly. "You're asking me why my relationship with Justin is so awful, when you already know the answer to that question? Are you going to stand there and try to deny that you had anything to do with the state of things? Isn't this all because..." Her voice trailed off, and she took a deep breath, ready to confront Herman for everything he had done. Because Iris had kept a secret about what had happened all those years ago. For 20 years, she had never mentioned it to anyone. Everyone in this world seemed to criticize her, scold her, and hate her, but she never broke her silence. She had learned to be okay with even Justin refusing to acknowledge her as his mother. But Herman was another story. The man in front of her was the only person who was not worthy of speaking about her relationship with her son. She stared at Herman, but there wasn't any anger left in her. She merely felt that the man couldn't get any more thick-skinned than he already was. She sneered and slowly said, "It's all because of the unforgivable things you did back then." Herman frowned when he heard this.
"What does it have to do with me? You were obviously the one who was unfaithful."
"Me?" Iris found his words ridiculous. She stared at Herman and sneered. "It's been 20 years, and I can see that your ability to twist the truth to your agenda has gotten even better. You're despicable." Herman wanted to speak again, but by this time his mistress, Lauren, had walked in through the door and interrupted their conversation. She said, "That's enough. Dear Iris, don't argue anymore. I know you still hold a petty grudge against Herman, but it's been 20 years now, so what's the point of getting yourself worked up over the past? Justin has grown up. Herman did more than enough for you back then. He gave up his inheritance for the two of you. He left the Hunt Manor with hardly any money, and yet here we are now, as well off as ever, thanks to his hard work. You have no idea how difficult it has been for us to start from scratch when we were abroad all these years." Iris thought to herself, what a clever way of phrasing things. Those who didn't know better might really have thought that Herman was a good man. But Iris was not a woman of restraint. She said eloquently, "How come I don't remember Herman leaving here penniless? The company shares at that time belonged to his father, who chose Justin over Herman to be the family heir. But the way you talk about it makes it seem as though it was actually Herman who gave up the assets for me and my son." A sharp look flashed across Lauren's eyes. "You don't understand. It was Herman who took the initiative to withdraw from the fight because he felt that he had let the two of you down. Otherwise, why would his father have chosen a child, who was only 5 years old, over his own son to inherit the conglomerate?" Iris was rendered speechless by Lauren's shameless remark. She sneered and said, "So, am I supposed to be thanking the two of you then?" A sullen Herman said,
"You can skip the words of gratitude. We don't need it. What I want to know is why you left your son at the manor. You couldn't have stuck around to bring up the boy. Just because I was forced into leaving and unable to see Justin anymore didn't mean that you had the right to leave as well. You left him to fend for himself. He's become so distrustful and domineering."
His criticisms made Iris so furious that she actually laughed. "And who do you suppose he learned that from? I never stopped you from visiting him. But have you ever taken the initiative to contact him once in all these years? Your son had stopped existing in your eyes once you found someone else to entertain you." She glared at Lauren. Herman frowned.
"How can you say that, Iris? Isn't it obvious why I didn't contact him? If I reached out to him frequently while you stayed here like a widow, then he would have resented you even more for making me stay away."
Iris chuckled to herself. She realized that she couldn't say anything to him anymore because he was so capable of twisting her words all around. It wasn't worth it. For Iris, her son was what mattered to her the most. All these years, because she hadn't been able to stay by his side, the child had lacked a mother's love. She had been counting on Herman to stay in contact with him frequently, to give him guidance. After all, she believed a father played a very important role in a child's growth, particularly a little boy. But he hadn't. Herman seemed to have something better to do with his time and was now blaming her. But she knew the truth. Herman rarely contacted Justin. In fact, he had only called Justin twice during the past 20 years. Fed up with his nonsense, she took a deep breath and pointed to the door. "This is my home. Please leave. Otherwise, I'm going to call for someone to remove you from the premises." She knew that Justin had stationed some bodyguards nearby for her protection. Though she initially thought it was overprotective, Iris had agreed to allow her son to station bodyguards outside her home.
The bodyguards stood right outside the door. Iris realized that for some reason, they had not stopped Herman and Lauren from coming into her villa. This certainly made Iris feel a little bit uncomfortable. Her son must still resent her if he allowed Herman and Lauren to waltz into her home. His anger must be why he hadn't defended her in this instance. Lauren couldn't resist bashing her lover's ex-wife and continued adding fuel to the fire. She sniffed and said, "Well, no matter what happened in the past, now that Justin has grown up, you'll have to interact with Justin in the business market, Herman. Iris, part of the reason why we came back to America was to expand our business into the domestic market. It happens that we must deal with the Hunts for some of our operations. They are father and son, after all. They will eventually be in contact with one another, as they will have to work together on certain deals. Hopefully, this will slowly make up for the regrets of the past." Lauren looked at Iris with a smug smile. "Also, Justin's kids are too adorable. You don't know how funny Cherry is. She loves the princess dress I brought over to her this morning." Iris's heart tightened. Her granddaughter was having fun with Lauren. But that spark of jealousy made her feel like she was being narrow-minded again. After all, even though she and Herman were divorced, it did not mean that Justin had to sever all contact with him. The Hunts were Herman's family, and the elderly Mrs. Hunt was his mother. Lauren added, "By the way, we don't have a place to stay during our temporary return to America, so we plan on staying at the Hunt Manor for the time being. You don't have any objections, right? Cherry has been very welcoming of us. She even said that she likes me, her new grandmother, very much." The two of them had stayed at the Hunts the previous night. Iris's heart felt even heavier upon hearing this. Then she heard Lauren say, "Iris, we will be a part of the same family in the future. I hope you can let go of all your grievances from the past so that we can finally all live in peace with one another. And this way, Justin won't feel awkward being caught in the middle." Iris clenched her fists. "We won't interfere with each other's lives as long as the two of you don't come over and bother me anymore." Lauren took Herman's arm. "Why would we bother you?" With a big smile, she said, "Herman, since there's nothing else we need with Iris here, let's go back to the manor." She smirked at Iris. "We need to inform Justin that he needn't worry about his mother being unhappy. Besides, I want to get back because Cherry is waiting for me to play dolls with her." Herman nodded, and the two turned and left. Looking at them walking away, Iris felt as if there were needles pricking her heart. Even though she couldn't approach her son or her grandchildren, she could live with it somewhat because she knew it was the best thing for them. But now that Herman and Lauren are going to stay at the Hunt Manor, and they would be able to play with her grandchildren every day, it was more than she could bear. Iris's eyes filled with tears. Mrs. Landish joined her once the obnoxious couple left. She heaved a quiet sigh and said, "Mom, if you continue to keep the truth of what had happened back then to yourself, that horrible man and his cheap tart will take Mr. Hunt away from you. I noticed how the bodyguards didn't even stop them from going in and out of here. These must have been Mr. Hunt's instructions." Iris simply nodded her head in acknowledgement and dabbed her moist eyes with a tissue. Mrs. Landis's cell phone rang, and when she answered, Cherry's voice rang out. Cherry was live streaming at this time. She handed Iris the cell phone. Once she took it, she knew that she would be able to observe Lauren as she interacted with her granddaughter, Cherry. Cherry had switched on her webcam during her live stream that day, so the live stream was more formal this time. Every time she live streamed, her sponsor grandpa would also be online. Sponsor daddy occasionally came in to visit, but his visits were not as frequent as they had been in the past. It was probably because he could now see her in person every day. Cherry wasn't bothered about these things, though.
because the sponsor grandma had joined the live stream recently. Of course, she wasn't addressing this person as grandma. Rather, sponsor grandma was that person's username. Sponsor grandma was currently ranked second in her virtual gift rankings. The person in the first place was always sponsor grandpa. No one could surpass him. The user in third place, sponsor daddy, no longer cared about the ranking these days, so his score had been slowly dropping. Cherry first greeted sponsor grandpa. Then when she saw sponsor grandma enter the livestream, she immediately called out sweetly, "Hi, sponsor grandma. How are you doing?" She wrote in the comments, "Not well." Because sponsor grandma ranked second in her virtual gift rankings, her comment was highlighted in the live stream. Cherry saw the comment right away. Puzzled, she asked, "Why? Did someone make you angry? We can take care of them." Iris looked at the live stream. She wanted to say, "You're the one who made me angry, you little brat." To think Cherry was actually having fun with someone like Lauren. If Lauren had gotten into a relationship with Herman after the two of them had divorced normally, then Iris would not have prevented Lauren and Cherry from having fun with each other. After all, it was good for her to have another person who loved her. But Lauren was not a good person at all, and Iris was afraid that Lauren would lead Cherry astray. Iris was extremely angry and frustrated. She was about to send another comment when she caught a glimpse of a princess dress on the sofa behind Cherry. Was that the gift that Lauren had spoken of? The one that she had delivered to Cherry early in the morning? Iris suddenly felt very discouraged. She put down the phone silently and stood up. Years ago, Iris left the family. As a result, her relationship with her son fell apart completely and never recovered. Though it pained her to remain distant with her own son, she knew it was wrong to disturb his life now. Iris lowered her head and turned off the live stream. She didn't want to ask Cherry about Lauren anymore. After all, Iris was the one who had pushed Cherry away with her own hands the previous day. Iris had already made her choice, so what right did she have to demand that Cherry be close to her? Iris was caught in this dilemma, while Mrs. Landis, who was looking at her from the side, became terribly anxious. Mrs. Landis wanted to see the family reunited, but she knew that once Iris made up her mind, no one would be able to convince her to do anything else. As of now, Iris insisted on keeping the distance between herself and her family. Mrs. Landis changed the subject in an attempt to get Iris's mind off the things that were plaguing her. "Ma'am, the pot of jade orchids you purchased will be delivered soon. Where do you want it placed?" Sure enough, Iris perked up a little when she heard this. She stood up and walked around in the greenhouse with Mrs. Landis. Iris said, "That pot of jade orchids is very rare and very difficult to take care of. We must treat it with great care." "I understand." As the two chatted, they got busy in the greenhouse. Mrs. Landis breathed a sigh of relief when she noticed that Iris was no longer so listless. An hour later, the two finally made room for the new pot of orchids. Only then did they sit down again. Night had almost fallen. The sky had gradually darkened, and the surroundings were quiet. Apart from the chirping of crickets, there was no other sound. When one looked up through the small courtyard, they could see the skyline of New York that was beginning to light up. Iris had looked at this view just like this for the past 20 years. Mrs. Landis left the room to make dinner. As Iris sat in the greenhouse, her gaze fell onto Mrs. Landis's cell phone, tempted to watch Cherry's live stream again. She longed to hear Cherry's voice again, so she joined the live stream. At once, she heard Cherry's clear and pleasant voice. "Rocco, you've gone invisible. How come I never see you during team battles anymore?" Iris couldn't help but smile at the way she spoke when she dissed other players, and she almost laughed out loud. As expected, Cherry was still the same bundle of joy she knew her to be. At this moment, her cell phone rang. Iris picked it up casually, the smile still on her face, she saw that someone had sent her a short video. She opened it casually, upon which Lauren's face immediately appeared. She was speaking to the camera with a smile on her face. "Iris, I'm going to go and play with Cherry now. Cherry has always been a very polite and adorable child." She stood up angrily. The silly woman had deliberately sent this silly video to provoke her. Iris's pleasant mood immediately disappeared, and she became even more jealous and envious. She felt even more helpless and sad. She stared at the video. In the video, she could see that Lauren was about to enter Cherry's room. The next moment, in Cherry's live stream still running on Mrs. Landis's phone, there was the sound of someone knocking on the door. Then Lauren's voice rang out. "Cherry, Grandma's coming in, okay?" Iris clenched her fists. She looked at Mrs. Landis's cell phone and stared at Cherry's live stream. She wanted to close it so she wouldn't have to see their interaction. But at the same time, she wanted to open her eyes wide and take a good look at what exactly she had lost. She felt as though a big, invisible hand had closed around her heart tightly. Her chest felt stuffy and tight, and she was awfully distressed. In this moment of conflict, she heard Cherry's young and tender voice become impatient. "Who said you could come in here?" At the Hunt Manor, Lauren entered Cherry's room with a smile on her face. She was on a mission to get along properly with Cherry. After all, she knew that if she pleased Cherry, she would in turn also please Justin. And Cherry was just a little girl. Lauren thought it would be quite easy to sway her. So she was quite surprised when Cherry looked so impatient when she saw her. Lauren had no idea that Cherry was live streaming. She smiled broadly and held out her arms. "Grandma misses little Cherry, so I came over to visit you." After acting like she was on such great terms with Cherry, she walked over and picked up the green princess dress she had given Cherry earlier in the day. The dress had been discarded on the back of the sofa. She inquired, "Don't you like the pretty princess dress that Grandma bought you? Why didn't you put it on?" Cherry blinked her big eyes and answered bluntly, "Because I don't like it." Lauren studied her hesitantly. "Then what kind do you like? Would you like a pink one, a purple one, or maybe—" Cherry tilted her head to the side, which made her look very naughty. With a sickly sweet smile, she stated, "It's you I don't like." Lauren was stunned. Cherry said, "So, as long as the gift is from you, I won't like it. Don't waste your time trying to please me. Please get out. You are not my grandmother." Her voice was crisp and clear, and she spoke loudly and boldly. Lauren blushed, but she didn't dare to bully Cherry, especially in this house. She passively reprimanded the little girl. "Cherry, it is not right for you to speak to your grandma like this. It's very impolite behavior." Cherry jumped and stomped straight toward Lauren. The camera in her live stream was facing that side right from the start, so it had captured a portion of the scene. As a result, anyone watching was able to see Cherry pick up the green princess dress and shove it into Lauren's arms as she pushed her out the door. The little imp was quite strong. After she pushed Lauren out of the room, she stood there with her hands on her hips. She shouted, "Go away, you floozy." Cherry had never called anyone names like that before. Even when she was dissing people in her live streams, she never called anyone names. Therefore, when she tried to think of an insult, she had to think for a very long time before she finally remembered one of the words she had heard people saying in reference to Lauren. After calling Lauren a floozy, Cherry slammed the door in her face. She returned to continue with her live stream, where she noticed that a lot of reproachful remarks were running in the comments. Isn't the live streamer's behavior too crass? What did that nice lady ever do to you? She gave you a gift and you're calling her names? I realized she was a brat a long time ago. She's only 6, but she's already so skilled at dissing people in games. And you guys always said that she never calls anyone names. Ha! Didn't she do that just now? Some of her fans were also trying to reprimand her. Sweet Cherry, that's your grandma.
You mustn't call your family members such names. Yeah, it's very rude of you to toss aside the dress your grandma bought for you. It was a nice gift. A group of internet keyboard warriors who didn't even know anything about her family situation continued to leave comments in her livestream. A defiant Cherry replied, "You are not me, so what would you know? You have no idea what is going on. She is a bad person, and my mummy told me to stay away from her." When she stood up for herself, the comments instantly became even fiercer. Iris was no longer in the livestream at this point. She had closed the livestream when Lauren knocked on Cherry's door. She didn't want to watch any heartwarming moments between the two because it would only sadden her even more. She worked quietly on her orchids. About half an hour later, Lauren sent her another text message. "Sorry I didn't reach out sooner, Iris. I've been playing with Cherry the whole time. What a delightful child, and she is so well behaved. We had so much fun together. It makes me happy to think that she likes me very much." Iris's heart sank as she read the message. She truly believed that all of this must be true about Cherry. It would be impossible to not love that little girl. She had always been a good kid who was polite and sweet-talking. Every time Iris was with her, the things she said made her heart melt. It seemed that no matter what, she couldn't harden her heart towards the child. Everyone would like her no matter who it was. Iris didn't want to think about it anymore, so she blocked Lauren's phone number. Then she stood up and went into the dining room for her meal. Mrs. Landis had made mushroom risotto that evening. The two of them had a plate each. However, the usually fresh and delicious mushroom risotto didn't taste right to her that evening. She complained, "Mrs. Landis, the mushroom risotto doesn't taste very good today." Mrs. Landis took a bite. "It tastes fine, Ma'am. You're in a bad mood, so nothing tastes right. Every time you are in a bad mood, you don't feel like eating." "Do you think so? I guess it's true." Iris slowly put down her spoon. She sighed slightly, pushed away from the table and headed upstairs. "I'm not eating anymore. I'll go to bed instead." Sadly, Mrs. Landis shook her head as she watched the lonely woman walk away. She had never seen her so depressed. Iris had originally thought that she would be fine after she went upstairs and had a good night's sleep. But after she lay down, she simply couldn't get to sleep. She tossed and turned as the text messages from Lauren kept running through her mind, making her feel like there was something stuck in her chest that she was unable to get out. At this moment, her cell phone rang. When Iris answered, Lauren's overly perky voice came from the other side again. "Iris, why did you block me? Is it because you don't want me to send you those messages? I hope I didn't upset you. It must be difficult for you to handle the idea that Cherry and I are going to be so close to each other. But you must consider that the child wants a grandmother who can be there for her all the time." Her words made Iris so mad that she was shaking all over. Right at this moment, she heard a rush of footsteps. Mrs. Landis tapped lightly on the door. And when Iris acknowledged her, she opened it and entered the bedroom. "Oh, Mom, come quick," she exclaimed excitedly. "Cherry is trending." Cherry's trending? What was trending? Iris picked up her cell phone. Right away, she saw that Sweet Cherry was trending on social media because she had called her grandma names out of anger during her livestream. It actually wasn't really trending that high in the rankings. It barely entered the top 50 in the rankings and had only recently made the list. Mrs. Landis had found out about this because she wanted to help Iris, so she focused her attention on Jerry. Iris hurriedly opened the article linked in the post, where she saw a video clip from the live stream footage. In the clip, Cherry had driven her grandmother out of her room and called her a floozy. Iris stared at the video clip in shock. Although she knew that it was certainly not right of Cherry to call people names, for obvious reasons, she felt really good about it. While she was looking at Mrs. Landis's cell phone,
Lauren was still talking to her over the phone. "Iris, Cherry is really adorable. Are you sure you don't want to come over and spend some time with her? She really likes her grandmother. Every time she called me grandma, I felt really sad for you." As she listened to the woman, the corners of Iris's lips slowly curled into a smirk. She turned on the cell phone's speaker mode, and then she held the other cell phone with the video clip close to her own phone's microphone. The sound of a girl scolding someone in anger rang out at once. "Go away, you floozy." Lauren's voice came to an abrupt stop. She was terribly stunned. She first glanced at her cell phone in confusion, and then looked at the villa in surprise. If she wasn't already sure that Cherry hadn't left the house, she'd have thought that the little girl was actually with Iris. But if she wasn't at Iris's house, and she was still at home, then how could her voice be coming through Iris's cell phone? While Lauren was still in a daze, Iris chuckled lightly and said, "By the way, I forgot to tell you that Cherry loves playing games and also likes holding live streams. Everything that happened between the two of you in that room was captured in her live stream. So, how on earth are you so confident that my granddaughter would like you? It is very clear to me that Cherry thinks you're a floozy. She said so." Lauren gnashed her teeth in fury. When Cherry called her names, she had only cursed and ranted inwardly, and felt that the girl was awfully ill-mannered. However, she couldn't get angry with a child, so she held her composure until she was pushed out of the room. Only when she came out of the room did she reveal how completely frustrated she was. In order to regain the upper hand, she called Iris to provoke her. But she had no idea that everything that had happened with Cherry had been captured in the live stream. Lauren felt like she had been slapped in the face by Iris. Hard. It was simply so torturous. Lauren took a deep breath at once. She countered and replied, "Oh, that was a silly little incident with the child. Things are bound to improve since I am now living with the Hunts. It must be so difficult for you to know that you have been ostracized." Iris scoffed. "The Hunts? I stopped caring about them all those years ago. I don't want anything to do with Herman anymore, so why would I still want the Hunts' approval for anything? When Herman was the one in charge of the family, things were quite different. But the person in charge is now Justin. Good luck staying there. Justin has always been short-tempered and reserved, ever since he was a child. You'll have to be careful around him. He can be impulsive, especially if you cross him. I was never comfortable there. I love my place, where I can grow my flowers, bask in the sun, and do whatever I want without anyone sitting in judgment. I wonder how they'll feel now with a floozy under their roof." Iris had originally planned to talk to Nora about the child calling people names, but in this instant, she herself had been led astray by Cherry. Iris, who had always followed the rules and had kept her nose clean, understood for the first time in her life how great it felt to call someone a floozy. Well, it wasn't like Cherry called people names that often either, so she would let the matter pass. After all, as far as she was concerned, it was the truth. With that in mind, Iris spoke into her cell phone again. "Is there anything else? It is really clear to me what people think of you." "Iris Evans, do you think that you're better than me because of this? So what if your son is the head of the Hunts for now? You're on bad terms with him anyway. I will show everyone that I am much better than you." "Since there's nothing else, then I'm hanging up. No one likes to listen to a broken record." Iris cut Lauren off and hung up. She was in a good mood. It simply felt so good. Mrs. Landis stared at her lady and shook her head. Mom could be skittish, crying at one moment and then laughing the next. But this wasn't why she had come up to talk to her. She said, anxiously, "Mom, I wouldn't smile just yet. Cherry is being attacked on the internet. Can't you do something about it?" "What am I supposed to do about it? Iris glared at Mrs. Landis. The glare from the woman, who was still charming, made her look bewitching and alluring. The colors of the woman's eyes were still bright, and her gaze was also clean and clear. In spite of her woes, she had taken care of herself through the years. After Iris chided her coquettishly, she stood up right away. "If anything happens to Cherry, Justin won't stand by. He will definitely do something about it." Her stomach quietly grumbled, and she inquired, "By the way, Mrs. Landis, is there still any mushroom risotto left? I'm hungry." After saying that, Iris started heading back down the stairs. Mrs. Landis hadn't finished making her point. She held up her cell phone to show it to Iris. "Mr. Hunt probably still hasn't realized, right? Look, the Post is going up the rankings again." She glanced at the phone. "What? What happened to it? Why is the Post gone?" Mrs. Landis stood confused and tapped her phone. Iris, who was in front of her, waved it off. "You happened to see the Post in time, and fortunately also showed it to me in time. If you were a minute later, I wouldn't have been able to see it at all. I know how efficient Justin can be if he wants something done." Her comment made Mrs. Landis smile internally. It confirmed the idea that, even living in these difficult circumstances, this mother knew her son well. In the Hunt manor, Lauren stamped her foot and gritted her teeth, furious that Iris had hung up on her. "Cherry certainly hasn't fallen very far from her grandmother's tree. They are exactly alike." Hearing her angry voice, Herman reprimanded her. "I told you not to provoke them, but you simply insisted on doing so. Do you understand now that you've been outmaneuvered?" Lauren took a deep breath. "I'm doing all this for your sake." "Really?" "Well, and for our family." When she said this, her eyes widened. She walked up to Herman and took his arm. "Speaking of which, tell me why Iris can't come back to the Hunt Manor. When your family chose her and Justin over you, and you were made to leave, they didn't forbid her from entering the Hunt Manor, but they have now." Herman glared at her, but Lauren continued, "Come on, tell me why." Herman pushed her away. "Lauren, I am not at liberty to tell you what happened with Iris." "Why not?" Lauren persisted and said, "What kind of secret do you have with her that I can't know about? We are husband and wife." "There are some things that even a husband and wife can't talk about." Herman was firm. He stepped out of her reach. "That's it. All right, let's go over to my mother's house and have dinner with her." Lauren stared at him, a sharp look flashing across her eyes. Did he really think that she would let go of the matter just because he didn't feel like telling her? The main reason why she had asked him about Iris was to see if Herman was hiding anything from her after spending 20 years together. Somehow, she still hadn't gained the man's complete trust after all these years. Lauren took a deep breath, feeling the need to vent her pent-up emotions. When the two were about to walk over to Mrs. Hunt's villa, the security guards stopped them. The lead man announced, "Sir, you must move out of the manor today, and you will not be allowed to enter this villa either." Herman and Lauren were stunned. Lauren frowned. "Do you know who you are talking to?" The security guard replied stiffly, "I do." "Yet you still have the audacity to say that. You certainly have some nerve. Who gave you the permission to order something like that?" As soon as Lauren spoke, she heard a low voice behind say, "I did." Lauren and Herman both stopped. They turned around to see Justin striding over. He had a cold and sullen look on his face, and his deep-set eyes were filled with the aggression of a pouncing tiger. Herman frowned. "Justin, how dare you dishonor your parents? Is this because you've become the successor to the Hunt family fortune?" Justin strode up to the pair. With a fierce and piercing look in his eyes, he pointed at the exit and announced firmly and loudly,
This is the Hunt Manor, and grandfather kicked you out once. I am just following his will. That is how I dare to be disloyal to my parents." Since Herman was using his seniority to pressure Justin, then Justin would bring up Grandfather Hunt. There was no way Herman could argue with his own grandfather's will. Justin stared at the man in front of him and narrowed his eyes dangerously. Justin had let the two of them provoke Iris on purpose. That was why he'd instructed the security guards to let them into her home when they went to visit Iris earlier in the day. Firstly, he wanted to hear their conversation and see if he could figure out the truth regarding what had happened in the past. And secondly, he wanted to push Iris into a corner and give her a sense of crisis. But in the end, he found that even though Herman obviously knew the truth, he refused to talk about what had happened. Iris also refused to say a single word about it, so his method was of no use. Moreover, this plan had even brought his precious daughter into some trouble. Although he had deleted all the negative comments on the internet, there would be a bit of trouble for him to deal with in the aftermath. Because of all this, he was not about to let these two stay any longer in the Hunt Manor. Justin said straightforwardly, "If you don't leave by yourself with dignity, then I will be forced to make you leave in an undignified manner." As soon as he said that, a few more security guards swarmed up from behind him. Herman and Lauren frowned, and both of them took a step back. Herman pointed at his son and cursed. "You're so cold-blooded. I'm your father, you know. How dare you treat me like this?" Two guards stepped forward and attempted to grab their elbows, and Herman pulled his arm away. "Don't touch me. We will leave by ourselves." Justin couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on them. He simply stared at them as the security guard next to him also took a step forward. There was nothing else that they could do. Herman and Lauren said no more. All they could do was leave. The next morning, Iris was greeted with wonderful news. Mrs. Landis informed her in the greenhouse, "Herman and Lauren have moved out of the Hunt Manor." Iris was thrilled. She was sitting with a pair of scissors in her hand, trimming her plants. After she was done, she smiled and put down the scissors. Then she sighed. A puzzled Mrs. Landis asked, "Ma'am, what's the matter?" Iris replied, "Justin has grown up." Mrs. Landis was taken aback. "Why do you say that?" Iris glanced at her, her pale and slender fingers gently touching the orchid next to her. She asked, "Why didn't he drive Herman and Lauren away when they first arrived at the Hunts? Why didn't anyone stop them from coming here? He waited until after the incident with Cherry's live stream broke out. Only then did he drive them away." Mrs. Landis shook her head. "And why is that, do you think?" "Because he was trying to push me into a corner. He wanted to force me to make a stand." Iris's words confused Mrs. Landis even more. She scratched her head and asked, "And then?" "Then I saw what happened in Cherry's live stream and realized the truth. He understood at once that these things wouldn't be able to trigger any feelings in me anymore. And, if that was the case, having them around would no longer serve any purpose." Although Mrs. Landis still wasn't sure what was happening, she happily replied, "Well, at least Mr. Hunt has taken your side." "Of course he has," Iris stated proudly. "That's my son we're talking about after all." But then she stared at the pot of flowers beside her that wasn't blooming and heaved a sigh. "What do you think? If I approach my daughter-in-law with this pot of flowers and ask for her advice, will she be upset?" Mrs. Landis, "Why would she be—" "Forget it." Iris seemed to have given up. She went on, "Some things are meant to be yours and some things aren't. I know that this is my fancy, but it may not be anyone else's. I really don't want to make any more trouble for the children. These orchids are my challenge. I'll devote myself to them from here on out."
Mrs. Landis glared at her, shaking her head. She mumbled under her breath, "With the amount of money you spend on these flowers, who knows how many houses you could have purchased if you hadn't spent so much on these plants?" Iris smiled, replying, "Oh, Landis, what I spent on these is nothing compared to that pot of jade orchid. It should have arrived in New York by now, right? Why hasn't it been delivered yet? I must speak with Matthew to find out what is going on." Almost as soon as she said that, her cell phone rang. Iris was a little taken aback and shrugged her shoulders. "Oh my goodness, here he is." When she answered the phone, Matthew's voice rang out. "Madam Iris, I'm terribly sorry." "What's wrong, Matthew?" Like Iris, Matthew was also an expert in cultivating orchids. Not only did he like orchids, but he was also quite wealthy, which was why he could collect so many of them. The jade orchid in question was Matthew's. Iris had pestered him for a very long time before he finally relented and agreed to sell it to her at a high price. He spoke in a rushed tone. "Originally, I'd already found a professional to deliver that pot of flowers to you in New York, but I must sell it to someone else." "Who could possibly afford those flowers?" "A Lauren Hunt." "Lauren again?" Iris frowned. "That's not how you do business, Matthew. I was the one who bought it first, you promised." "Let me finish," Matthew said. "It's not that I don't want to sell it to you, but rather something has gone wrong with my pot of ghost orchids. Lauren is an expert gardener, and she has promised to nurse them back to health for me. Madame Iris, you are also someone who loves flowers, so you should know what that pot of ghost orchids means to me. Lauren will treat the orchids with alternative medicine." Iris said huffily, "She knows nothing. She's imitating orchidians." Matthew nodded. "Yes, I know, but I don't care. I just want my ghost orchids to be cured. Did you know this pot of orchids has been with me for 3 years? Not only is this pot of flowers expensive, it bloomed during the year that my wife passed away. Therefore, it has a place of special significance to me. Madam Iris, unless you can find me the master orchidians right away, I won't be able to sell you that jade orchid pot of flowers to you. I'm so sorry that I must let you down this time." How was she supposed to find orchidians at such short notice? Sitting next to her, Mrs. Landis spilled out with enthusiasm. "Ma'am, let's consult Miss Smith about this. You know that she's a wizard at curing orchid diseases." Iris paused for a moment when she heard Mrs. Landis speak of Nora. Then she said to Matthew, "Give me a day. Tell me about the ghost orchid's symptoms, or take a photo and send it over. I will find someone to take a look at it for you." Matthew enthused. "Is it possible that you really do have a solution?" Iris admitted, "I recently met a young friend who is very skilled at treating orchids. I will ask her for advice. If my friend can't cure them, I will understand that you must give the jade orchids to Lauren." Matthew had heard stories about the dispute between Iris and Lauren. Hearing this, he kept quiet for only a second before he said, "Very well, Madame Iris. We have been taking care of orchids for so long together. I trust you, and am willing to give you a chance. If it weren't for the ghost orchids, I wouldn't have broken our agreement. But if your friend is unable to solve the issue by tomorrow, then you must understand why I need to break our arrangement. Please, you must agree not to hold that against me in the future." Iris nodded. "I understand." People who truly loved orchids regarded the flowers as their vocation. Matthew was one of the best gardeners in the industry, and he viewed the ghost orchids as life itself. If there was anyone who could understand why he did what he did, it was Iris. After hanging up the phone, Matthew wrote an email explaining all of the ghost orchid's symptoms. He was very detailed in the description. After all, he had become very experienced, having cultivated flowers for so long. He described what he had done to the flowers in the past, the soil and the food he had utilized on the flowers and so on. Iris stared at the description for a while before she raised her head and looked at Mrs. Landis. That pot of ghost orchids has indeed developed quite a difficult issue. I'm afraid that even orchidians might find that pot of flowers impossible to save. But there is only one way to know for certain. I must take a gamble. Mrs. Landis was a little taken aback. What gamble? Iris took a deep breath. A gamble on my destiny. If Nora can save this pot of flowers, then that pot of jade orchids will be mine. What's meant to be mine will come to me. Mrs. Landis, who never really understood why anyone spent so much on such things, simply nodded and replied, "Of course." She hadn't realized that Iris had already made her decision in that instant. In order for Nora to save that pot of ghost orchids, it would require a miracle. She was willing to bargain with her to get her assistance. If Nora was willing to help, then Iris would agree to tell them the truth about what had happened all those years ago. She didn't want to give the younger generation any trouble, but her blood ties with her son were undeniable. There was one thing that Lauren had been right about. Cherry liked her true grandmother. She could cruelly push Justin away when she was young, but now that she had become middle-aged, she was becoming sentimental. Her resolution and determination were waning, and she longed to be a part of her son's family. She craved the heartwarming and memorable moments of being with Cherry and the boys. With that in mind, Iris took out her cell phone and sent a text message to Nora. First, she sent Nora the list of symptoms of Matthew's ghost orchids. She added another sentence. "Please take a look to see if you can save this pot of flowers for me." When she had received the message, Nora was at the Andersons. She was looking for her own answers and hoping to find them somewhere in her mother's old room. Despite the unexpected incident with Iris and Herman's return, Nora had not forgotten what she was the most anxious about right now. Her mother had left her information about the V16's whereabouts, but she had been incapable of finding it so far. When she thought of how Xander was still sick, she was filled with impatience and irritability. She needed to find this serum right away. Mrs. Anderson stood at the door. As she watched Nora turn the bookshelves upside down, she inquired, "Nora, what are you looking for?" Nora asked. "Did my mum leave anything important behind?" "Yes, of course." Nora quickly looked up from the notebook in her hand. "What did she leave behind? Show me." As soon as she inquired, Mrs. Anderson looked gently at her, the crinkles of her smile creasing around her eyes. She answered, "Why, she left you, my dear. You are the best gift she left the world." The corners of Nora's lips turned down, but she tried to hide her disappointment. She said, "Oh, thank you, Grandma. I meant, never mind. I'll just look around for it myself." She was about to take out the dust-covered boxes under the bed and search through them when her cell phone beeped. She picked it up and read the messages Iris had sent to her. "Can you take a look and see if you can save this pot of flowers for me? If you can, I will tell you a story." Tell her a story? What could she possibly mean by that? Was Iris finally really going to reveal her secret? A touch of joy flashed across Nora's eyes, and she immediately replied, "I'm coming over there right now." When Nora arrived at the villa, Iris was sitting in the greenhouse with a cup of tea in front of her. She was sipping on her drink, but her eyes were fixed just beyond the windows. At the sound of footsteps, she turned to see Nora. She gestured to the seat opposite her and asked absent-mindedly, "Do you think that you can save the ghost orchids?" "I can try." Nora had never been one to make absolute promises. After all, ghost orchids were especially delicate. A little carelessness would easily lead to problems. Iris took a sip of tea and sighed. She studied Nora. So, you really want to hear that story? Nora nodded. I do. Iris fell silent for a while. Then she asked, even if it brings you two a lot of trouble? Nora nodded again. Even with her affirmation, Iris was worried. She pressed on and inquired, have you asked Justin about it? Is this also what he wants? Before Nora could speak, Justin's voice came from the door. Yes, it is. Seeing that he was also here, Iris was stunned. She stared at her son. Justin had grown to a height of a little over 6'2", and was a full head taller than her. Her small and thin son from 20 years ago had grown into a strong man with an indomitable spirit. Iris clenched her fists. She softly probed, don't you hate me? No matter what my reasons are, I have ultimately been absent in your life for all these years. Justin's jaw strained, and the beauty mark at the corner of his eye was shimmering in the light. After a short silence, he answered, I resented you when I was a kid, but not anymore. Iris was shocked. Justin turned and looked away. Apart from being able to say something mushy to Nora on occasion, he was quite uncomfortable saying sentimental words to others. The man stood up tall. As though he was talking about work matters, he explained to Iris, when I was a child, everyone had a mother except me. When I got into arguments with Roger, his mother would stand in front of him to protect me. But I never had anyone like that. Not only did I not have a mother, but my father was gone as well because of her. At that time, I did indeed hate you for being so cruel. But it doesn't matter anymore, because all of that has passed. I know that you must have your own difficulties and reasons for doing so. Justin's voice was actually very calm and dispassionate. There wasn't any emotion in it at all. It was as if he were narrating something dispassionately from a book. But his words and manners painted a lucid picture in both Iris and Nora's minds. The little Justin had been bullied. His father had been kicked out of the family. His mother was clearly still in New York, but she never came home. He obviously had a father and mother, but he felt more like an orphan in the Hunt household. Perhaps the little boy had cried in private. On many nights he had run to this very villa and looked up at the person inside, hoping that Iris would come to the door, open it, and give him a hug. But she hadn't. And before long, he had grown into an adult. Nora took Justin's hand and held it quietly. Iris felt as if her heart was being wrung inside her chest. However, she was already accustomed to this pain, because each night that he came over to her villa, she knew he was there. Unknown to Justin, she had also been watching him from upstairs. The most intimate relationship in the world was the one between a mother and her child, even with so much pain between them. Iris never went down to see him when he came to the villa as a child, because she couldn't. Children's love for their mothers was more powerful and more pure than their mother's love for children. Because, in the world of children, their mother was the only thing that mattered. But in their mother's world, there were always consequences to be weighed and evaluated, which filled them with worries and reservations. Iris's eyes filled with tears. She dropped her gaze and conceded, Justin, I will give you another chance. You now have children and a wife. If I tell you the reasons I have stayed away, then your days in the future may no longer be peaceful. But if I don't tell you, let me ask you this. Isn't it good the way we are now? That was how Iris had always seen the situation. It was best for them to stay the way they currently were, where mother and son didn't meet, and each kept to themselves peacefully. When Justin heard her mention that he now had a wife and children, he looked at Nora. Nora gripped his hand tightly. Her expression was firm and determined. Justin sensed her encouragement toward him. He nodded to Iris and said,
"We have made our decision."
Iris's jaw tensed up. After a while, she finally conceded, "All right then. If that is the case, then let's take a gamble. If Nora can save that pot of ghost orchids, then I will tell you two the truth." Orchidiance's way of curing orchids was quite miraculous. Additionally, because they were giving medical treatment to orchids, the dosage was hard to control. Not every alternative medicine practitioner could navigate such a balance. Even experts in orchidiance would probably find it rather difficult, let alone Nora. It would be nothing short of a miracle if Nora could cure the ghost orchids. Iris didn't want to lead such a dull life anymore. She didn't want to pretend to be all calm and unaffected by what was happening. She could keep her heart hardened toward Justin because he had grown up, but Cherry was her vulnerability. She wanted to have fun with Cherry and watch her grow up. Thinking of this, she looked at Nora with light in her eyes. This was the mentality of a gambler. When Justin saw his mother's facial expression, he knew that Iris had somewhat relented. In his opinion, if he gave her another push at this point, she would tell him the truth. But he didn't want to use such manipulation against his mother, so he studied Nora instead. Nora felt tremendous pressure from both of them looking at her. After a moment, she replied, "Iris, I suggest that you begin thinking about how to word the story." She took out a handwritten piece of paper and handed it to Iris. "This is the prescription that will cure the ghost orchid." On the way to the villa, Nora had already looked at the photos and the description of the symptoms that Iris had forwarded to her and silently computed the formula. The prescription contained very low drug dosages, so Nora determined it shouldn't pose any danger to the flowers. Nora had always been very confident in her knowledge of her specializations. After all, when she was in California, no one would come to her for medical consultations. In order to improve her medical skills, she had instead treated the flora and fauna at home. That was why she was so knowledgeable about orchids. Of course, this was really difficult to achieve because flowers were undoubtedly different from humans. If Nora hadn't experimented with flowers and plants for so long, she probably would not have mastered such fine control of drug dosages. Iris was a little dumbfounded when she saw the piece of paper Nora was offering to her. She immediately took a photo of the prescription and sent it to Matthew. It was only after she sent it that she raised her head and said, "Nora, you wrote that prescription so quickly." Nora had settled on a prescription without even speaking to Matthew. Nora slowly replied, "I have treated that disease in other flowers before, so I kinda understand it." Iris looked at her in amazement. Only an expert in orchidiance would have been able to work as fast as you did. The corners of Iris's lips spasmed in disbelief. Before Nora could reply, she received a call from Matthew. He said, "Madam Iris, this prescription that you sent me." Iris glanced at Nora and said, "My daughter-in-law came up with it. You can give it a go. I can at least guarantee that nothing will harm your ghost orchids if you try it." Matthew sighed. "It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that you gave it to me a little too late." Iris was taken aback. "What?" Matthew took a deep breath. "Lauren has just borrowed that pot of ghost orchids from me, saying that while she cures them for me, she would also like to hold an orchid exhibition so that the people who like orchids in New York could admire them." What Matthew didn't say was that Lauren hadn't just approached him, but also people from various wealthy and aristocratic families in New York. After all, precious and expensive flowers like orchids weren't things that ordinary people could afford. Lauren had assembled a group of people with the excuse of letting everyone visit an exhibition featuring famous flower species. This way, everyone could learn something new and widen their horizons.
People shouldn't hide and keep all the good things to themselves, Matthew. He recalled Lauren saying that to him earlier. The meaning between the lines was that Iris was too petty. Matthew didn't want to sow discord between them, so he had left that part out. Iris frowned. She has cured your ghost orchids. Pretty much, Matthew sighed. Actually, when I called you, I'd already used the prescription she gave me. I didn't expect the ghost orchids to really become much more alive just half an hour later. Iris sighed silently. She hadn't expected things to develop this way. What an unfortunate turn of events. She said quietly, "Congratulations." "What is there to congratulate me about?" Matthew smiled wryly. "She will be holding an exhibition tomorrow. Even if it's just for the sake of my flowers, I'll have to attend. Not only do I have to contribute my flowers, but I also have to contribute my presence. That woman is so backwards. Madam Iris, orchid lovers like us are usually people at peace with the world. We take care of the orchids for our own joy, but look at her. She's forcing me to do something that only benefits her social status." Iris didn't like talking about people behind their backs, let alone when it was about Lauren. So she only replied, "It's for the best that the flowers are cured." "Yeah," Matthew replied. "Your daughter-in-law is very talented, though. Her prescription is only one herb off from Lauren's. Using alternative medicine to cure orchids is Orchidiance's specialty. Many alternative medicine practitioners also wanted to give it a try. As a result, so many orchids have died from their attempts over the past few years. Lauren is the only one who has finally mastered the technique after studying it for a long time." At this point, Matthew sighed heavily. He debated warning Iris about Lauren's true intentions. Unable to stop himself anymore, he said, "Madam Iris, you have to be careful. Lauren is bent on beating you in orchids this time. I heard that after she caught wind of the fact that you like orchids, she has been imitating Orchidiance's methods in treating orchids for the last 5 years. Who knows how many orchids she destroyed before she finally became as experienced as she is today." Matthew, who sounded like he pitied the orchids, added, "Who knows how many precious orchid varieties she has destroyed just to vent her frustrations." Matthew looked down on Lauren's actions very much. They were taking care of orchids because they truly loved orchids, but Lauren was just using the orchids as a springboard to edge out Iris. It was a pity that no matter how much one was into their hobby, they would still have to bow down in the face of reality. As a woman with a very high social status, Lauren could do as she pleased. Iris didn't pay any attention to those things. However, she still found it somewhat a pity. She had already lost the gamble before it even started. She looked at Nora and said quietly, "All right, I'm hanging up." But at the next moment, Nora grabbed the phone before she could. Nora stared at the phone and asked, "Which other herb did she add to the prescription?" Matthew seemed surprised by her voice. In the end, he named a herb. The corners of Nora's lips curled into a smile. After Iris hung up the phone, Nora turned to her and said, "Let's go to the orchid exhibition tomorrow." As soon as Nora said that, Mrs. Landis, who was next to her, said, "But we don't have an invitation." Nora and Iris looked at each other. The two spoke at the same time. "We will have one very soon." Mrs. Landis was perplexed. "How are you two so confident that you'll receive an invitation?" A puzzled Mrs. Landis looked at Justin. "Are you going to ask Mr. Hunt to ask for 2 tickets?" Iris brushed off her concern. "No, it's fine." As soon as Iris said that, someone knocked at the door. Then the mailman appeared and said, "Madam Iris, mail for you." Iris and Nora looked at each other again. A look of realization flashed across Nora's eyes, and she said to Mrs. Landis, "See,
Isn't that the invitation?" Mrs. Landis shook her head in wonder. "Only one way to find out. Coming!" Mrs. Landis took the mail from the mailman. When she opened it, she found that it was indeed an invitation to the orchid exhibition. She was astounded. "Miss Smith, Mom, aren't the two of you too amazing?" Iris scoffed. "By holding the orchid exhibition right after she returned to New York, she's clearly coming right at me. Since she wants to slap me in the face, how could she possibly not invite me?" Mrs. Landis couldn't help but smack her own forehead. "Look at me. Because I've been living here all this time and haven't come into contact with people much, I've even forgotten about such basic household infighting." Both Nora and Iris were amused by Mrs. Landis's use of the words household infighting. Iris patted her and asked, "Where did you learn all these words from?" Mrs. Landis replied with a smile, "Oh, you know how I watch those TV dramas when I have nothing to do. I learned it from them." Iris suddenly gave her a fierce look and snapped, "Mrs. Landis, how dare you slack off while I wasn't paying attention? You sneaky, treacherous woman. I'm going to deduct your pay." Mrs. Landis pretended to be scared. "Ma'am, other people work only 9 to 6, whereas I wait on you 24 hours a day. Aren't you going to allow me to watch a bit of TV for entertainment?" Iris smiled. "Your salary is for 24 hours of work each day. You should already be thankful that I'm letting you sleep." Mrs. Landis protested. "You capitalist." Iris played coy. "In that case, I'll pay you for 16 hours instead." Mrs. Landis couldn't help but laugh. "Ma'am, if you exploit your staff any further, I might secretly add poison into your favorite food." The two of them bickered and started to joke with each other. There was finally a smile on Iris's face that was calm and serene all round. Mrs. Landis looked at her, very glad and relieved. The two of them were just joking around, of course. Iris had given Mrs. Landis much more than her salary all these years. Both of Mrs. Landis's children were already married, and they both had their own properties in New York and were living lives of luxury. This was all thanks to Iris. After 20 years of her company, Mrs. Landis was more like family to Iris now. Justin stood at the side and watched them bicker and joke with each other. To be honest, for so many years, his mother's appearance had long become vague and blurry in his mind, because every time he came over, all he would see was Iris's frosty face. The woman's lively appearance faintly reminded him of how she had hugged, kissed him, and teased him when he was a child. At that time, she had also laughed and talked happily like what she was currently doing. Originally, because he hadn't had much contact with Iris for more than 2 decades, Justin had felt some estrangement towards his mother. However, that sense of estrangement had lessened considerably at this instant. It was as though the mother in his memories, who loved to talk, laugh, play, and joke around, had returned. For him, his mother was no longer a blurry image in his head. She had once again become vivid and animated. The feeling made the corners of his lips curl upward. But Justin made sure it was so subtle that nobody noticed. He cast his eyes down and hid the complex emotions in his eyes. Mrs. Landis was a huge mischief maker. She had also wanted Iris and Justin to reconcile for so long. Seeing that the atmosphere today was great, she said, "Mr. Hunt, you really loved the ravioli I made when you were a child. Why don't you stay for dinner tonight?" Justin subconsciously looked at Nora. When she saw him looking over, Nora nodded and said, "All right." Mrs. Landis became excited at once. She rolled up her sleeves and walked into the kitchen as she said, "Since you guys are staying for dinner tonight, I will have to show off my culinary skills. Mom eats too little, so she doesn't give me a chance to show off my skills at all." After Mrs. Landis left to go to the kitchen, the atmosphere among the trio standing outside immediately became a little awkward. Iris looked at Nora and then at Justin. At last, she said, "I'll go and give Mrs. Landis a hand. Given her age, she'll be too slow." After speaking, she also went into the kitchen. Nora and Justin were the only ones left outside. The two of them looked around the greenhouse. Justin pointed at the orchids and said, "I heard that people who raise orchids have high moral character. Now it seems like that's not always the case." He was referring to Lauren. Nora, however, laughed and said, "I don't know about others, but I know why my godsister likes taking care of orchids." Nora deliberately emphasized the words, godsister. Justin smirked. "Oh, do you know?" He raised his eyebrows, knowing that Nora was being cheeky and asking to be taught a lesson again. As soon as the thought formed, he looked at Nora's plump lips, wishing he could take a few nips to vent his anger. Justin held himself back, but it was difficult. As for Nora, she joked, "Do you want to know why? If you do, then call me God Aunt Nora. I'll tell you if you do." Tisk. She was starting to take advantage of him now. Justin stroked his chin and suddenly leaned forward. He lowered his voice and asked, "Miss Smith, are you sure you want to be my God Aunt?" Nora looked at Justin. She knew he was referring to their relationship. She felt her cheeks get hot. She decided not to tease him anymore, afraid that it would backfire on herself. She coughed and said, Aunt Iris and I already knew each other before she even knew who I was. She told me at that time that she was raising all these flowers because her son had given her a pot of orchids once." Justin was stunned. He looked at the orchids, his jaw tensing up. He remembered now. When he was 10 years old, he had indeed given her a pot of orchids on her birthday. His mother had accepted his gift. At the same time, she had also told him that she had only accepted the gift because she liked orchids. Since then, the floodgates opened and she started to buy a lot of orchids. Justin had always thought that it was because she liked orchids. But as it turned out, it was a simple excuse for her to accept her son's gift. He turned to look at Iris in the kitchen. Mrs. Landis had prepared some ingredients, and she was picking and choosing from among them. However, everything that she picked out just so happened to be his favorite. Justin lowered his head. In truth, his mother had never really left him all these years, and he'd always had his mother's love with him by his side, right? In this instant, he suddenly reconciled with his mother, or rather, with the part of himself that had been uncomfortable because his mother hadn't taken care of him. He also suddenly became open-minded and let go of some things in this instant. He let out a silent sigh. Right at this moment, his cell phone rang. When he answered, Herman's gruff voice came from the other side. "Justin, didn't you want to know why your mother has been avoiding you? I will tell you now." Upon hearing Herman's voice, Justin narrowed his eyes. He wanted to say that he didn't need to know the reason why his mother left him as a child. He wanted to hear it from Iris instead. But he suddenly paused. Iris would never tell him about her grievances. He would only be able to hear about her grievances from others. For example, Iris would probably never tell him why she liked orchids, because she had never been a woman who knew how to express her feelings. Justin thought about it and said, "Okay, speak." His father was calling from his villa in the outskirts of New York. He was lounging on his sofa with his second wife, Lauren. She watched him as Herman said, "You probably only know that I cheated on your mother with Lauren back then. So all this time, you must have thought that all the problems with our marriage were because of me,
right?
Herman's words gave voice to the mentality that most women held, that every man who cheated was a scumbag. Justin lowered his eyes, but he sneered.
You are wrong.
Herman was taken aback. Justin said,
You are not a good husband, and at the same time you are not a good father either.
Many people thought that once a man cheated, he would no longer be a good father, but that wasn't necessarily true. Some men might cheat on their wives a lot, but they wouldn't hold back on their love for their children. Perhaps the cheating itself might affect the children, but even so, they would still try to make up for it later. Besides, some married couples were indeed not suitable to stay together. Even if they had children, those who needed to divorce would still divorce each other. However, the divorce did not affect their love for their children. But this wasn't true in Herman's case. Not only had he cheated and hurt Iris, but he had also left Justin to fend for himself afterward. It was as if he didn't care that he had a son in the first place. He not only let Iris down, but also Justin. Herman was stunned for a while. Then he tried to explain himself.
Justin, it's not that I didn't care about you or that I did not love you. At your old age, you shouldn't keep going on and on about things like love and romance.
Justin dissed him mercilessly again. Herman bit his tongue, not wanting to make his son angry.
Please, let me speak.
Justin cut him off and put it concisely.
Tell me the reason.
Herman spent a while organizing his thoughts. After a few moments, he sighed and said,
Justin, I know I've neglected you, but you have to understand. I did all that because your mother cheated on me first. I am a man. How could I let my wife do that to me? That's why I went to Lauren. Don't be fooled by how Iris looks as if she's at peace with the world. She is not as indifferent to fame and fortune as she makes herself out to be.
Stunned, Justin suddenly looked at his mother in the kitchen. Iris had cheated on Herman? Herman took a deep breath.
She had found another man on the outside. I couldn't condone her behavior, so I filed for a divorce. When your grandpa wanted to keep you in the family, I couldn't just let her sit back and enjoy the rewards of her success, and hog my family's business on top of that. Besides, all she could think of was that man, so I made a request that she would leave you alone. You were still young at that time, and I was afraid that she would manipulate you and your power and become the real master of the hunts. Justin, I schemed and did all this for your own good.
Justin frowned. Herman's argument might sound seamless and completely logical at first, but what was the truth? If what he said was true, why did Iris spend all these years in agony in her lonely villa, instead of going to her lover and keeping him company? Justin sneered.
Do you think I will believe that?
Herman started to panic.
I have evidence.
Justin asked, What evidence? Justin was already biased towards Iris and highly disapproving of Herman's statement. If that was really the reason, then Iris's decision to ignore him as a child would really be too absurd. Though he was feeling uncomfortable about the whole thing, Herman said,
Those orchids are the evidence. She didn't like orchids at all in the past. You should remember that there were barely any orchids at home when you were young. But look at how she started to take care of so many orchids after she moved to the suburbs. It's because her lover loves orchids. Ha! Because I trapped her in New York, she couldn't meet her lover anymore. So she could only pour all her yearning and pining into the orchids instead.
Justin smirked at his desperate father. What smooth logic. If Nora hadn't told him just now why Iris was keeping so many orchids, he'd probably really have become suspicious. But now he knew the real truth. Justin scoffed.
Is that so? Herman said, Yes, everything I said is true. Justin, your father, has actually been very worried about you and has done a lot for you, so don't be so distant toward me. I know I have never shown you any fatherly love, but I can give that to you in the future. I don't need it. Justin straight up rejected him. Is there anything else? Herman stammered, I want to visit your grandmother tomorrow. She's my mother, after all. Tell the people at home to let me in. Justin scoffed. Nice try. You can forget about ever entering the Hunt Manor for the rest of your life. He wanted to hang up after saying that, but Herman shouted, Justin, you can't do that to me. I did all that for you. You refuse to let me in, yet you allow Iris to enter. Tell me, did Iris bewitch you? Has she been bad-mouthing me all these years? No matter what, I am still your father. Justin hung up on him. Herman had called him to create tension between him and his mother, so as to make his way into the Hunts little by little. Herman stared at his mobile phone with a frown after Justin hung up on him. He couldn't help but curse. That brat! Why is he so stubborn? Lauren looked at him. Is the reason you gave him really the truth? Herman scoffed and said, Half of it is, I suppose. Lauren rolled her eyes at once. Aren't you afraid that Iris will tell him the truth? It will become even more difficult for you to repair your relationship with him then. Herman said confidently, She won't. Lauren was taken aback. Herman continued, Because if she does, it would bring great trouble to her son. That's why she will never say it. It was only after Iris and Mrs. Landis made a total of 6 dishes that all of them finally sat down. Iris wanted Mrs. Landis to eat with them, but she took her food and went into the kitchen instead of eating at the same table with the family in order to give them some privacy. After the 3 of them sat down, Justin stared at Iris. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. She was taken aback for a moment. She wasn't expecting anyone to call her. But when she looked down at the phone, it turned out to be an unfamiliar number. Iris's hand started shaking and she rejected the call immediately. However, the other party persisted and kept calling. It was obvious that Iris was nervous. Her eyes were wide and she wasn't touching her dinner at all. She stared hard at the phone, as though the call came from the depths of the underworld. Iris was very nervous, despite her trying to make herself appear calm and collected. Her tightly clenched fingers, as well as her dilated pupils, had exposed her emotions. Justin's gaze landed on the unfamiliar number, and he pointed out, Your phone is ringing. Iris's head snapped in his direction. She stammered, Huh? Oh, it's probably just a sales call. Iris rejected the call again. Then, because she was afraid that they would call again, she switched off her cell phone. She tried to gloss over the topic and said with a smile, They are so annoying. There are simply so many such sales calls these days. It wasn't easy for us to have a meal together. Seeing his mother like this, Justin merely nodded. Nora and Justin exchanged a look, neither of them exposing her lie. Afterwards, even though Iris tried her best to pretend she was very excited and happy about the meal, the 2 of them could still tell that she was a little distracted. After all, Nora and Justin were more insightful than most ordinary people and had astounding observation skills. After the meal, the 2 said their goodbyes to Iris. Before leaving, Nora looked at Iris again and asked tentatively, See you at the orchid exhibition tomorrow? Iris seemed a little hesitant. It must have been because of those phone calls. However, she only stayed quiet for a second before she raised her head. Yeah. Her voice was firm. This showed that she would not be changing her mind again. She was really taking a gamble.
If Nora managed to cure the pot of ghost orchids, then she would tell them the truth. If she failed, then she would take the truth with her to the grave and never cause the children any trouble. Seeing her like this, Nora and Justin looked at each other again and left. Nora and Justin left in the same car. As always, Justin was driving. As they turned the corner ahead, he stopped the car. By then, Nora had already set her cell phone number as an unknown caller. Then she keyed in the string of numbers that had been displayed on Iris's cell phone just now. She had a photographic memory, so she had memorized the phone numbers with just a single glance. Nora then handed her cell phone to Justin. Justin dialed the number without hesitation. The other party quickly picked up. A man's deep voice came through the phone. "Hello?" A firm Justin asked, "Who are you?" The other party was silent for a while. Then he let out a low chuckle and hung up without saying anything else. Justin cursed and shook his head. "I didn't recognize his voice. Who is my mother hiding?" Inexplicably, what Herman had said about Iris cheating on him flashed through his mind. He frowned. Nora also frowned. He kept the call time within 15 seconds. I can't trace his location. Justin took a deep breath. "Don't bother." Nora looked at him. Justin explained, "I'm not going to ask anymore. I'll wait for her to tell me everything herself." He didn't want to investigate anymore. He had suddenly realized something. Because there were always people trying to sabotage his investigations, it would, inevitably, lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Nora knew what he was thinking. She gave him a thumbs up right away and said, "Yep, that's the way. You're family, so you shouldn't harbor suspicions about each other. Besides, from what I saw just now, your mother, didn't change her mind because of that call." Justin nodded. Iris wasn't a weakling or a pushover. She had taught Justin to be strong and aggressive since he was a child. This was also why Justin hadn't believed Herman's nonsense. How could Iris possibly be someone who easily accepted fate? If she really had a lover, then she would definitely have tried to think of ways to spend the rest of her life with him, instead of wasting her youth away here. The next day, Nora drove to the quaint suburban villa early in the morning. Iris had dressed up for the occasion and was wearing an elegant and beautiful white fitted dress. The woman didn't look like she was nearly 50 years old at all. After dressing up, she was dazzling and graceful. Her figure was curvy, and coupled with her fair skin, it was only when one looked closely that one would see any wrinkles on her face. With the way she looked as she stood there, some people might believe it if one said that she was only 20 years old. Nora raised her eyebrows and formed a heart with her hands at Iris. Iris got into the car, and the two headed straight to the orchid exhibition. Lauren's orchid exhibition was held at a hotel in central New York. The orchids she borrowed from various families had all been placed on shelves. At a glance, there was every kind of orchid that one could ever think of. In the most eye-catching position was Matthew's ghost orchid. The ghost orchids were very rare, so they had occupied the central position of the orchid exhibition. After Nora and Iris got out of the car and entered the hall with the invitation, they immediately noticed the pot of ghost orchids. When Iris saw the orchids, she exclaimed, "Lauren really has cured that pot of ghost orchids. They look so full of vigor." Only then did Nora reveal something. There is a problem with her prescription. Iris, who was a little taken aback, looked at Nora. Nora whispered, "Her prescription has one more ingredient than mine. That herb is too powerful. It can quickly allow orchids to look energetic and filled with vigor, but over time, even bigger problems will appear. It's like how humans suddenly become very energetic before they pass away. Going by how much time has passed since the medicine was given to the ghost orchids yesterday, the ghost orchids will wither after another half an hour.
There are a lot of restrictions when it comes to using drugs on plants. Those who are not proficient in it really shouldn't do it. Iris was dumbfounded. She couldn't help but say, "Orchidians has also said that before, and told everyone not to imitate them. Aren't you also imitating Orchidians, though?" Nora raised her eyebrows. Suddenly, her lips curled into a smile, and she replied, "Who says I'm imitating Orchidians?" Iris thought about what Nora said, and her jaw dropped. Then, as though she had realized something, she looked at Nora in astonishment. Could it be that Nora was none other than Orchidians? As she was about to speak, Lauren entered the hall and said with a smile, "Iris, you're here. Did you bring any orchids with you today?" Iris immediately reined in the complicated look she was giving Nora. She looked at Lauren and replied, "No." "You didn't?" Lauren was shocked. "It is written on my invitation that everyone who comes to the orchid exhibition should bring a pot of flowers, so that everyone can appreciate and admire each other's flowers." After she spoke, Lauren sighed silently. In a voice dripping in sarcasm, she said, "Iris, surely it's not because you can't bear to show us your flowers, right? I have heard that you have gathered a lot of rare orchids in your private collection over the years. I am holding this orchid exhibition precisely because I hope that orchid lovers can gather and share their joy with each other. In fact, an orchid exhibition like this should have been held long ago. What's the point of hiding and keeping all the good things to ourselves? Everyone here is an orchid lover. It's not like they'll spoil the flowers, right? Iris, you are being overly cautious." Although she said that she was being too cautious, she was instead implying that Iris was too stingy and petty. Lauren wanted to highlight how generous and capable she was instead. A group of people from wealthy families gradually gathered around them. Everyone looked at Iris. Iris, however, scoffed. Was Lauren trying to compete with her in terms of eloquence? Iris wasn't someone who would take this kind of treatment from others. Lauren had organized the orchid exhibition in order to reveal Iris's arrogance. Even though she had succeeded in changing her status from a homewrecker to Herman's lawful wife, she knew that there weren't many in the circle of wealthy ladies who approved of her. Everyone approved of Iris instead. In that case, Lauren would outdo Iris in what she was most known for, orchids. This way, she could also show off in front of everyone else. Lauren snapped. "Iris, why are you keeping quiet? Are you upset? Well, it's true. There's no one in New York who doesn't know that you love orchids the most. By right, you should have been the one organizing the orchid exhibition instead. But because you didn't take any action, I found someone to do it. What a shame. I heard that you also have a pot of ghost orchids, so I wanted to let everyone admire them." As soon as she said that, Iris looked at the people around her. She smiled and said, "The things you say are so ridiculous. Must I hold an orchid exhibition because I like orchids? In that case, since Mrs. Lang likes diamonds, must she also hold a diamond exhibition? Since Mr. Sullivan likes antique paintings, should he open a museum then? These are just personal hobbies. On the other hand, why haven't I heard anything about you liking orchids before now?" Her few simple words had immediately defeated Lauren. Why would the wealthy and the noble possibly take out everything they liked and show it off to everyone? If they did that, then they would be bragging about their wealth to everyone. Lauren had made a mistake at a fundamental level, making her seem petty and cheap, and making all the ladies look down on her. They had only attended the exhibition because of Matthew's ghost orchids. After all, Matthew's ghost orchids really were a rare sight. Iris's words had deflated Lauren's momentum, causing everyone around them to laugh. They echoed Iris and said, "She's right, we are not shallow people.
Showing off one's wealth for no reason would only arouse aversion and disgust from other people. Moreover, even though Lauren wasn't an orchid lover, she had held an orchid exhibition. Iris had pointed out her objective. Lauren clenched her fists in anger. She'd finally invited so many ladies to the exhibition today after much difficulty. Originally, she'd wanted to improve her position among the ladies, but she did not expect Iris to be so sharp-tongued. Lauren lowered her head and smiled. I certainly don't have any love for orchids, but don't forget that I am an alternative medicine practitioner. It's only because Matthew asked me to cure his flowers that I decided to hold the orchid exhibition. I found his ghost orchids such a rare sight and wanted everyone to see it. This way, everyone can also share their experience on growing orchids with one another along the way. Her few simple words immediately made the rich ladies around them not dare to laugh at her anymore. Everyone at the exhibition was a true flower lover. Was there anyone among them whose flowers would never have any problems? Should something go wrong, it would be great to have someone like Lauren help. She could even cure Matthew's ghost orchids. Lauren was simply too skilled at curing orchids. Someone immediately asked, Mrs. Hunt, you are so capable. You have even cured such a delicate flower that's so difficult to treat. It's amazing. By the way, my flowers have also met with a small problem. I wonder if I can ask you for some advice. Lauren smiled gently and replied, Sure. In the first place, this orchid exhibition isn't meant for showing off. Rather, it's to encourage communication. With a few simple sentences, Lauren had saved the scene again. Some of the others walked over to Iris and said, Madam Iris, come to think of it, that woman is actually quite capable. Her methods of curing the flower's illnesses are very similar to orchidiance's. Everyone's privately speculating that Lauren might be orchidiance. Sometimes, for the sake of the orchids, we should bow down to others. Another woman agreed with her. Yeah, she actually cured Matthew's ghost orchids. She's really very impressive. Matthew's ghost orchids had been withering day by day for about half a month. He had been to many orchid masters to cure it, but there had been barely any effect. News of this had already spread in New York. Through his ghost orchids, Lauren had made a name for herself. At the mention of orchidians, Iris subconsciously glanced at Nora. Then she scoffed and muttered, She's no orchidians. Compared with orchidians, she is far inferior. The contempt in her words made the ladies look at one another. In the end, none of them dared say anything. They could only smile awkwardly. Lauren also heard her. At once, she narrowed her eyes and said, Madam Iris, now that's rather meaningless. Matthew had certainly wanted to approach orchidians, but the problem is that orchidians is so mysterious. No one knows who she is, let alone where to find her. I heard that she's not even in the country, so it's impossible for anyone to find her. I admit that my treatment methods are indeed imitating orchidiance's, but am I wrong to diagnose and cure Matthew's ghost orchids for him? The place was silent. No one attending the orchid exhibit said a word. No one dared to offend Iris. After all, she was Justin's mother. Although they weren't on good terms with each other, it was rumored that Justin would still visit his mother at her suburban villa every month. Besides, no matter how bad their relationship was, Justin would never sit by and watch other people bully his mother. Therefore, no one defended Lauren. However, Lauren could cure orchids' illnesses. Everyone there was an orchid lover, so none of them dared to offend Lauren either. For a while, no one said anything. Iris's lip corners, however, curled into a smile. Although she hadn't asked Nora if she was really orchidians yet, it had given her confidence. She looked at Lauren and said, What's the big deal about being able to cure orchids? My daughter-in-law can also do it. She looked at Nora with a proud look on her face. When Lauren heard this, she looked at Nora. A moment later, she let out a soft laugh. After she laughed, Lauren smirked. Sorry, I really couldn't help it. Madam Iris, what you said is really funny. I know Miss Smith is the great Dr. Zarbe's student, and I also know that she is Athena, the famous surgeon, but neither of those titles are related to orchids. Madam Iris, surely you don't think that every alternative medicine practitioner can cure orchids, right? Flowers are different from humans. Iris smiled when she heard her. Of course I know that, but my daughter-in-law happens to have studied orchids a little before. In fact, she is... Before she could say orchidians, Lauren interrupted her. Is that so? Then why don't you come over and have a look at Matthew's ghost orchids, Miss Smith? You should know that pot of ghost orchids' prior condition, right? Can you cure it? Nora glanced at the ghost orchids and said calmly, Yes. As soon as Lauren opened her mouth to reply, Iris took out a piece of paper. This is the prescription that my daughter-in-law wrote for that pot of ghost orchids. You can take a look at it. All of the people attending the exhibit were shocked. One person shouted, Does Miss Smith really know how to cure orchids? Another person replied, If you think about it, there's a chance that she does. Miss Smith is the best alternative medicine practitioner after all. Once Lauren lost the advantage of being able to cure orchids' illnesses, the people around them immediately decided to speak up for Iris. When Lauren heard them, she snatched the prescription from Iris. After she glanced at it, she said, Iris, Matthew must have told you about this prescription, right? This is exactly the same as mine. It's a pity that even if you've made a copy, you've left out one ingredient. She didn't leave it out, Nora pointed out, unbothered. It's because the prescription doesn't need that ingredient. Orchids are delicate flowers. The ingredient you added will hurt it. It'll hurt it? No way. Lauren scoffed confidently. That ingredient is supposed to revive a plant's shine and glow, so how could it possibly be harmful? What's more, that pot of ghost orchids is being displayed so vividly and vibrantly in front of everyone right now. Everyone can see the flower's current condition for themselves. In only a day, it has regained all of its vitality. Miss Smith, you are being too narrow-minded. Nora looked at the pot of flowers. Affliction of diseases makes one collapse like a mountain, and the treatment of diseased areas is akin to trying to extract strands of silk from one another. The usage of such strong medication will keep the orchid alive for a while, but then it will make it wilt even faster. As an alternative medicine practitioner, surely you don't need me to teach you something like that, right? Lauren crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes after she heard what Nora said. Nora's calm way of talking made Lauren angry. Lauren sneered. Miss Smith, I know that you are Justin's wife. There's nothing wrong with protecting and defending your mother-in-law. But even so, you can't speak so carelessly like this. This ingredient is certainly a little strong, but I've already tested it on other orchids before. There won't be any problems in the future. Facts speak louder than words. I know that you are an alternative medicine practitioner, but alternative medicine requires many years of practice to accumulate experience. From what I see, you don't give medical consultations very often, so you're probably not very experienced when it comes to the practical aspect, right? Besides, humans are different from flowers. I have treated a lot of flowers and gone through a lot in order to gain experience. What about you? When Nora heard this, she looked at Lauren with a blank stare. Then let's make a bet. What do you want to bet on? Lauren asked. Nora looked at the pot of ghost orchids and answered, That a problem will definitely occur with this pot of flowers within an hour? Lauren scoffed. Miss Smith, stop joking. How can that be? I've already cured that pot of flowers. How can anything go wrong with it when it's filled with such life? But since you've said so, then okay. I accept the bet, Miss Smith. If nothing goes wrong with the flowers, then I hope Mr. Hunt can allow Herman and I to return to the Hunt Manor and stay there. Nora's lips curled into a smile. Okay. If something goes wrong with the flowers, then I want you to apologize for wrecking someone else's marriage back then. Lauren's pupils shrank in fear. The biggest humiliation of her life was when she involved herself with Herman's marriage and became the third party persecuted by everyone. Whenever people talked about her these days, they always called her the homewrecker who had somehow become the lawful wife. Now Nora had brought it up in public in front of everyone. It was simply infuriating. There was anger all over Lauren's face. She demanded, "What's the meaning of this, Miss Smith? You don't dare to make the bet with me?" Nora raised her brows. Pushed into a corner, the angry and anxious Lauren could only agree, "Fine." She clenched her hands into tight fists. In order to return to the Hunt Manor, as well as to return to the highest level of status in New York, she could not hold anything back. When she thought about it carefully, though, nothing could go wrong with that pot of flowers anyway. Nora was at a complete disadvantage when she made the bet with her. But the moment Nora said that the ingredient in Lauren's prescription for the ghost orchids was too strong, Lauren felt a little bit of fear. She did have some knowledge from her time studying medicine abroad over the years. However, she strongly believed that even if something were to really go wrong, it would only happen at a later stage. It was impossible for that to happen within an hour. She was sure to win the bet. When she thought about it this way, Lauren didn't feel so unhappy anymore, because the bet was clearly to Nora's disadvantage. After the two parties made the bet, Lauren summoned some people and instructed, "Keep a close watch on this pot of ghost orchids. If anything goes wrong, you must notify me right away." No matter how rare the ghost orchids were, they were nothing more than a pot of flowers for Lauren. She did not care about the flowers. She only cared about winning the bet. She spoke in a very loud voice so everyone heard her. Lauren explained with a smile, "We've already made the bet after all. I'm afraid that someone would deliberately spoil the flowers within the hour because they are sore losers. It would be terrible if people refused to pay up when that happens." Iris decided to ignore her. Instead, she pulled Nora to the side, lowered her voice, and asked, "Tell me the truth. Are you Orchidians?" Nora's lips curled into a smile and she nodded. Iris shook her head and looked at the ground in shock. When she raised her head, she stared at Nora with a dazed look on her face. "Orchidians is the only person capable of curing Matthew's flowers. Why didn't I think of that?" "No, it's because you are too young. I didn't expect Orchidians to be so young. I always thought that she would be as old as me, or perhaps even older." Nora looked at her. After speaking, Iris's immediate thought was that she now had someone to treat the flowers in her greenhouse if anything ever happened to them. Iris heaved a huge sigh. She said, "I originally thought that there are only so few people in the world who can cure Matthew's ghost orchids, because those flowers are really very difficult to treat. When you said that you can cure them, I thought that you were taking a gamble. But I didn't expect that what was a 1 in a 10,000 probability for me would instead be a 100% sure win probability for you." Nora replied, "Therefore you have to tell your story now." Iris was taken aback for a moment. In the end, she waved and said, "Ah well, never mind. This is all meant to be. She had thought things through herself. By taking a gambler's mentality with this, she was trying to give herself a ray of hope in the future as well. She didn't want to age and die in that quiet suburban villa and be separated from Justin for the rest of her life, either. All of this had been predestined a long time ago. That was all. She whispered, "I hope the two of you won't hate me after you hear my story." Back then, she had shielded Justin from everything. Now that her son had grown up, it was ultimately time that he paid his debt. Iris sighed. Nora patted her shoulder. "We're not going to hate you, don't be afraid." When a person is young, their mother is a powerful figure that would shield them from everything. Now that they had grown up, they were willing to be that powerful figure for their mother. The two chatted for nearly an hour. When the hour had passed after they made the bet, Lauren glanced at the orchid. When she saw that it was still blooming beautifully, she heaved a sigh of relief at once. She then went up to Iris and Nora. "Miss Smith, you've lost." Nora looked at her. There are still 2 minutes left. Lauren smiled and pronounced, "There are only 2 minutes left, but that pot of flowers is now blooming even more beautifully than before. There is no risk of it wilting at all. So you two are losing for sure." Nora shook her head. "That's not true." Nora stood up and looked down at the time on her cell phone. Lauren curled her lips with disdain and smirked. "Miss Smith, to be honest, we are all family. How can there be any grudges among family members? Why do we have to draw such a clear line between us? Why don't we just forget about the bet? It might reflect poorly on us. I'm not someone who would hold grudges against my young ones either. The old madam is getting on in years, though. Herman has always wanted to be close to his mother and be by her side, so let's not have the hunt stop him anymore." Before she could finish her sentence, a security guard rushed over in a panic and yelled, "Mrs. Hunt, something terrible has happened." Lauren was taken aback. She turned around and saw that the security guard was the one that she had instructed to keep a close watch over the ghost orchids. Lauren frowned. "What are you doing? This is outrageous. Why are you in such a panic?" She demanded to know what was going on. The security guard gulped in fear. In a shaky voice, he uttered, The ghost orchids are dead." Lauren was stunned. She frowned and muttered, "That's impossible." The security guard pointed to where the ghost orchids were and swallowed hard. It's true." Lauren strode toward the ghost orchids. Iris and Nora looked at each other. They smiled at each other and followed after her. When she walked over, she saw that the pot of ghost orchids, which had originally been beautiful and charming, had wilted. The flowers were drooping to the ground as if they lacked water, and they were withering. Lauren stared at the ghost orchids in shock. At this time, Nora looked down and glanced at the time. She announced, 59 minutes and 20 seconds. Madam Lauren, you have lost." Calling her Madam Lauren and not Mrs. Hunt was no different than slapping Lauren in the face. But Lauren couldn't be bothered to care about something like her name at the moment. She stared at the ghost orchids and whispered to herself, "That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have tried that prescription on so many orchids before, and nothing like this has ever happened." Those orchids had all survived. Even the one in the poorest condition had survived for half a month. More and more people were gathering around them. Seeing that everyone had come over, Lauren felt even more embarrassed. All of a sudden, she turned to Iris. "What did you do to the orchids?" Iris couldn't help but laugh at the unfortunate woman. She raised her eyebrows, a smile forming on her lips. "What a grand accusation. From the moment we made the bet, we have been sitting in the corner. There are so many people here who can testify to that.
Besides, isn't the security guard keeping watch over the flowers someone you had found? Are you saying that your security guard didn't keep a good watch over the flowers? The security guard panicked when he heard her. He defended himself in a hurry and gasped, "Yes, I did. I was staring at this pot of flowers the whole time. How would I dare to leave its side when it's worth more than $1 million? I didn't dare to blink the whole time, for fear that something would go wrong. I can guarantee that everyone stayed far, far away from the flowers and did not come close at all during this period of time." Everyone at the flower exhibition was from wealthy families, and all of them were very smart and calculating. Lauren had already made it clear that she was using the pot of flowers to fight with Iris. No one would be blind enough to go forward and mess with the flowers. Lauren panicked. Why would something go wrong with the flowers when no one went near it? It must be because you didn't watch over it properly. The security guard panicked even more. He pointed to the surveillance camera at the side and choked out, "There is surveillance camera footage as proof." At last, Lauren couldn't find anything else to blame it on, so she could only look at the orchid again. At this point, Nora remarked, "I told you. That ingredient you added can indeed speed up the ghost orchid's recovery, but it's like how a person would all of a sudden be in very good spirits before their death. You have made the ghost orchids spend all of its future life force in one day, so it withered faster than before." Lauren shouted, "But my prescription has been verified to be successful. All the other orchids were fine." Nora spoke in a cold voice. "It's not that they are fine, it's that nothing has happened to them yet. Ghost orchids are more delicate than other orchid breeds, and there are only a few varieties of them. Different orchids are like different people, so the dosages they are given would have to be different. All the orchids you used the prescription on should have withered within half a month to a month's time." Before returning to America, Lauren had known that Matthew was looking everywhere for someone to treat his pot of ghost orchids. So, when she was still abroad, she had already figured out the prescription and tested it on numerous pots of orchids. She had only returned after she verified the prescription. She assumed that her prescription would work on any orchid. She had no idea that her plans would fail because of the ghost orchids. While she was thinking, her cell phone rang. When she answered, her housekeeper from abroad told her, "Ma'am, 2 of the orchids that you cured have withered in the greenhouse." Those words were like a slap in her face, making Lauren realize that there was a problem with her prescription. At this point, Matthew had heard the commotion. Leaning on someone else for support, he walked over. Matthew had arrived a long time ago. He wanted to watch over his ghost orchids, but because he was so old, after he came and put the pot of ghost orchids down, he went to the VIP lounge upstairs to rest right after. When he saw the ghost orchid's condition, he panicked at once. He looked straight at Lauren and demanded, "What's going on? You better give me an explanation for this." Lauren swallowed and clenched her fists. She could only grit her teeth and deny it. She stammered, "Matthew, your flowers were incurable from the start. My prescription had at least allowed it to recover for a day. Besides, when you passed me the flowers, I was making a last-ditch effort. I feel very guilty that they didn't recover, but there is no other way around it." She sighed and got quiet before adding, "I'm sure you have already exhausted all the solutions you could think of during the last few months. That's why you could only give Orchidiance's method a try in the end. I have tried my best, Matthew. You won't blame me for it, right?" Lauren was slinging accusations when she was the villain herself. However, her words shut Matthew up. He had tried all sorts of ways to cure the ghost orchids, but they had all failed. In the end, he could only try treating them with Orchidiance's method. But how many people really knew how to do that? When he chose to give Lauren's method a try, he had been taking a gamble. But if Lauren hadn't looked so confident at the time, would he,
have allowed her to try treating his orchids. But come to think of it, although Lauren had been very confident that she could cure the flowers, everything she had said had been very realistic. It was true that she had never promised that she could cure the orchids. When he thought of this, Matthew was so angry that his chest felt all tight, as though he couldn't breathe. He looked at the pot of ghost orchids in distress and cried, "Why can't it be cured? Why can't it be cured?" Lauren tried to console him. "Matthew, I'm afraid that there's really no cure for that pot of flowers anymore. Even if Orchidians were here, she wouldn't be able to do anything." Matthew let out a frustrated grunt. "Is that true? Would Orchidians really be unable to do anything about it if she were here?" Lauren sighed. "I have thoroughly mastered Orchidians' method, so I am sure that I was using Orchidians' method to treat the flowers. I'm really sorry for your loss." Matthew hung his head in defeat. At this time, Nora decided to speak up. "It's not impossible to treat it." Her one-liner made everyone around them raise their heads and look at her. Matthew looked up with hope in his eyes. Nora stepped forward and stared at the pot of ghost orchids. "I do have a solution here," Matthew asked with a voice full of excitement. "What kind of a solution is it?" Nora was about to speak when Lauren interrupted. "Miss Smith, I'd advise you to be careful when you speak. I told you now, people who are good at alternative medicine may not be able to cure flowers. After all, there is still a very huge difference between flowers and humans. Not everyone can imitate the essence of Orchidians' skill." The moment she said that, Nora's lips curled into a smile, and she slowly remarked, "You are right. It is true that not everyone can imitate the essence of my skill." The room fell silent. An older woman standing close to them, who didn't understand what Nora meant, explained in a kind voice, "Miss Smith, Mrs. Hunt is saying that no one can imitate the essence of Orchidians' skill, not yours." She paused at this point. Then she realized and she exclaimed, "You are Orchidians?" Nora glanced at her and did not say anything. Iris lifted her chin and looked at her with pride. "That's right. My daughter-in-law is Orchidians." In an instant, it raised a huge disturbance in the entire exhibition. Everyone looked at Nora in astoundment. One wealthy older man commented, "Not only is she Dr. Zabe's apprentice, but also Athena the surgeon. I'm not surprised at all to hear that she's Orchidians. Miss Smith's medical skills are truly amazing." Another person was in complete shock and exclaimed, "Oh my God, Orchidians has been right by our side this whole time. Isn't she supposed to be overseas?" A different person replied, "I heard that Miss Smith only came back from overseas a few months ago. Yes, now that you mention it, all the facts line up. Nora must not be lying. She has to be Orchidians. There is no other explanation to this." While everyone in the room continued to speculate, Lauren bit her lip. She still couldn't believe it, but she also knew that there was no need for someone like Nora to impersonate someone else. After all, even if she was not Orchidians, she was already popular enough in New York. But Lauren couldn't admit defeat. She turned to Nora and sneered, "Miss Smith, since you are Orchidians, then you should have known that the prescription given to the orchid was wrong from the moment you entered the exhibition. Why didn't you bring it up in order to save the orchid? Instead, you decided to wait until it started withering to show off your medical skills? How much do you think the ghost orchids have suffered because of you?" Nora gave Lauren a hard, blank stare. She knew this was not her fight to win. It was Iris's. Iris stepped right in front of Nora. She spoke in a harsh tone. "Lauren, you're being unreasonable. Didn't my daughter-in-law already say so? What could we have done when you refused to admit that your prescription was wrong? Besides, My daughter-in-law has said that the flowers can still be saved. Lauren bit her lip. But I didn't know that Miss Smith is Orchidians. If I had known, I would have agreed to her help. I get it now. The two of you wanted to use that to make a bet with me, so that I would have to admit my mistake. But why? Wouldn't you risk ruining Matthew's ghost orchids by doing that? Iris, if you hate me, then you can come at me. But you are also an orchid lover, so how could you treat a pot of ghost orchids like this? Her flawed reasons and petty arguments sounded like they made sense at first. If Nora had revealed her identity the moment she entered the hall, would they have stopped her from treating the orchids? Should she have waited until the orchids became sicker to highlight her abilities? They were clearly using that pot of orchids to slap Lauren in the face and to make the bet with her. Everyone looked at Iris and Nora. Even Matthew, who clearly knew that he couldn't blame the two of them. After all, he still had to rely on Orchidians for help if he wanted to save the ghost orchids. Couldn't help but feel uncomfortable about the situation. He didn't like Lauren because she used the ghost orchids to threaten him into selling the jade orchids to her. And she forced him to put his pot of ghost orchids on display in the exhibition. He had thought that Iris was different from her, but he didn't expect her to turn out to be the same type of person in the end. Matthew sighed. The way he looked at Iris had changed now. An orchid lover beside him couldn't help but stammer, "Mrs. Hunt, everyone here is a flower lover. Is there a need to do something so extreme like this?" "Yeah, how can you make that pot of ghost orchids suffer in order to vent your anger on someone? Even if it's cured, it probably won't be able to return to its former glory." Lauren is not an orchid lover and was only using them to show off. We all despise her in our hearts. But Madam Iris, you are not supposed to be someone like that. Everyone was hesitant to say anything, and their voices were so low that she couldn't tell who was speaking. After all, no one dared to openly offend Iris. However, a straightforward person stepped to the front. She pointed at Iris and sighed, "Madam Iris, you have always been a fairy-like person all these years, and your love for orchids is a role model for all of us. All these years, how many potted flowers have you saved from the hands of people who have no love for flowers? Why have you lowered yourself so much that you would fight with someone like her? And for the sake of fighting, you even used a pot of ghost orchids to vent your anger." Lauren's expression alternated between being pale and being sullen as she listened to the remarks. She'd thought that everyone would see her in a different light after she came to the orchid exhibition. But she did not expect that they had never thought highly of her before. They must have only been polite to her because they were afraid that if they offended her, they wouldn't have anyone to ask for help when their orchids fell sick. But now that they knew that Nora was Orchidians, and knew that Lauren's medical skills were not as good as Nora's, they were starting to voice their real thoughts. When Lauren saw everyone attacking Iris, she secretly felt very happy. What kind of person was Iris? Everyone knew that Iris had been a beauty who was just as famous as Yvette in New York. Yvette owed part of her fame to her looks and the other part to her talent. Her amazing talent and brilliance had shocked and astounded many people, but Iris was different. When people spoke of her, everyone would marvel at and admire her for her beauty and her elegant character. She was like an angelic being. Anyone who had seen her wouldn't be able to say a negative thing about her. She was full of life and cheerful. Her voice was as beautiful and pleasant as a songbird. Her nimble movements made her look even more like an angel from the heavens. Therefore, when Herman and Iris divorced, out of everyone in New York, half of the men had insulted Herman and called him blind, while the other half were secretly happy that this goddess was single once more. In addition, Iris wasn't fond of fighting. Unlike Yvette, who had made enemies everywhere and become the woman's imaginary enemy, she had a good personality. She was so beautiful, and her beauty was not the aggressive kind. Even women were amazed by her beauty. No one was jealous of her beauty. Instead, they only wanted to defend and protect her beauty. But Lauren had brought Iris down from her superior position. Iris had ended up being criticized by others during her and Lauren's fight. When she thought of it that way, Lauren felt a sense of accomplishment again. She could work with this. At the very least, not everyone would be biased toward Iris anymore whenever the two of them were mentioned. While she was thinking about it, Nora muttered, "You've misunderstood Aunt Iris." She took a step forward and spoke to Matthew. She declared, "When I told Aunt Iris yesterday that there was a problem with the prescription, she had wanted to contact you right away. I was the one who stopped her." Lauren huffed. "Miss Smith, there's no need for you to shoulder all the responsibility just to protect Madame Iris's reputation." Nora looked at her. "I'm not trying to shoulder anything. It's because it has to be done that way." Lauren was taken aback. The people around them all looked at her. Nora lowered her head and continued. "Matthew said yesterday that the prescription had already been used on the ghost orchids, so it was too late to stop him at that time. It was necessary that we waited for the medicine to take effect before further treatment could be carried out. Otherwise, if I used any more medicine on it, the ghost orchids wouldn't have been able to handle it, and they would have ended up dying." Everyone was taken aback. Nora looked at Lauren. "There is no need for you to slander Aunt Iris. It is only on Aunt Iris's account that I'm here to treat that pot of ghost orchids." With that, everyone looked at Iris. Iris stood where she was, her back straight. In spite of how she was close to 50 years old, no one could see any signs of age on her at all. She was slim and graceful, as if she had always been that youthful, angelic being all this time. Matthew was ashamed of himself. He hung his head at once and exclaimed, "To think I've misunderstood you, Madame Iris. I am so despicable. All these years, you are the only one who has shown true love for orchids." The others also apologized. Iris was a distant and unemotional person, and she didn't put much effort into relationships in the first place. She didn't interact much with these people, so she whispered, "It's fine." She wouldn't have been taking this to heart at all. At this point, Nora, who didn't care what the others were saying, had taken out a bottle that she had prepared in advance and handed it to Matthew. She stated, "This is the medicine that Aunt Iris brewed last night using my prescription. Rub the leaves gently with the solution and water it with 0.1 ounces a day. The flowers will recover in half a month." Full of gratitude, Matthew took the solution from her with both hands. At this time, someone looked at Nora and asked, "Orchidians, Miss Smith, there is a small problem with my orchid. Can you—" Nora cut the person off. "Sorry, but if you want a medical consultation with me, then you'll have to follow my rules." The man was taken aback. Nora explained, "I can only accept 2 patients a month. You can contact my assistant to get an appointment and line up." Everyone looked dazed and confused by Nora's revelation. They all knew that it was hard to book a medical consultation with Nora. The dates were already full for as long as 5 to 6 years in the future. Humans could afford to wait, but how could flowers afford that? When they were about to speak, Nora looked at Iris and suggested, "Or I visit Aunt Iris on the 15th of every month to check on her flowers for her. You can try to see me then." Everyone looked at Iris again, as if they had found a savior. Iris nodded, going along with Nora's plan. Nora was using her as a shield. Iris understood that Nora had blown her own cover in order to intimidate Lauren for her. She was also making them visit her in order to make Iris feel less alone. At this moment, Nora looked at Lauren, who was about to walk aside, and stopped her. "Madam Lauren, have you forgotten about our bet?" Lauren paused and turned around. Nora pointed to Iris. "Please apologize for wrecking someone else's family all that time ago." Lauren had to stop herself from cursing out loud. The disrespect. She bit her lip hard and looked at Iris with an awful expression. But in front of so many people, she had to take responsibility for her actions. So she took a deep breath and bowed to Iris. She gritted her teeth and muttered, "Iris, Herman and I couldn't help ourselves from falling in love back then, and we ended up betraying you. We are truly in love with each other, and we know very well that we have let you down. That was why Herman had left the family without taking a single cent. If you feel that we still owe you something, then I must apologize. I'm sorry." By putting a hidden message in her words and mentioning that Herman had left the family without taking any money from them, she wanted to tell everyone that she and Herman had already paid the price for their actions. But she still admitted to destroying someone else's family. As a result, she had embarrassed herself in front of everyone. Lauren clenched her fists and took a deep breath. Then she forced a small smile and uttered, "It's okay if you resent me or dislike me, but since I've gathered everyone here, then why don't you all enjoy and admire the orchids? I remembered that I have something to do, so I will leave first. You can direct all matters about the orchid exhibition today to the manager." After saying that, Lauren turned and left. Nora narrowed her eyes as she looked at Lauren from the back. Lauren's final move had been very graceful, and she spoke with elegance. Her words didn't sound like something a vicious character, pretending to be a pure and innocent woman, would say. For her to be able to snatch Herman away from the top beauty that Iris was all that time ago, Lauren must have a trick or two up her sleeve. She lowered her eyes. For some reason, Nora couldn't help but feel that Herman and Lauren's sudden return to America was a little fishy. Nora strolled around the orchid exhibition with Iris. The people there were too enthusiastic and kept trying to talk to the two of them. Unable to bear it, they found an excuse and slipped away. On the way back to the villa after leaving the orchid exhibition, Iris looked at Nora again and again. However, she didn't say anything at all. After thinking about it, she refrained from making any conversation. Soon, the two returned to the suburban villa. As soon as they entered the gates, Iris spotted Justin's black car parked outside the door. She took a deep breath and entered the house. Justin stood up. As he stood there and looked at her, Iris asked, "Did you know that Nora is Orchidians?" Justin shook his head. He didn't know who Orchidians was. After all, he wasn't knowledgeable about orchids. However, the corners of Justin's lips curled into a smile, and he said, "I believe in Nora's capabilities, so I waited here to listen to your side of the story."